Imagine you have the power to travel between worlds, and you find that in this new world, your everyday items can be sold at ridiculous prices. We meet a girl named Mitsuha as she is falling off a cliff. When she wakes up, she finds herself in an open field, and she tries to remember what happened. She remembers being pushed off the cliff, and we also see that she lost her parents and brother in an accident. She thinks she might have died, but thinking about what her otaku brother would say, she deduces she can't be dead, because she can feel hunger and pain, so she must be in another world. There is nothing around her, and she walks for days, until she eventually comes across a girl named Colette. She gets taken in by the girl, but she speaks a different language that she doesn't understand. Despite this, she manages to introduce herself, and Colette is overjoyed to learn her name. The next morning, Mitsuha wakes up completely healed. She looks around, and finds this world is less advanced. Colette worries about her, but she shows off how she is already all better. She goes with Colette to help her with foraging, and as they gather the plants, she thinks that this must be how her brother felt to have a little sister, wanting to protect her no matter what. There are wolves that appear, and Mitsuha helps Colette up a tree. She leads the wolves away, but she trips, and as the wolf lunges at her, she suddenly teleports and ends up back in her house in Japan. Seeing the rock, she realizes it wasn't a dream, and quickly grabs some weapons, including her brother's slingshot and pocket knife. She thinks about why she should go back, but thinking about Colette, she heads back. Using the slingshot, she gets their attention, and using pepper and spices, she blinds the wolf and finishes it off with her knife. The other wolves run off, but Mitsuha also faints. Mitsuha appears floating in a strange place and meets a lucky cat statue. It explains it is borrowing this form to talk to her, but says it is an advanced life form made of pure energy that goes around looking for entertainment, and it seems Mitsuha managed to take some of his power as she was falling off the cliff. The cat decides to let her keep the powers, explaining that she now has the ability to travel between worlds, as long as she can imagine the exact destination, and is able to heal at an accelerated rate. Seeing her as his entertainment, he asks if there is anything else that she would want, and Mitsuha asks for the ability to understand different languages, which the cat grants, and then leaves. When Mitsuha wakes up, she is back at Colette's house, and she is now able to understand her. She thanks Colette for patching her up, and Colette is surprised to hear her talking, and Mitsuha pretends like she recovered her memory. Colette's father thanks her for protecting his daughter, and pays her some gold for taking out the wolf. Thinking about her situation, she wonders how her brother would use her ability. Although she was left an inheritance by her parents, it's not really enough. Thinking about how this world is less developed, she thinks about making money by bringing other goods from Earth and selling the gold that she would make. Thinking her ability may disappear at any time, she decides she needs to make enough money so she can retire in both worlds. She decides she would need 1 billion yen, or $10 million to live comfortably, so she would need to save 2 billion yen to retire in both worlds. She starts thinking about the items she could sell, like matches and lighters, and even air fresheners for the toilets. As she talks with some men from the village, she learns about the lord of the area and about the king. She decides that she will need to head to the capital, but Colette overhears her conversation and doesn't want her to leave. Mitsuha says that she has friends waiting for her in the capital and promises to come back and visit. The next morning, she heads off in a carriage to the lord's town, planning to gain the lord's support before moving on to the royal capital. Mitsuha suddenly realizes that she stinks, having not showered since she got here. She asks the driver to drop her off, and when nobody is around, she teleports back to her house. After having her shower, she goes around and converts all her assets to cash. She does some research online, and her language ability helps her understand foreign sites. She looks up private security companies, and finds a company called Wolf's Fang. Using Google Maps to find her destination, she is able to teleport to the compound in South America. She pays off the guard, and is able to meet with the company leader. She lets him check out the gold from the other world, and he appraises it to be worth $200, so she works out that she would need to save 80,000 gold to achieve her goal. They come to a deal where she buys some guns and training in shooting for self-defense. She does more research about medieval societies to decide what products to sell. In preparation for going back, she picks up some jewelry and even orders a custom outfit. With all her preparations complete, she heads back into the other world. She arrives at the Lord's residence, but the guards turn her away because she has no appointment. There is suddenly a carriage that passes by, and she learns that the people inside were the Lord's sons. Mitsuha comes up with a plan, teleporting ahead of the carriage and waiting. As the carriage approaches, she lights some firecrackers, causing the horses to go wild, and she pretends to have been hit by the carriage. The boys worry about her, and they take her in. As she pretends to wake up, she meets the Lord Klaus. He apologizes to her, and she is glad to see they seem to be quite nice. Later on, Mitsuha introduces herself as a noble from the distant country of Japan. Seeing her fine outfit, Klaus finds this to be believable. Mitsuha explains she was attacked by a wild beast and separated from her companions, but she was saved by people of this town, so she came to offer her thanks. She gifts him with a Swiss Army knife, which instantly has them intrigued. Klaus asks her about her plans, and Mitsuha says that she is headed for the capital, but Klaus says it's getting late and tells her to ride the carriage in the morning, but Mitsuha says she has no money. Klaus finds this strange, because the knife she gave him would have been worth 12 gold. He tells her to stay the night, and he finds her identity to be strange. Back in her room, Mitsuha puts on her dress, and she joins the family for dinner. Klaus introduces the rest of the family, his wife Iris, their sons, Alexis and Theo, and their daughter Beatrice. As she eats the food, she is disappointed at the quality, even though they are nobles, but she eats it to be polite. After the meal, Klaus questions who she really is. Mitsuha tells a story of how she fled her country to avoid a succession dispute after her parents passed away, so she plans to make a new start in this country. Klaus is touched by the story, and Mitsuha says she would sell her necklace for some gold, but Iris is suddenly alarmed, revealing that pearls are so rare, it should be impossible to have a full necklace of them. Mitsuha offers to give it to her, shocking her further, and Klaus wonders about the value of the necklace. Iris reveals it should be a national treasure, saying there is no amount of gold that could buy it. Klaus suggests putting it up for auction, but Iris also rejects the idea, saying if people found out about it, people would kill for it. Mitsuha had planned on trading the necklace to gain the Lord's support and funding. She wonders if they could just take the necklace apart, causing Iris to lose it at the suggestion. Mitsuha wonders what she can do for money, and insists on giving the necklace to Iris. Klaus worries about the value, but Mitsuha tells them she only wants enough gold so she can start up her own store, telling them a sob story that Iris reminds her of her own mother, and they accept the proposal. After this, Theo says that her Swiss knife was amazing, and wonders if she has any other things to sell. Mitsuha takes out a foldable knife, and tells him she could sell it for 1 gold, which Theo instantly agrees to. Considering the value of gold, she is able to sell it for more than 10 times what she paid for it. Beatrice wonders what kind of shop she would open, and Mitsuha tells her she would sell some cosmetics and accessories for women, but also thinks she might try selling some food. Klaus warns her that the yields on crops have been dropping, and Mitsuha surprises him with her knowledge of farming from her brother, saying crops need to be rotated or else the soil becomes too thin. Mitsuha starts talking about coming up with new inventions to make money, having a good time, and even confuses them with her own parents. She starts tearing up, thinking about her family, and Klaus comforts her. Despite the tears, Mitsuha sets off the next day, with the money and support from the Lord Klaus. She has servants to accompany her, and heads off for the royal capital, excited about her journey ahead. Mitsuha makes it to the capital, and thanks to the Lord's letter of recommendation, she was able to find a place for her shop. She sets everything up, filling the store with cheap convenience store items, but also a rotating selection of more luxury items. She officially opens her shop, but as the day goes on, she doesn't get any customers. She tries to stay positive, but the next day, she still doesn't get a single customer, and she starts to get worried. She wonders why she can't get any customers, but finally, there are some girls that visit the shop, and Mitsuha is in tears. The girls have a look around, and get curious about an item. Mitsuha explains that it's a tool to help remove fish scales when cooking fish, but this is a shock for the girls to hear. The girls check out some of the other items, but in the end, they don't buy anything. Mitsuha starts to panic, but one of the girls notices some shampoo. Mitsuha explains it as a magic elixir that cleans and hydrates damaged hair. Considering its price of 8 silver, they decide to pass on the item. Mitsuha chases after them, offering a complimentary sample, but the girls decide they want some food instead. Not knowing when she will have more customers, Mitsuha offers free food as well, begging them to stay. The girls reluctantly agree, and Mitsuha cries as she thanks them. She starts by taking one of them into the shower. Her friends are worried, but the girl soon enjoys the experience of having a hot shower. Mitsuha uses the shampoo on her hair, and then even gives her a sample of the body wash. As she dries off the girl's hair, Her friends think the hairdryer must be magic. The girl's hair ends up soft and smooth, and they are all amazed. They end up buying both the shampoo and body wash, and Mitsuha even sells a brooch. The girl's stomach growls, so Mitsuha starts preparing some food. The girls are surprised to see fire without wood, and start to think she is a witch. They get worried, but Mitsuha soon returns with some soup. They are blown away by the flavor, but it was really just some instant soup. Mitsuha brings out some fish next, and the girls are shocked. Mitsuha is confused why they have such a reaction to fish, thinking she did something wrong, but the girls enjoy it nonetheless. Mitsuha continues serving dish after dish, and the girls find everything amazing. As a parting gift, Mitsuha gives them some chocolate to share with their colleagues. As the girls leave, Mitsuha is glad to have finally made her first sale, hoping the girls will spread the word about her shop and bring in more customers. But the girls are worried looking at the chocolate. Thinking Mitsuha is a witch, they decide they must do as they're told and share it with their colleagues. They bring the chocolate to Marcel, the head chef of their house. As Marcel tries the chocolate, the girls are afraid, but he finds it to be delicious with its rich flavor. He demands to know where they got such an item, but at this moment, the lady of the house enters. The girls explain everything that happened, and the lady offers to buy the shampoo from the girls to try it out. Marcel asks about their experience eating fish, and the girls confirm they had fresh fish. The Lord is confused about how it's possible, since the closest fishing village is 10 days away by wagon, so even if there was a carriage running non-stop, it should be impossible to get fresh fish to the capital. The Lord decides to send Marcel to investigate Mitsuha's secrets, so the next day, he pays a visit to the shop. Marcel also finds the fish scaler to be interesting. He ends up picking out a bunch of items, but as he goes to pay, he asks why she is selling a fish scaler, revealing the fact that they are nowhere near water, so there are no fish in the capital. Mitsuha realizes her mistake and why the girls were so surprised. Marcel goes on to ask if he can buy fish from her, explaining that he is the chef for the Reiner house. He took over as head chef when the previous head chef became ill. He is now in charge of catering for the upcoming debutante ball for the daughter Miss Adelaide. It's a coming-of-age event where she is introduced to others in high society. The Reiner house is also a relatively new noble house, so they are not as well regarded by other nobles. Marcel is not confident catering for such an important party, and thinks if he could serve fish, which no one else can get, he will be able to impress everyone. Mitsuha considers what she should do, and gets the feeling that she should help him. She ends up offering up a consultation service, saying she can help with solving all kinds of problems. Soon after, the Lord Reiner and his wife also visit. They have a tasting dinner, and Mitsuha serves up a range of different dishes. They find everything to be delightful, and the Lord asks to contract her to help with the food for the ball. But Mitsuha actually refuses this, to his surprise. She says it would be boring to just make the food, and she requests that they give her full control over the event, from preparing the dress, to directing the performance, and everything else. The Lord agrees with her request, and as they prepare to leave, Mitsuha is surprised when his wife asks to buy more shampoo and body wash. Mitsuha has prepared a premium product for her, which she sells for even more money. At the Reiner house, Mitsuha visits Marcel, and he explains that they must prepare enough food, or else it will seem like an insult to the guests. Mitsuha looks through a recipe book to find things they can make on a large scale. She takes charge of the kitchen, directing the cooks on how to make the dishes. As they practice the dishes, Adelaide visits, and Mitsuha takes her back to her store. She tells the bodyguards to wait outside, while Adelaide gets measured for her dress. She takes her upstairs, and puts a blindfold on her. With this, she teleports back to Earth, and takes her to her tailor. The woman drags Adelaide away, and measures her body. She comes out with a bunch of designs, and Mitsuha leaves the costumes up to her. Mitsuha tells Adelaide not to worry, and she understands just how much her parents are doing for her, so she knows they can't fail. Mitsuha sends her off, and she is also determined to make it a success. Mitsuha becomes so busy with preparing things for the ball, she hasn't even been able to open her shop, and we see someone trying to get in. But the night of the ball arrives, and initially the nobles aren't too impressed by the food. Reiner thanks all the nobles for coming, and tells them to prepare for the performance. The curtains open, as Mitsuha starts talking on a speaker. She introduces Adelaide, who comes out in a beautiful white dress. They find her to be charming, and they are impressed at the design of her dress. They are confused at how they can see a field of flowers, but it's actually just Mitsuha using a projector. Adelaide changes into an armor costume, and carries out a show, as Mitsuha narrates to the audience. The guests are impressed, and Adelaide prepares her final costume change. Adelaide officially introduces herself, and the nobles cheer for her. Following this, Mitsuha announces that in addition to their regular food, they are serving some special foreign dishes at the back. As the dishes are examined, they are shocked to find fish. They question if it's safe to eat, but end up trying it anyway, finding it to be delicious. Everyone seems to be enjoying the food, and Mitsuha thinks things are going well, but she suddenly gets grabbed, and it happens to be Iris. She gets dragged away and brought over to Klaus. Iris mentions how she tried visiting the shop multiple times, but it was never open. They are curious about what she is doing here, and Mitsuha explains that she is here for some business. She suddenly gets grabbed again, and it's one of the cooks that tell her that the food is running out. She is confused because they should have prepared twice as much food, but it seems the guests are just eating too much, since it's food that they've never had before. Mitsuha excuses herself and heads to the kitchen. She finds them all demoralized, but she reminds Marcel what's at stake. Seeing that they still have potatoes left, she orders them to make fries. She ends up serving dessert, as well as French fries, and everyone is delighted. The nobles are thoroughly impressed by everything, from the entertainment to the food, and the ball is a huge success. After the ball, Mitsuha is finally able to reopen her shop. Business is picking up for her, and she was able to make 260 gold from the ball, which is worth 26 million yen. She took a bunch of pictures at the event, and can now sell them to the nobles at a premium. A man suddenly comes in, and he immediately demands fish. Mitsuha pretends she doesn't have any, but the man starts getting aggressive, demanding the fish or else. He is the head chef for Baron Turk, and after attending the ball, the Baron has grown tired of his normal food. The man believes he could make food that is just as good, if only he had the ingredients, so he demands the fish. Mitsuha explains that she is not in the business of selling fish, but the man threatens her. However, Iris suddenly arrives. She complains that Mitsuha hasn't been back to visit them, and Mitsuha cries about being harassed by the man. Klaus also arrives, and wonders about the intentions that the man has. The man becomes terrified, and runs away. Following this, Mitsuha gets dragged away, and she goes back with Klaus and Iris. She is warmly greeted by Beatrice, who wonders what she has been up to. Theo mentions how she organized the debutante ball for Adelaide, mentioning the amazing food and performance, and Beatrice gets jealous that she missed out. She yells at her brothers, and they both run off. She asks Mitsuha if she will help organize her own debutante ball, and Mitsuha nervously agrees. They have a meal together, and afterwards, Klaus compliments her on how well the ball went, but they have questions about where she got the food from and how she got the items she is selling in her shop. Mitsuha thinks of an excuse, and says that they were all things that her friends sent her from back home. She explains that she served up all the food, and is now just selling the additional items that she was sent. They find her explanation strange, and Mitsuha worries about contradicting herself, but they just end up accepting it, saying that's just how Mitsuha is. Alexis tries flirting with her, saying she was stunning at the ball, but Mitsuha remembers how he was just flirting with Adelaide the entire night. Klaus moves on, and they end up talking about how to improve his farming for the rest of the night. When Mitsuha goes to her room, Beatrice comes to visit her. They start talking about her debutante ball, and Mitsuha describes how she would organize it, with a beautiful carriage, delicious food, and even fireworks. Beatrice asks Mitsuha about her dating life, but she admits she hasn't really dated anyone before. Beatrice asks her about her type, but Mitsuha realizes she is reading a note, and Mitsuha demands to know who sent her to ask. She finds the note, and Mitsuha demands to know the truth. She threatens to not organize her debutante ball, and Beatrice quickly reveals it was her brother Alexis who put her up to it. She also has questions from Theo, and even Klaus. Mitsuha is surprised by this, and Beatrice says they were all paying her 1 gold for each question. Mitsuha also offered her 1 gold, to help her mislead the boys, and Beatrice quickly agrees. The next day, Mitsuha is back at her store, but it seems like it's going to rain, so she doesn't expect customers. She thinks she could start selling umbrellas, but suddenly, a suspicious man enters the shop. Mitsuha is ready to protect herself, but a girl suddenly enters. She calls out for the man, and he charges at her, but she easily disarms him. The man takes one of Mitsuha's knives, and threatens to take her as a hostage, but Mitsuha sprays him with pepper spray, and the man runs away. Realizing he took her knife, Mitsuha chases after him. As the man runs, an archer shoots at him from the roof, and he is surrounded by some other adventurers. The man gets captured, and Mitsuha is excited to meet some adventurers. She asks them if they would take a mission from her, and they are surprised at the request. They go back to her shop, and the group introduces themselves. There's Sven the swordsman, Sepp the spearman, Grit the warrior, and Ilsa the archer. Sven warns there has been an increase in shady people lately, but we see that Mitsuha is well prepared. They ask her about the mission, and Mitsuha explains that she wants to accompany them the next time they go out to hunt so they can act as her bodyguards and support. She also wants to stock items useful for adventurers, so she wants to see how they operate. The group discusses the mission, and they end up accepting. Mitsuha imagines how she will be able to make more money, and she heads to the hardware store to get prepared. The adventurers prepare to leave, and they are surprised at her strange appearance. They set off and head into the forest. As they take a break, Mitsuha asks how work is going for them, but they reveal that things are relatively calm, so they are just scraping by with odd jobs. So they are happy that Mitsuha hired them. They start off by collecting some herbs, and the group sets up camp for the night. Looking at their basic beds, Mitsuha wonders what if it rains. She ends up setting up an instant tent, and the group is amazed at the sight. The girls start preparing some soup, but Ilsa admits it's not very good. They have trouble lighting the fire, and Mitsuha asks to give it a shot. Using some lighter fluid and a lighter, she instantly starts the fire. Later at night, Mitsuha shares some of her food, saying she has too much. She gives them some minestrone soup, and the group finds it delightful. They are equally amazed by her other food, and Mitsuha wonders if she will be able to sell them. Sven suggests that there would definitely be nobles that would be interested, and even the military would buy her food. Mitsuha plans to make it affordable even for commoners like them, and they are all deeply moved. Mitsuha gets ready for bed, getting into her bathing suit to have a bath, but when the others see her, they have an extreme reaction, and the girls cover her up. They are shocked that she is practically naked, and Mitsuha realizes she messed up. The girls end up escorting her as she takes her bath. She tells them to join her, but they think she is weird. The next day, the group goes hunting, and we see Ilsa shoot, but she misses her target. Mitsuha notices another bird, and convinces Sven to let her take a shot. Sven thinks it's impossible given the angle and foliage in the way, but Mitsuha aims her crossbow, and instantly takes it out. They are all shocked, and we see that Mitsuha trained with the crossbow at the mercenary group. Eventually they start heading back to the city, but along the way, Mitsuha needs to use the restroom, so she breaks away from the others. As she tries to do her business, she comes across a boar. Mitsuha makes a run for it, but she can't lose it. With no other choice, she takes out her gun and unloads onto the boar. It lunges at her, but ends up falling over dead. Her party comes rushing over, and she stabs the boar with her arrows to make it look like she took it out with her crossbow. The group is confused at the sight, as Mitsuha explains how she took it out with her crossbow. They think it's strange since they heard gunfire, but they decide not to pry, and even promise to help protect her secrets. Back in the city, the group celebrates a successful mission. Grit wonders about the price of the lighter, and Mitsuha says it only costs 1 silver. The girls are surprised to hear this, but the men show no interest, saying they don't concern themselves with cooking. Mitsuha takes out a swimsuit magazine, shocking the group, and she tries to explain that she isn't weird, and that people back in her country find it normal to dress like this. Despite seeing this, they think she should still refrain from dressing like that in this country. With that cleared up, Mitsuha looks forward to working with them again. Sepp wonders if he could buy the book, but Grit punishes him. Back in her shop, she thinks about all the items she can sell thanks to her research, but wonders if there is a faster way to make money. She thinks about selling the book, but decides it's a bad idea. She thinks about other art, but she has no real talent for it. She comes up with an idea, and she finds a quarry. She tries to imagine a sculpture while using her teleportation, but ends up creating a hideous-looking statue. She tries another 2 times, but they all end up looking ugly. She takes the statues to her shop anyway, and Mitsuha wishes she had done better in her art class. But there is suddenly a man that asks to buy the statues, saying they are so ugly that they would help ward off evil spirits. Mitsuha sells the statues, but is left feeling conflicted about whether she should be happy about this. Her shampoo is selling really well, but she wants to come up with another hot-selling product. A girl named Sabine enters the store, and Mitsuha can instantly tell that she's a noble. The girl wonders if she's in the right place, because there is no sign outside the shop, and Mitsuha realizes that she has had no signs since she opened her shop. As Sabine browses her products, Mitsuha admires her beauty, thinking that she looks like a princess. She buys shampoo along with some other goods, paying with gold without batting an eyelid, so Mitsuha finds her interesting. As Sabine leaves the store, Mitsuha sees a shady guy, and she wonders what he's up to, but he starts following after Sabine. So she grabs her equipment and runs after them, thinking that her store's reputation will be tarnished if something happens to the girl. The guy suddenly grabs her, and he takes her to the alley where he meets up with 3 other guys. Mitsuha catches up to them, calling them out, but they don't even see her as a threat. She thinks that they are human traffickers, so she pulls out her taser, shocking one of the men and knocking him unconscious. The others get scared seeing this, and ask her who she is. Mitsuha calls herself the messenger, but the men give her a weird look, and she gets self-conscious. She continues on, calling herself the messenger of lightning, and she starts firing at their surroundings. The men try to run away, but their path is blocked by some guards. They get arrested, and we find out that Sabine is actually the princess. Mitsuha tries to sneak away, but a guard stops her, calling her the messenger. She learns that the guard saw everything, so Mitsuha becomes embarrassed they heard her introduction. The guard invites her to the palace, where she meets the royal family. The king invites her to sit, while addressing her as the messenger of lightning, but she tries to correct him, saying she is just a store owner. Mitsuha explains what happened, and they thank her for saving Sabine's life. The king is not happy that Sabine snuck out of the castle, but she points out that she just helped him track down some human traffickers, so she thinks she deserves a pardon. Mitsuha asks the king if his vision has gotten worse with age, and the king admits that he is having a hard time reading small texts, so he uses a magnifying glass. Mitsuha shows him some reading glasses, thinking they will be able to help him. When the king tries it on, he is amazed at how clearly he can see. He immediately hands it to his chancellor Sar, and he is also amazed, finding it superior to the lenses they have been using, and excited that he won't need to retire so soon. The king is excited to see her other products, so Mitsuha tells him that he can buy anything from her store, except for women. The king laughs at her joke, but after she leaves, he understands that she meant she will not do his bidding. Back at her store, Mitsuha is happy to have sold her glasses, but cringes at the name she gave herself, hoping it doesn't cause problems for her in the future. The next day, a man named Nelson visits the store. Mitsuha can see he is bad news, and he instantly orders her to hand over her store. Mitsuha wonders who he is, and he explains he is the president of the Alder Trading Company, boasting about his partnership with the crown. He wants to take over her shop, but Mitsuha says she must discuss it with her business partner, telling him to come back in a day. Mitsuha writes a letter, and Sabine arrives at the store. She is now a regular at the store, treating Mitsuha as her elder sister. She accidentally discovered Mitsuha's TV, so she has been coming every day to watch it. Mitsuha tells her to keep it a secret, and she helps dub over the shows since Sabine doesn't understand Japanese. Mitsuha gives her the letter, and tells her to pass it on to Sar for her. The next day, Nelson returns to the store telling her to sign a contract he has prepared. Sabine gets sad, thinking Mitsuha is getting taken away, but she catches Nelson's eye, so he tells her he can take her as well. At that moment, Sar arrives, and Nelson is surprised to see the Chancellor. Mitsuha greets him, and Nelson gets worried about how familiar they are. Mitsuha explains the situation, and Sar begins to reprimand Nelson, saying Mitsuha is working with the king, so he will be punished if he causes any more trouble for her. Sar also tells him that the Alder Company will no longer be needed at the palace, ending their partnership. Nelson is confused by this, but Sar says it's because he tried to take the king's daughter away. Looking at Sabine, he remembers when he was at the palace, and recalls seeing her in the past. Nelson is devastated, and ends up resigning as the president of the Alder Company, telling everyone not to mess with Mitsuha's store. Sar reports to the king, and they are pleased to be rid of the Alder Company because they were corrupt, glad that Mitsuha's case gave them a good reason to do so without inviting backlash. They are impressed with how Mitsuha handled things, and the king has a growing interest in her. Back at her store, Mitsuha watches TV with Sabine, but when a customer comes in, Sabine is annoyed her show is being interrupted. Mitsuha's glasses are starting to sell thanks to the Chancellor, but a girl named Alina suddenly appears asking for help. They sit with her, and Alina tells them that her family runs a small diner with 2 workers. She explains that everything has been running smoothly until the son of a large restaurant's owner tried courting her. She rejected the man, because she likes the apprentice at their restaurant named Anil, but the man's father wanted to get back at her, so he tried to take over their restaurant by paying their senior employee to quit and breaking the arm of her father named Bernd. As a result, their restaurant has been closed for the past few days. Alina cries as she begs for help, and Mitsuha agrees to take on the request. Alina introduces everyone in the restaurant to Mitsuha, and Bernd wants to hire a new cook, but Mitsuha explains it will be hard for them to find a skilled chef, and the other restaurant might send one of their own people and sabotage them. Mitsuha says that they should open the restaurant with their current staff, but Bernd points out that his arm is broken, and Anil isn't skilled enough to run the kitchen on his own. However, Mitsuha is confident that she has the solution, so she joins them in the kitchen, asking Bernd why it takes years for apprentices to become fully fledged. Bernd states that it's because they need to watch more skilled chefs cook, and can only practice during their free time. Mitsuha points out how slow this method is, and suggests if he were to directly teach and watch over them, Alina and Anil will dramatically improve. Anil is keen, and Alina sees this as an opportunity to get closer to Anil. Bernd still thinks that they lack manpower for service, but Mitsuha assures him that she has a plan. After the ball she catered, her Yamano cuisine has been grabbing the attention of the aristocrats. It is said that many chefs have tried to replicate it, but none have been successful. But rumors start to spread that the Yamano cuisine is available at Alina's restaurant. 1 week later, they are back in business, and thanks to her friends helping to spread the word, there is a steady number of customers. They are focused on higher margins, aiming for the more wealthy clientele. She even hired the adventurers, Grit and Ilsa, to help out with service, and they seem to enjoy the change from adventuring. Ilsa suddenly walks to Mitsuha, saying that there is someone suspicious outside, and we see the owner of the rival restaurant, watching from the window. Mitsuha isn't too worried about him, planning to let him dig his own grave, when he eventually causes a scene. After a few days, business is booming, as many nobles want to try out the Yamano cuisine. All of the tables are occupied, and Mitsuha is worried because they can't accommodate all of the customers. She overhears a conversation about how deliveries are being delayed because of the monsters that are being spotted around the border, and Mitsuha thinks about the dangers in this world. The rival restaurant owner suddenly appears with a group of men, accusing the restaurant of pretending to use the Yamano cuisine to steal money from their customers. He orders the guards to arrest Bernd, but Bernd claims that he doesn't have proof. The man calls out Marcel, the direct inheritor of the Yamano cuisine. He asks Marcel to present his testimony, but Marcel wants to have a taste of their dish to check if it's genuine. He orders some food, and when he tastes it, he becomes upset, demanding to know who made the dishes. The rival owner thinks they're done for, but Mitsuha approaches Marcel, who starts crying because she is teaching the restaurant dishes that she never taught to him, even calling her his coach. Realizing that Mitsuha is the founder of the Yamano cuisine, the man becomes embarrassed. Mitsuha explains that she only taught Marcel food that can be served for parties, and not those that are just for one serving. She tells Marcel to help in the kitchen if he wants to learn, and he happily agrees. The rival owner is left devastated, and at that moment, Count Klaus and his family have come to visit, followed by the king, which leaves everyone shocked. Mitsuha mentions that someone broke Bernd's arm, and she suspects the rival owner, so he gets taken away. She thinks that the operation is a success and the restaurant has become one of a kind. But Alina seems mad at her, because she didn't help her get together with Anil. Mitsuha asks the king to help match the two, but Bernd stops her, saying he has no problem with Anil joining their family. At night, Mitsuha reveals that she only earned 1 gold for her help, but she's happy because she had fun, and was able to make friends along the way. She thinks about how Colette is doing, and she sends a letter back to her, but Colette's father finds it strange that the letter arrives so late at night, and we see that monsters have started causing trouble. Mitsuha seems to be in a pickle after she stocked up on too many fireworks that were on sale. She gets a message and gets invited to a barbecue by the mercenary captain, so she goes hunting and brings rabbits from the other world to the barbecue. The captain finds them strange, but when he tastes some, he suggests that Mitsuha could even sell it. They all have a good time, and the captain explains that they haven't had many big jobs, so they are taking the chance to relax. Back at her shop, she is visited by Sven and Sepp. They are interested in buying her instant tent, but they don't quite have enough money. However, Mitsuha offers them a discount, telling them to bring more people from the Adventurers Guild the next time they visit. Chancellor Sar submits his report about Mitsuha to the king. They find her identity strange, since she appeared out of nowhere selling strange goods, but she doesn't have any ill will toward the kingdom, so the king thinks it would be good to maintain a good relationship with her. They move on to more pressing matters, and it seems they are having problems around their borders. We see the adventurers in the forest, and they come across a carriage that's been destroyed. Sabine visits Mitsuha at her store, and invites her back to the palace, because the king has an emergency request. The king says they are going to war with the Alder Empire, who is after their fertile lands. They find it strange because their reports show that the Alder Empire should have no chance attacking them, but the king asks Mitsuha to take Sabine to another country to keep her safe. They say that the Empire's forces are approaching, and they have even enlisted the help of monsters, which is strange because it should be impossible to communicate with the monsters. The king has ordered for their forces to defend the capital, but don't think they will gather in time, so he wants Mitsuha to take care of Sabine. However, Mitsuha refuses this request, saying that her shop is her home, and she insists on defending it no matter what. As Mitsuha leaves the palace, she thinks about what she should do, and decides that she should take Sabine to Earth. She goes back to the palace, but she gets called by Sar, who pulls her into a war council. She finds Alexis there, who is there representing his father. The commander starts the meeting, and reports that the enemy is due to arrive the following night. A messenger suddenly arrives, but Mitsuha finds him suspicious, and jumps to protect the commander. The man fires, but Alexis also jumps and takes the arrows. The man charges with his sword, but Mitsuha opens fire with her gun and takes him out. Everyone is shocked, and Mitsuha checks on Alexis. He wonders if he is fit to be her knight, but Mitsuha points out how she still got shot, but encourages him to do better next time. However, Sar can see that his wounds are fatal. Mitsuha laughs like a maniac, saying she tried to be careful not to introduce technology that was too advanced, but because of this, she almost died, so she decides to use everything she has to teach the Empire a lesson. Mitsuha suddenly appears at the mercenary base, asking them to save Alexis. As Alexis gets medical attention, Mitsuha explains the situation to the captain. She wants to hire their group to fight against the Empire, explaining they are from another world, and even offering him 40,000 gold. However, the captain declines, not believing her story about the other world. As he walks away, Mitsuha starts driving one of their vehicles, and chasing him around. As the captain tells her not to mess around, Mitsuha suddenly teleports them to the other world. The captain is shocked at first, but eventually believes Mitsuha's story. They see a disturbance in the distance, and the deer seem to be running wild, so they decide to scout things out. They end up at a tunnel, and go inside to check it out. They find some men trying to move a rock, and they mention that their caravan is being chased by goblins, worrying that their children will be eaten if they can't get through. The captain helps with moving the rock, and Mitsuha heads to check on the rear. The goblins approach, but the rock is moved, and the carriages start to pass through. The carriages have a hard time crossing the river, so Mitsuha throws the captain a coin, wanting to hire him to protect the caravan, which he accepts. They open fire on the goblins, but they are able to get right back up. Mitsuha keeps firing at the goblins, but it has little effect. However, the captain shoots them in the head, which is enough to take them out. The captain has limited ammo, and thinks he can only hold them off for a few minutes. Mitsuha thinks about teleporting away, but she doesn't want to leave the villagers. She comes up with an idea, and leaves the captain to hold the line, while she teleports away. When she returns, she starts a fire to keep the goblins away, and she even throws a bunch of fireworks in, which start to explode, and cause chaos. The enemy monster handler gets hit by a firework, and all the goblins get taken out. They celebrate with the villagers, and the captain finally believes everything in Mitsuha's story, so he decides to take on her job to fight with the Empire. They start preparing their forces, and Mitsuha gives an inspiring speech, which rallies the men. The captain is impressed by her speech, but it was just a recruitment ad that she once saw. The men prepare their equipment, and Mitsuha teleports them to the other world. Meanwhile at the palace, a messenger brings news that 20,000 enemy troops have arrived outside the capital. The king thinks their only option is to barricade themselves in, but at that moment, a guard reports activity in their courtyard, and Mitsuha's forces have arrived. The king is overjoyed to see her, and she tells them that she will handle the enemy. They split up their forces to watch each of the gates, setting up their weapons and men on the walls. As Mitsuha approaches the gate, she declares to the people that she will protect them, and an old man recognizes her, because he was around when Mitsuha saved Sabine, and pretended to be the messenger of lightning, and the people start to cheer for her. She heads out the gates, and the enemy is waiting, thinking they are sending out wagons to stall for time. The general sends out a man to negotiate, but as he gets closer, Mitsuha has her sniper shoot him in the arm. The enemy is surprised, since they have never seen guns, and Mitsuha has her men open fire, aiming for their legs. Mitsuha gets a report that all the monster groups are accompanied by one human, so she orders for the monster handlers to be taken out. The enemy general panics as he learns they have lost control of their monsters, thinking that all their sacrifices have become useless. He orders to send the monsters in by force, but Mitsuha gets her men to fire again, aiming for anyone who is giving orders, and pushing the monsters away to send them back against the Empire's forces. As more men are taken out, the remaining soldiers start to give up. Instead of taking everyone out, once about 30% are dead, the enemy will usually give up. The enemy starts to fall back, but at that moment, they are approached by a swarm of Wyvern riders. The enemy general prepares their counterattack, expecting to rain spears from above and break into the capital, but the mercenaries are prepared with anti-air guns, which open fire and completely devastate the Wyvern riders. In just one moment, years of the Empire's training and funding has been completely destroyed. The general falls over in disbelief, but the ground suddenly shakes, and an enormous ancient dragon appears. Everyone is shocked to see a dragon, and the king realizes why the Empire suddenly decided to attack, and how they were able to control the monsters. The dragon decides to attack directly, but Mitsuha launches a smoke screen, and using a drone, she projects herself to talk to the dragon, but the dragon refuses to listen, and attacks with its breath, but Mitsuha teleports out of the way. She orders her men to fire, and the dragon is shot from all sides. It starts to take damage, but the dragon creates a barrier to shield himself. It charges up its breath, and retaliates, but Mitsuha teleports once again. They attack with rockets, but it's not enough to break the dragon's barrier. Mitsuha comes up with a plan, and when the dragon drops his barrier to fire his breath, Mitsuha teleports in front of him, and launches a rocket into its mouth. She teleports to safety, and we see that the rocket has caused one of the dragon's teeth to break. They continue to fire at the dragon, and the dragon can tell it is no match, so it runs away. The general begs for it to come back, but Mitsuha opens fire on them once again, and the Empire is forced to retreat. Mitsuha leaves the rest up to the kingdom, and they find the dragon tooth. Mitsuha lets the captain keep it as a gift, and they return to the city. All the people cheer for her, and Mitsuha goes to meet with the king. The king wonders where her companions are, but she tells him they have already left, and Sabine comes rushing over, glad that Mitsuha is okay. Mitsuha returns to her shop after everything, and she gets a letter from Colette, worrying for her safety. Sabine comes to visit, bringing a letter from the king, and she is invited to the palace for a reward ceremony. The king starts rewarding those who contributed to the war, and Alexis is awarded the title of Baron for protecting Mitsuha and the commander. When it comes to Mitsuha's turn, she asks for the king to reward the ones she brought to help fight. Since she promised them 40,000 gold, she claims that her men went to great lengths and troubles to save the kingdom. Hearing this, all the nobles offer up gold to repay their saviors, and the king tells Sar to give as much as they can. The king wonders if she has any other requests, and Mitsuha asks to become a citizen of the kingdom. The king accepts her request, and grants her the title of Viscountess. Mitsuha takes all of the gold to the captain, but he tells her to keep it, because he sold the dragon tooth to a professor, who after analyzing it, sees an infinite number of applications, so the captain is sure he will become rich. Mitsuha wonders if they will retire from being mercenaries, but the captain says they will be around if she ever needs help. Back at the palace, Mitsuha officially receives her new title, and the king asks her to accept Alexis's title since he couldn't make it, but Mitsuha refuses, which causes a commotion, but Alexis suddenly appears, and Mitsuha says he can accept the title himself. Mitsuha goes back to visit Colette, and she tells them about everything that happened since she left. When she mentions that she has become a noble, Colette starts acting formal toward her, but Mitsuha tells her not to worry, because she is still the same person that she first met. We see her closing down her shop, as she moves out of the capital and into her own lands, where she can finally retire after making all of her money. But that's where this video ends. I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember to like and subscribe to the video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins as we meet Meryl Strife, a young reporter looking to make it by finding the humanoid typhoon, the most wanted man in the world. Her senior, Roberto, is skeptical of her dream, saying that she should worry about surviving, because on this planet, only the strong will survive. Their car ends up running out of battery, so they are forced to start walking. While walking, Meryl wonders if the humanoid typhoon is even real. Roberto throws a magazine at her, showing a sketch of the humanoid typhoon, and Roberto calls him a walking disaster, but Meryl remains skeptical. They come to a stop when they see 3 bodies that are hanging upside down. Roberto suggests that it's the work of the local gang, and Meryl gets a closer look. The body has a cybernetic arm, and it starts moving, but when she grabs it, it falls off. She gets scared as she hears a voice, and as the body turns around, we see a man laughing like a maniac. Roberto thinks they should just leave him, but Meryl decides to help him out. At that moment, they see the military police approaching, and Meryl rushes over to them. The military police say they are after a criminal, showing her a wanted poster of Vash, the humanoid typhoon, and his bounty of $6 million. Meryl claims that she saw him, but ends up pointing them off in the wrong direction. As they leave, Vash thanks them, but Meryl captures him, saying she will turn him in after she gets an exclusive interview. She suggests she could help clear his name if he is innocent, and Vash considers himself lucky, suggesting they do the interview at the nearby diner. In a flashback, on an enormous spaceship, we see Vash greeting a room filled with people in stasis. There are suddenly explosions all across the ship, and he panics as he runs around. While running, he encounters Nye and Rem. He asks Rem what is happening, and she assures him that everything is fine. They make their way toward an escape pod. Rem helps Nye and Vash board the pod. Nye tells her to join them, but there is only enough room for two. She cries, telling them that she loves them, and she pulls the lever, allowing them to escape just in time. The ship continues to explode, and the escape pod manages to avoid the debris and get away safely. The group arrives at a town called Genora Rock. Meryl arrives at the diner, approaching the barkeep Rosa, asking for some water, but she acts rude to her. However, when Vash enters the diner, Rosa gives him a warm welcome, explaining that Vash is the savior of Genora Rock. They sit down together, and Meryl asks for water, but Rosa tells her that they don't have clean water because the water plant is broken. Rosa takes them to the plant, revealing that Vash repaired it for free after it malfunctioned a few years back. A plant is a biological generator that creates everything that humans need to survive. They are part of the technology from the lost space age, so they can't be rebuilt, and they are extremely valuable. Vash checks it out, and discovers that one plant has turned red. He tells Rosa that it will cost a fortune to fix it. At that moment, the military police arrive. They tell Rosa that she can have the $6 million bounty if she hands over Vash. The captain throws Vash, and they start beating him up. Just as they are about to take him away, Roberto speaks up, saying how he will write an article about how the military police ganged up on an unarmed man. Roberto suggests that they should have a duel instead. As they prepare to duel, Vash refuses to draw his gun. The captain throws his gun away, but brings out his launcher, firing into the sky, as it releases a cluster of bombs. Everyone starts running for cover as the captain laughs at the situation. However, Vash stands his ground. He pulls out his weapon, and tries to fire at the rockets, but he realizes that he has no bullets. Vash cries out for bullets, and Meryl manages to throw him a bullet. The captain shoots it to prevent him from getting the bullet, but he chases after it, and manages to get it. Roberto wonders what he can do with a single bullet, but Vash loads his gun, and aims at the rockets. The captain charges at him, and fires with his pistol, but Vash dodges at point-blank range. He throws him to the ground, and knocks him out. After that, he uses his cybernetic arm to throw a piece of rock into the sky. He fires his shot, shattering the rock, and the fragments collide with the rockets, causing them all to explode in mid-air. After that, the military police retreats, and Vash says he just got lucky. Roberto wonders what Vash is so afraid of, and Vash tells him about his brother Nye, who is revealed to be the one responsible for the destruction of their spaceship, and he now goes by the name of Million Knives. Later, Meryl interviews Vash at the diner. He tells her that his twin brother committed crimes, and the police are after him because they think he did it, but she doesn't believe his story. A boy named Tonis puts some worms on his table. Rosa tells him to go away. Suddenly, Rosa pulls out a gun. They get shocked, and they look around. Everyone is pointing a gun at them, wanting to capture Vash. Vash starts running away. He does some parkour, and manages to dodge all of the bullets. He gets chased throughout the town, and eventually, he gets surrounded, but Meryl throws him a rope and she pulls him up. Meanwhile, we see the Nebraska family in a truck. They look at Vash's wanted poster, and think that he's an easy target. While hiding from his pursuers, Vash also looks at his picture on the poster, thinking he looks ridiculous. Vash comes up with a plan to leave the town. They strap a red jacket on a giant bird, and this distracts many of his pursuers. Just as they were about to leave the town, Rosa suddenly blocks his path, telling Vash to surrender. The Nebraska family sees Vash kneeling in front of Rosa, wanting the bounty for themselves. They think about crashing into them, but the driver opposes the idea, and he gets thrown out of the truck. Rosa reveals that she needs the money to fix the plant. She knows that it's wrong to betray Vash, but there are children who need the plant to survive. At that moment, they hear the sound of an engine. The truck is about to crash into Thomas and Rosa, but Vash saves them. The truck crashes, and a loud voice starts calling out to Vash the Stampede. Vash mounts a giant bird and runs away. The Nebraska family sees him and they go after him. Meryl and Roberto follow suit. The truck closes in on him, and Gossef launches his cybernetic arm to attack Vash, but he dodges it. The truck suddenly stops moving, and Vash stops to talk to Roberto. Gossef launches his arm and grabs onto Vash's mount. Vash continues to flee, and Gossef's father calls him a disgrace. Eventually, Gossef loses his grip, and his hand hits his father. The Nebraska family fails to capture Vash, so they go around the town instead. They wreak havoc on everyone. Vash hears about the attack, and he rushes over to help them. They try to escape with the plant. Rosa tries to stop them, but Gossef grabs her by the neck and throws her. He tries to finish her off, but Vash arrives just in time. Vash dashes towards them, and Gossef attacks him with his cybernetic arms. Vash skillfully dodges it, and Gossef's father fires his rocket launcher, but Vash remains unscathed. Vash tells them not to take the plant because the people need it to survive. Gossef's father reminds him that they betrayed him, but he still wants to protect them. Gossef's father pulls out a pistol and fires at Vash, but Vash is able to counter and shoot the bullet mid-air. Having sustained some damage, the structure starts to collapse. Gossef is about to fall to his death, but he launches his arm and Vash tries to pull him up. Rosa threatens the man, but he says he just wants his son Gossef to survive, and he promises to leave the plant. In the end, Gossef survives, and his father hugs him. Rosa takes all of them to her diner and gives them free liquor. While they are enjoying themselves, Vash silently leaves. Roberto catches up to him, wondering why he is running away. Suddenly, they hear people screaming. They head to the diner. Gossef is covered with devices, and Roberto recognizes them as lost technology. As the devices turn red, he runs outside, and there is a huge explosion. They all start running, but more bombs appear and attach onto everyone. Vash tries to pull them off, but Roberto tells him that it's futile. Roberto explains that the bombs are from a criminal named the EG Bomber, and he's the only one who can remove the bombs. They think he must be nearby, so Vash decides to look for him. He looks up and sees a person. Vash loads his weapon and fires at him. The guy starts running away, and they chase after him, but they soon realize that they are in a minefield. The guy sits in front of them and tells them that EG Bomber is his old name. A machine emerges from the ground, and he takes control of it, introducing himself as EG the Mine. The machine closes, and it starts spinning towards Vash, who evades it. EG makes his way toward the plant, and Vash pursues him. He drops bombs to get rid of Vash, but it doesn't stop him. Upon reaching the plant, EG uses his machine to seize it. He throws 2 bombs, but Vash makes them explode in midair. He grabs onto EG's machine, which starts moving around the town. After a while, Vash gets angry, so he points his gun toward EG. The criminal gets intimidated, and his machine falls from a considerable height. Before Vash could get up, EG takes his gun and points it at him, but Roberto and Meryl charge at the man. They are able to grab hold of him, and Roberto tells him to disarm the bomb or they will die together. EG tries to push Meryl away, but Vash interferes. Seeing that the bomb is about to explode, he tells Vash to push the button on his waist. He pushes it, and all of the bombs are disarmed. As EG surrenders, Gossef's father angrily points his rocket launcher at him. Vash tries to stop him when, suddenly, he hears someone playing the piano. He starts screaming at everyone to run away. EG takes advantage of the commotion, and Gossef's father tries to destroy him, but he misses. Having escaped, EG goes to Nye, calling him master, but Nye takes him out. After that, Vash confronts him. He tells Vash to give him the plant, but Vash says that the townspeople need the plant to survive. Nye approaches him, touching his gun, and this causes him to space out. Nye bids Vash farewell as he leaves. While he is walking outside, Gossef's father sees and attacks him. In retaliation, Nye slices off his arm. Vash comes to his senses. He sees the old man dying and calls for help. Nye continues to make his way toward the plant. Rosa's group tries to stop him, but he easily slaughters her companions. Having detected the location of the plant, Nye jumps and slices through the roof of the building. Vash tells him to stop, and he shoots at his brother. Nye spreads countless knives around him. The knives cover the sky, and it slices through the town. The town crumbles as Nye leaves the scene. We see the townspeople in the ruins. Rosa blames Vash for what happened, so she tells him to leave and never return. After hearing this, Vash heads east on a quest to find his brother. Meryl and Roberto join him. While in the car, they hear news about the Genora rock incident. Vash is the suspect, and the two journalists are his accomplices. They discuss how they are now going to be treated as criminals. Suddenly, they see Nicholas passing by. They try to evade him but end up hitting him. Meryl checks up on Nicholas, who is out cold. They go to a nearby establishment to look for help, but they find corpses instead. Nicholas regains consciousness. They search the place and find Zazie hiding inside a locker. Nicholas plants his cross on the ground, and he starts reciting a strange prayer. Meryl asks him about the cross, but he just tells her not to touch it. Out of nowhere, he asks for $20,000 as payment for his services. They argue with him as they refuse to pay. The ground starts to shake, and they are all swallowed by a gigantic worm. They panic as they enter the worm's body. Meryl almost gets hit, but Vash saves her. As they look around the worm's body, they see a smaller worm. It flies around, and Zazie chases after it. They lose sight of the child and start looking for him. They see 4 holes and decide to split up, as each of them goes through a different hole. Meryl finds Zazie, but something causes her to disappear. The 3 men regroup, and Vash wants to look for their 2 companions, but Nicholas only cares about himself. Roberto finds him suspicious, so he wants to look at his cross. Nicholas refuses, and Roberto pulls out a gun, but Vash interferes. While they are talking to each other, Roberto suddenly disappears. They start looking for Roberto and Meryl. During their search, they reach the worm's nostril. It expels Vash and Nicholas from its body. Vash stands his ground as the creature approaches them, but Nicholas tells him to flee. However, he pushes Nicholas back and tells him to run. Vash lets the creature swallow him again, and he immediately finds Zazie. Nicholas appears behind him, and he tells Vash to be more careful. At that moment, they realize that Zazie is the one controlling the worms. He reveals that he murdered the people at the establishment. Zazie takes off his hat and starts controlling their surroundings. Seeing that they are in danger, Nicholas takes his cross, and it is actually his weapon. He fires at the child, but he misses. The bullets create an opening, and Zazie escapes through it. Small worms come flying in their direction. Nicholas reconfigures his cross and uses it to fire a laser beam that destroys the flying creatures and cuts right through the large worm. 3 men watching see the worm die, and they celebrate. They cook the worm up, and Nicholas tries to feed Meryl. Nearby, Vash and Roberto talk about Nicholas. Roberto still finds him suspicious, but Vash is thankful to him. Vash joins them by the campfire, and he gets to know Nicholas. Nicholas takes a liking to him and decides to join the group. However, it is revealed that Zazie was working with Nicholas so that he could gain their trust. While in the car, the group hears a radio program run by the Church of Plant Worshippers. Meryl complains about the heat, and Roberto tells her a story about why the sand is red. He talks about a beast that appeared, slaughtering everyone in sight, and painting the whole desert red with their blood. He wonders if his story gave her the chills, but Meryl suddenly stops the car as she encounters the remains of a worm. As they approach it, Nicholas can tell that it was vanquished with a single bare-handed strike. Roberto suggests that it's the work of the creature from his story, but Meryl finds it absurd. Nicholas thinks it's pointless to look for who did it, so he wants to leave, but Vash sees a village, and he approaches it. The group follows him, and when they reach the village, they discover that it's been abandoned. Roberto points to a broken windmill and thinks that the town must have run out of power. Vash explores the village. Suddenly, bullets come flying at his direction, and he runs for cover. A massive brute appears, calling out for Vash the Stampede. Nicholas fires at him, and they start running. The attacker chases after them while firing his Gatling gun. Nicholas falls, but he manages to hide from the attacker. The brute continues to pursue Vash. Nicholas comes out of hiding and shoots the brute from behind, but it has no effect. Eventually, Vash gets cornered, and the attacker slowly approaches him. He fires at Vash, who manages to evade his bullets. Vash shoots, causing metal pipes to fall on his attacker. The brute gets knocked down, and Vash checks up on him. Suddenly, the brute gets back up, and he aims his weapons at Vash, but he gets interrupted by Nicholas, who shoots him from behind. The brute falls to his knees, and Vash flees with Nicholas. They hide in an alley, and Nicholas calls Vash a fool for checking up on his enemy. Vash tells him that he was worried that the brute may have actually died. Nicholas asks him about the village, and Vash tells him about past events. In a flashback, we see a boy Rollo praying with his mother. He asks his mother why they are sacrificing children to their god. His mother explains that they need it for blessings, and the children will go to heaven afterward. One day, Rollo enters his house and overhears his mother talking to someone. She intends to offer him as a sacrifice so that the village will be blessed by wind. After hearing this, Rollo runs away from home. While running in the desert, he encounters Vash, who tells him that his mother is looking for him. As they head back to the village, Rollo reveals that he has a disease, so he'll die before he grows up. He adds that the village is suffering because there is no wind, so he's going to be next. Upon reaching the village, Rollo runs back to his mother as Vash promises to save him. That was the last time Vash saw Rollo, but what he doesn't know is that the brute is actually Rollo. It turns out that when his mother offered him as a sacrifice to their god, he met Nye's group instead, which abducted him and burned down the windmill. After that, he was taken to a laboratory where he was experimented on by the Dr. William. They cured his disease, but it turned him into the monster that he is now. Back to the present, Rollo finds them hiding in the alley. He shoots at them, and they take cover. Nicholas tries charging at him, but the wind coming out of Rollo's hand pushes him back. More wind comes out of his hand as he continues to call out to Vash the Stampede. At that moment, Vash realizes that the brute is actually Rollo. Rollo continues to pursue Vash. While running, Vash shouts at Rollo to come to his senses, but he doesn't respond. Nicholas thinks that Rollo is just a monster now, and he takes out a vial. Vash closes in on him and tries to talk to Rollo, but Rollo tries to punch him. He hits the wall, and this breaks one of his weapons. Rollo uses the wind to disarm Vash, and then grabs him by the neck. He repeatedly smashes Vash against the wall, but suddenly, Rollo stops attacking. Vash apologizes to Rollo for not being able to keep his promise. He wasn't able to save Rollo, but he tells him that he went back to the village to keep his word. Nicholas fires a laser at Rollo's head. His mask breaks, and he falls from a considerable height. Vash approaches Rollo and tells him to wake up, but he's already dead. Vash gets angry at Nicholas, but he tells Vash that there was no way to return his humanity, so ending his life was an act of mercy. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, they learn about Rollo's death. They think it's convenient because they wanted to get rid of him anyway. Zazie joins them, telling them that it was the Dr. Williams creation that did the job, referring to Nicholas, the Punisher. In a flashback, we see Nicholas as he chases down another man. The man fires at him, causing him significant injuries and bringing him to his knees. Nicholas takes a vial, and his wounds are healed. The man calls him a monster, and Nicholas takes him out. We see the group in the car, and they hear more news about Vash on the radio, so Roberto turns it off. He states that it's time to do their report, so they need to go back to the company, but Meryl opposes the idea. They leave Vash and Nicholas in a port where they board a sand steamer going to the City of July. Meryl tells Roberto that they can't let Vash leave. She asks him if he's scared, but Roberto says that he doesn't want to risk his life for a cheap report. Meanwhile, Vash asks Nicholas why he keeps following him. Nicholas states that he wants to protect him, so he should be grateful. Vash doesn't agree with his methods, so they begin to argue. Suddenly, Nicholas sees a man named Livio approaching them with 2 guns. He alerts Vash, and Livio fires at him. However, Vash disappears and reappears beside Livio. They engage in close-quarter combat, and Vash manages to push him back. Nicholas recognizes Livio, and he asks him why he's there. In a flashback, we see a young Livio being taken to the Hopeland orphanage. Nicholas meets him in the orphanage. He learns that Livio is a crybaby who keeps on thinking about his parents. One evening, Nicholas approaches him while he's crying, but he gets ignored. In an attempt to grab his attention, he pranks Livio by pretending that he has fallen from a ledge. Livio checks up on him, and he jumps back up. Nicholas introduces himself, and the two become friends. But one day, a strange group approaches Nicholas, and they tell him that he passed the test. They congratulate him, and as they are taking him away, the other orphans bid him farewell. However, he is taken to a lab where they run some experiments on him. Nicholas is given medicine that strengthens his body and cures everything. William notes that his body is adapting very well to the experiment. As a side effect, he takes on the appearance of a grown man in just a few months. Wanting to go back to the orphanage, he comes up with an escape plan. He breaks out of his cell and tries running for the exit, but the guards shoot him down. William reprimands the guards for shooting him, but as he bleeds on the ground, Nicholas takes his medicine, and this instantly heals his body. He gets back up and tries to escape through the window, but he is stopped by a force that twists his body and breaks his bones. Back in his cell, he is visited by a man named Legato. He tells Nicholas that he is gifted, so he is going to be a member of the Eye of Michael. Nicholas tries to punch him, but he gets pushed back by Legato's power. Legato explains that the Eye of Michael is a religion that assassinates the people that oppose knives. Nicholas refuses to join their cult, but they bring out Livio, and Legato tells him that Livio will do the dirty work if he refuses. Nicholas insults him, so Legato uses his powers to push him to the ground. As he struggles, he shouts at Livio to run, but Livio just stays there. Nicholas continues to defy him, so he gets tortured by Legato. At that moment, William interferes and tells him to be careful with his experiment, since Nicholas has the highest compatibility with his drug, so they just leave Nicholas in his cell. Back to the present, Livio gets back up and runs after Vash. He fires at him continuously, but Vash manages to evade all of his bullets. While running, he encounters the guards who notice the commotion. They tell him to surrender, but Vash tells them to stay away. Livio appears behind him and continues to pursue him. The guards close in on Livio and tell him to lower his weapons. Meanwhile, Meryl is furiously driving through the desert. Roberto tries to explain the situation to Meryl, but she isn't listening. At that moment, they get surrounded by the Bad Lads gang. Vash continues to run away from Livio as the guards fire at him. Livio walks in front of the guards with his weapons, so the guards shoot him, hitting him multiple times, but he instantly regenerates. Livio shoots back, and the guards run away. Vash asks Nicholas about Livio, but Nicholas just tells him to run away. Vash charges at Livio. He tackles him and manages to pin him down. Livio tries to tell him something, but the guards interrupt. Nicholas fires at the guards, telling them to stay away, causing Vash to get distracted, and Livio kicks him away. Livio tries to finish him off while he's down, but Nicholas blocks the bullets with his cross. The scene switches to Legato and Zazie, and they watch on with one of Zazie's bugs. They discuss how Nicholas is in a tight spot, trying to protect too many things, because if Livio dies, he will be replaced, and there will be more orphans being experimented on. Livio continues to fire at Nicholas. Seeing an opening, Nicholas uses his cross to hit Livio, and this knocks him out. At that moment, Legato uses his powers to destroy part of the sand streamer and send it off course. It's headed straight for the Hopeland orphanage, and to make things worse, the Bad Lads gang arrives, and they make their way aboard the ship. Nicholas fires at the gang, trying to drive them away, but they enter through the ship's windows. Livio gets back up, charging at Vash, but Nicholas gets in his way. He tells Vash to leave, as he pushes Livio back, opening fire on him and managing to injure his leg, but it instantly regenerates. Livio fights back, and Nicholas is forced to take cover. Meanwhile, we see Roberto and Meryl with the Bad Lads gang. The gang members enjoy having their pictures taken because they want publicity. But Vash suddenly arrives, beating them up, and he wonders what they are doing on the ship. Livio continues to fire at Nicholas, who uses his cross as a shield. They exchange blows, and Nicholas manages to push him back, but they start firing at each other, and they both sustain injuries. Nicholas takes a vial, and while Livio recovers, Nicholas hears him muttering about how he wants to become as strong as him, but Nicholas wants Livio to stop chasing after him. He is about to kill Livio, but Vash shoots his weapon, throwing off his aim and hitting Zazie's worm, which was spying on them. Zazie wants to continue watching their fight, so he pulls out another worm from his mouth and sends it to them. Vash runs to Nicholas, wanting to help, but Livio charges at them. As Vash fights Livio, he suggests helping Livio come back to his senses, but Livio lands a kick on him and knocks him down. While Livio reloads his weapon, he performs a hand maneuver that Nicholas taught him when they were kids, and Nicholas realizes that he might be able to save him. Nicholas charges at him, enduring the bullets to close the distance and shooting his mask. He holds Livio's weapons up, telling him to wake up, and Livio remembers Nicholas, but he appears to have been brainwashed by the Eye of Michael. He frantically points his weapon around, before finally shooting his head and falling off the ship. We learn that this was all part of Legato's plan, to get rid of Nicholas's attachments, to make him the perfect believer. Legato wants to be sure to destroy the orphanage, so uses his powers to aim the ship's cannon at the orphanage. The group sees the cannon moving, so they run around, searching for a solution, and they stumble upon the control room. Vash tries to use the computer to stop the ship and its cannon, but it's not working, so he realizes that they will have to do it manually. Roberto laughs, thinking that it's impossible, but Nicholas volunteers to do it, wanting to save the orphanage no matter what. Nicholas runs to the cannon, while Vash manipulates the ship's cables, wrapping it around the cannon and pulling it backwards. Meanwhile, Meryl's task is to fire the cannon when it's ready, but Roberto suggests escaping, reminding Meryl that they're not supposed to risk their lives, so she should stop trying to be a hero. but Meryl refuses to leave, wanting to save the people. Nicholas realizes that the cables are not enough to stop the cannon from aiming forward, so he struggles to lift it, but he knows that it's impossible. Vash approaches him, telling him that they should buy some time, as he helps him lift the cannon up. Vash realizes that there is still something Nicholas wants to protect, and Nicholas pushes the cannon up with all of his strength, causing it to tilt upwards. At that moment, the cannon is ready to fire, so Meryl pulls the lever, making the cannon shoot its beam toward the sky, and the cannon ends up exploding. Legato's car almost gets hit by the falling debris, so they stop chasing after the ship. The ship is still headed for the orphanage, and Nicholas thinks about destroying it, but Vash convinces him that there is another way. Vash goes to the plant, asking for its help while Nicholas enters the engine room. He sees the brake, but it's too hot for the other crew members to turn it. He runs toward it, consuming a vial, while trying to turn it with all of his strength. Nicholas succeeds, and the plant seems to respond to Vash's plea, and the ship stops, right before hitting the orphanage. The group looks for Vash, and they find him in the plant room. But the plant is actually a creature, and there are patterns on Vash's face, confirming that he is also a plant. In a flashback, we see a young Vash right after their ship was destroyed. Nye tells him that he is the accomplice, because he gave his brother the program access code that allowed the ship to be destroyed. He walks around, looking for Rem, but he stumbles, and he sees a charred body grabbing onto his leg, so he starts running while he imagines the dead chasing after him. Later, we see him lying on the ground, wanting to disappear, but he is saved by some strangers. They take him to their ship, and they realize that he is a plant. A lady named Luida calls him an independent, claiming that Vash was born from another plant. As they decide what to do with him, Vash wakes up and starts talking, causing them to be surprised. Luida asks him about his identity, wanting to know if there are others who survived on the ship he was on. But Vash tells them that he is probably the only survivor, and the guy Brad suspects he is hiding something, so he goes out to look for the ship that Vash was on. While he's there, Luida takes care of him, giving him some food, and Vash reveals that he can't do anything as a plant other than function like a human being. After a while, Brad returns with Vash's family pictures and a black box. Vash stops eating, and Luida gives a picture to Vash, telling him to believe in himself because there must be something he can do. He spends several days alone in his room, and Brad wants to get rid of him because he can't do anything, but Luida is busy reconstructing an audio recording. As the audio plays, they learn that someone sabotaged the ship that Vash was on, and they notice that something is happening on their ship. They go to the electricity room, where they see the plant in bad condition. Luida tries to fix it, but a crew member notices that Vash is trying to escape. They go to him, and he tells them that the plant is calling out for help, so he wants to meet the plant. Brad doesn't trust him, but Luida lets him out of the room, allowing Vash to communicate with the plant, and this improves that plant's condition. Luida thanks him for saving them, and she removes Vash's handcuffs, taking him to his new room, as she informs him that he is now a member of their group. She tells Vash that his task is to look after the other plants on the ship. Vash grows up on that ship, and he starts getting along with Brad. After some time, Luida gives him his signature red jacket, saying that it is a gift from everyone on the ship, and Vash thanks her for making the ship feel like his home. Brad fixes the black box he retrieved from Vash's ship, wanting to know what caused the crash. After fixing it, they see a recording of Nye calling Vash's accomplice. They realize that Vash lied about being the only survivor, so Brad thinks that he is working with Nye to sabotage their ship. Vash overhears this, so he escapes from the ship, leaving his jacket behind. They search his room, and they see a letter, telling them that they are his family, but he can't escape from his past, so he will try to make up for it. Luida leaves to look for Vash, and Brad feels bad because of the things he said. We see Nye on another ship, playing the piano, when suddenly, he hears an alarm. He checks on the plants with Dr. William, but they realize that the plants have hit their limit, and their bodies are deteriorating. Nye sees that they are about to die, but guards arrive, and William asks why the plants were overloaded. The guards say it was to speed up the reconstruction process to revive the planet. They are ordered to leave the area, but Nye wants the doctor to heal the plants. At that moment, the plants are forced to use up their remaining energies in a final harvest, leading to their deaths. Nye falls to his knees, as William asks him to forgive humans. Vash arrives, seeing Nye on his knees, and Nye tells him that he just saw the true nature of humanity. But the guards claim that plants were made just to serve humans. As they grab Nye, wanting him to leave, Nye realizes that he has to resort to violence, so he uses his knives to kill the guards, while Vash tells him to stop. Nye takes up the name Million Knives, saying it's his goal to cut down humans for his brethren. Nye wants Vash to help him kill humans, but Vash reminds him that plants also need humans to help control their energies. Nye disagrees, thinking that was a lie fabricated by humans to control them. He charges at the remaining guards, cutting them down, and he takes one of their pistols. He calls it an evil weapon used by humans, so he gives it to Vash, saying it's a fitting weapon for him. At that moment, Luida arrives, asking Vash to go back home, but Nye wants Vash to kill her. Vash can't do it, so Nye takes his weapon, and he starts to approach Luida. Vash tackles him to the ground, trying to stop him, but he pushes Vash away and starts to strangle Luida. Vash gets back up, but a gate suddenly appears from his hand, absorbing everything around into it. Nye cuts his arm off, causing it to disappear, and Vash falls to the ground. Luida becomes worried, but Nye tells her not to touch him, but Vash points his pistol at Nye. So Nye realizes that Vash doesn't want to join him, and he walks away, promising to build a world of plants. Back in the present, Vash wakes up at his home, where Brad repairs his cybernetic arm. Brad says he is jealous, because Vash doesn't age like him, and Luida welcomes him back. Vash sees his friends, thanking them for helping him stop the ship. We learn that Luida and Brad have known Vash for 150 years, and they reveal that they use cold sleep to slow down their aging process. Luida takes them to a garden, and Meryl is amazed to see so many flowers. Luida explains that they are flora that can help lessen the load on plants, so they plan to spread it across the planet, but she knows it will take a long time. Roberto finds her plan absurd, preparing to smoke, but Luida tells her that they are not allowed to smoke on the ship. Meanwhile, Nicholas wonders if Vash can make up with Nye, but Vash just wants to save everyone including Nye. Nicholas doesn't like his answer, but Brad tells him that's just how Vash is. At that moment, Luida informs them that worms have appeared, and they realize that Meryl and Roberto have been taken away. Meryl and Roberto wake up, wondering where they are, as Zazie welcomes them to July. He wants to know if worms should side with humans or plants, while Roberto thinks he is working with Nye, so he fires his weapon. But Zazie transforms his body into worms, and reappears behind Roberto, telling him that his body is just a conduit. Zazie explains that worms were there long before the humans came, and he is afraid that humans will destroy his planet, like they destroyed Earth. He adds that the colony ships crashed because of Vash and Nye, as he opens the area, revealing the red plants that Nye has accumulated. Dr. William appears, wanting to know why Zazie brought Roberto and Meryl, but Zazie tells him that he doesn't take orders from him. Zazie offers to tell Meryl why they're collecting red plants, but Zazie asks her whether humans or plants will benefit the planet the most, saying that the worms take no sides, and they only want what's best for the planet. Meryl tells Zazie about the flora, claiming that it can replace plants. But William knows that Luida is the one growing the flora, and he claims that his goal is also to save the humans on the planet. Meryl doesn't believe him, so he tells her to follow him. Meanwhile, Vash and Nicholas make their way into July, the largest city on the planet that controls the water-producing plants. They hide from the military police, but they get detected by the captain, so they start running away. Vash uses a grappling hook from his arm to help them escape, but they end up getting surrounded. The police recognize Vash as the humanoid Typhoon, so they are afraid that he will destroy their city, like he destroyed Genora Rock. One of them claims that his parents were in Genora Rock, so he gets emotional, shooting at Vash without the captain's orders. But Vash just walks away, and the military police run after him. William states that Luida's plan would take a very long time to implement, and humanity may not survive until then, but he claims to have a better solution. He takes them to a room, where he runs experiments, revealing that his plan is to create a new breed of humanity, similar to Nicholas and Livio. Meryl and Roberto state that William kidnapped people, but this angers him, because he still thinks that he's doing the right thing. William is convinced that his surgeries made them tougher, but they are still failures, because his goal is to make someone similar to Nye, who he considers to be the ultimate life form. William takes them to another room, where they see babies in stasis chambers. He points them to a child named Elendira, who is neither human or plant. Meryl doesn't like his plan, but William claims that he is doing it for the future of mankind, and he is willing to pay any price to reach his goal. Meryl says she feels sorry for the child, but Elendira suddenly awakens, breaking out of her chamber, and saying that she hates humans, because they judge others by what they can see. William orders her to stop, but she starts raining nails at Meryl and Roberto, who try to run away, while Roberto shoots down the nails that are about to hit them. They reach an elevator, and as they wait for it to come, Elendira catches up to them, threatening to kill them with her nails. Roberto knows they have to survive until the elevator arrives, so he runs with Meryl, evading the nails. Nicholas comes out of the elevator, shooting down all her nails. Elendira recognizes him as the Punisher, and she tries to take him out, while Vash helps Roberto and Meryl escape. Nicholas manages to shoot down all of the nails, injuring Elendira in the process. Nicholas approaches her, and he starts teasing her, but she tells him to go away. In the elevator, we learn that Roberto was hit by a nail, and he is bleeding profusely. Meryl starts crying, thinking that it is her fault, and Roberto offers to give her his gun, telling her to follow her heart, but Meryl refuses it. He dies in that elevator, as Meryl mourns for him, and she ends up taking his gun, thinking that she will need it to survive as she goes back to Vash. Vash parts ways with Nicholas, making his way to Nye's piano room. He tells Nye that he's going to take the plants back, but Nye claims that he's just rescuing them from the humans. Vash says they can coexist with the humans, but Nye claims that Vash is only trying to save humans to make up for destroying the colony ships. Meanwhile, William hands Nicholas a contract, saying their business is complete, but Nicholas crumples it, saying he'll never forget what William did to him and Livio. William looks at an old picture, and he remembers when he found Nye after the ships crashed. Nye threatened to kill him, offering a chance to atone for the sins of humans, and he starts begging for forgiveness. But he now realizes that his atonement is unending. Nye claims that humans will always see Vash as a monster, no matter how much he tries to make it up to them. But Vash continues to believe in humans, and Nye feels sorry for him, so he decides to put Vash out of his misery. A hole opens, causing Vash to fall, and Vash uses his grappling hook to save himself. But Nye claims he will remake Vash, cutting the cable and causing Vash to fall into a pool. Nye follows Vash underwater, and he attacks Vash with his knives, stabbing him from behind. We see William watching them, stating that the initial connection is complete, and he thinks his research will finally bear fruit. But Meryl suddenly appears, demanding that he stop, but he knows that Meryl won't shoot him. She wants to know what he's up to, so William tells her that a plant is just a window that connects their dimension to a higher dimension, where they get their energy from. He reveals that Nye and Vash both have souls, and his goal is to give all plants souls to make them independents. Meryl claims that humans won't survive if all plants become independents, but William states that humans are slowly killing themselves, and plant independence is the only way to reverse that. We learn that Vash's power is unique, because he is the only one who can send things to the higher dimension, but William knows that Vash won't cooperate. So William plans to reprogram him. Vash finds himself in the memory of the ship where Nye killed the guards, and Nye approaches him, inviting him to join in his quest to save the plants. But Vash declines, so he snaps his finger, causing Vash to fall and return to Genora Rock, where he is haunted by the memories of the children he failed to save. Nye tells him that he's not a hero, while Vash realizes that he's dreaming, so he wanders around, trying to find a way out. He eventually stumbles upon a crashed ship, where he sees a young Nye blaming him for its destruction, and telling him that humans are lowly creatures, so Vash should just forget about them. As William's plan makes progress, vines spread from Vash's body. But the progress suddenly stops, and Vash becomes surrounded by a beautiful scenery where he sees Rem. He goes to her, as Nye sees him hugging Rem. Vash remembers the moment they shared, where she told them about how much she loved them, but Nye takes him back to the time that they checked Rem's records, revealing that there was another Independent on the ship, and they soon realized that the Independent was dismembered, and its parts were separated from each other. Nye claims that he destroyed the ship to protect Vash, because humans have a history of repeating the same mistakes, and Vash was too weak to live as a plant without any powers. This causes the beautiful scenery to shatter, and William's plan continues to make progress. At that moment, they realize that they are under attack, and we see the military police trying to take down the building they're in. Nye claims that Rem never loved Vash, decapitating her, and Vash turns into stone as William's plan reaches completion. Vash opens the gate to the higher dimension, and flora starts growing from the vines that continue to spread, destroying everything in its path. Nye enters the portal planning to touch the core. Nye tries to connect with the plant core to create new independents, planning to use them to create a new world. He is able to connect to the plant's core, feeling the power inside of it. Meryl fires in Vash's direction, trying to wake him up, but it does nothing, and William claims that the only way to close the gate is to kill Vash. The vines rapidly spread, taking over the city, and Meryl tries to get to Vash, but the vines continue to grow around her, causing her to fall. However, she refuses to give up, because she knows that Vash is the only one who can stop Nye, so she does everything she can to wake him up. Vash eventually hears Meryl calling out to him. He realizes something is wrong, as Nye tries to keep him there, but Vash runs away. As he runs, Rem's spirit appears from his hand, and starts flying ahead of him. Vash runs after her, as she thanks him for protecting her dreams and hopes. Vash eventually wakes up, and the core rejects Nye, causing him to get blown away. The gate closes, and the vines begin to recede. Nye charges at Meryl, but Vash blocks the attack and saves her. Vash opens a portal in his hand, absorbing all of the vines, and containing all of it inside a cube. Nye attacks him, exchanging blows with him, and Vash tries to shoot him from a distance. Nye manages to grab onto him, ramming him against the wall, but Vash notices that the cube is about to break, so he does everything he can to push Nye back. He starts running away, as Nye chases after him. They fight outside, where Nye's knives cause destruction, making Meryl slide down the roof, but she is saved by Nicholas, who catches her in the nick of time. Nicholas sees them fighting, so he runs away with Meryl, thinking that they don't stand a chance against Nye. Nye tries to take the cube from Vash, as they both start falling from the building. Vash manages to kick him away, and he uses a dark wing to fly around the city. The military police see him, and they start firing at him, injuring him and causing him to fall to the ground. Vash tells them that they are in danger, telling them to run away, but they keep on shooting at him, as they blame him for the destruction of the city. Nye arrives, slashing them in half, and trying to convince Vash that humans are their enemies. They continue fighting, as they fly around the city, and Vash pushes the cube against his pistol, bringing forth a huge arm that he uses to push Nye back. Vash continues to ascend as Nye goes after him. Nye realizes that Vash intends to release the energy of the cube into space, so he tries to take it from him, wanting to return to the higher dimension. Nye tells him that the humans will never stop hunting him down, but Vash is okay with that, saying he can just keep running away. They reach outer space, and the cube is about to explode, so Vash points it up, unleashing a powerful energy beam, but it hits Nye, who is still trying to take it from him. He desperately tries to grab the cube, but his body slowly burns away. He reaches the cube, promising to create a new world, but he completely burns away. As Vash falls down to the city, there is a huge impact that causes an explosion that destroys everything, leaving only a crater behind. 2 years later, the world blames Vash for the destruction of July, raising his bounty to $60 billion. We see Meryl visiting the crater, as she recalls the adventure she had with the group. Vash's whereabouts is unknown, but we see an abandoned building where Vash tries to play the piano, and it seems he has lost all of his memories. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins with Xiaoyu, the senior disciple of the Carefree sect. Everyone thinks he is weird, but he's actually just an ordinary guy that was reincarnated into this world. His new life has been too easy and comfortable, so he worries he is just a side character that will become fodder when the protagonist shows up. So his mission is to do everything he can, just to survive. He is convinced that his junior Lin Fei is the protagonist, because he has a tragic backstory, and is considered to be a prodigy. So Xiaoyu clings onto him, begging for his protection, but Lin Fei just finds him weird. Their junior Zhao, who is stuck at level 2, asks for Lin Fei's advice for cultivation training, because he's already at level 7, but Lin Fei can't relate to him, because he has a heavenly spiritual root, which makes him a genius, so he has never had problems with his training. He explains that Zhao has twin spiritual roots like Xiaoyu, so Zhao immediately goes to Xiaoyu for help. Lin Fei tries to stop him, but it's already too late. We see Xiaoyu, who is at level 8, but he tells Zhao not to worry about cultivation, since they are just NPCs in the story. Zhao wonders what an NPC is, but before Xiaoyu could answer, a bright light surrounds him, and he somehow reaches level 9. Lin Fei rushes over, revealing that Xiaoyu levels up every time someone asks him about cultivation. He kicks Xiaoyu out of jealousy, saying he has worked so hard just to reach level 7, while he is already at level 9. One day, their sister Mei is looking for Xiaoyu, but he hides from her. She runs into Lin Fei, but gets disappointed it's not Xiaoyu. Zhao sees him hiding from Mei, and can tell that she likes him, so he asks Xiaoyu why he doesn't want to be with her. But Xiaoyu can see that Lin Fei likes her, so it would be suicide to compete with the protagonist. They begin to argue, causing Mei to notice them. Xiaoyu runs away, but she chases after him, and Lin Fei seems upset. As Xiaoyu is eating some fruits, Lin Fei becomes upset with his behavior, wondering why he is so lazy. Lin Fei warns him not to take fruits from a certain area in the garden, but Xiaoyu teases him, saying that he must be planning to save the best fruits for Mei, because he likes her. Lin Fei suddenly pulls out his sword, threatening to end Xiaoyu's life if he says anything about it. Xiaoyu promises not to say anything, but Zhao overhears them, so Lin Fei threatens to end both of them. The next day, Zhao thinks about the complicated relationship between the disciples, since Lin Fei likes Mei, but she likes Xiaoyu. But he wonders who Xiaoyu likes. Later that day, Xiaoyu visits to give him some food, along with a secret scroll that can help him with his cultivation. Zhao gets freaked out by this, thinking that Xiaoyu likes him, but his senior hugs him, telling him he feels the most comfortable around him, since they are both side characters. We see them in a room with Lin Fei. As Zhao reads the scroll, he notices that Xiaoyu is staring at him, so he gets scared, wanting to avoid his senior for a while. He asks Xiaoyu if there's something he needs to do, but his senior claims that NPCs don't really need to do anything, and if they did too much, they might get targeted by the protagonist. Zhao hangs out with Mei, thinking that it would help keep Xiaoyu away from him. Xiaoyu tries to warn him that he's in trouble, but Zhao doesn't listen as he continues to enjoy his time with Mei. At the end of the day, Lin Fei is mad at Zhao for spending all day with Mei and chases after him. They run past Xiaoyu, and Lin Fei sees him eating another one of his fruits again, so he chases after him as well. Later, when Zhao is headed to the market, he runs into Xiaoyu, who gives him a talisman just in case, saying he is likely to get robbed since he is a side character, but Zhao doesn't believe him. Sure enough, after shopping, he runs into 3 disciples from the largest sect. Thinking he's about to get robbed, he uses the talisman. The disciples claim they just want to get to know him, but Zhao gets suspicious, so he starts running away, and the 3 disciples chase him. One of them throws needles at him, but Xiaoyu arrives just in time. He tries to act cool, but Zhao realizes that Xiaoyu is already injured because of the needles. Xiaoyu tries to intimidate his enemies, saying that he is level 9, but they notice that he is injured. The 3 of them are at level 8, so they think that they can take him on. He orders Zhao to run away, and he reluctantly obeys, calling out for Lin Fei. After Zhao escapes, Xiaoyu suddenly tells them that there is no need to fight, as he was just pretending to be cool in front of his junior. The men try to strike him down, but he starts running away, begging his enemies to stop chasing him. After a while, Xiaoyu gets exhausted, and they throw needles at him. He sees his life flash before his eyes, and he thinks that he's really going to die, but the needles get deflected, and Lin Fei appears. The 3 disciples mock Lin Fei, thinking he is only at level 7, but Lin Fei says that Xiaoyu's life belongs to him, charging at them and fighting them all at once. Xiaoyu casually watches, and Lin Fei tells him to help out, but he refuses, saying he is injured, and that they should be no problem for him, since he is the protagonist. Lin Fei ends up winning the fight, and as he is about to finish them off, he gets interrupted as lightning strikes. The enemy's senior brother, Gong, appears asking Lin Fei to spare his juniors. Xiaoyu finds him cool, thinking he is a mini-boss in the story, but Gong's juniors reveal that he is a genius, who has mastered many techniques at a young age, making Xiaoyu think that Gong could be the real protagonist of the story. Lin Fei charges at him, but he instantly gets blown away. Gong is about to finish him off, but Xiaoyu blocks his attack. He easily disarms Xiaoyu, and grabs him by the neck. Lin Fei calls out to Xiaoyu, catching the attention of Gong, who thinks the name sounds familiar. Lin Fei tries to attack him once again, but he gets stabbed, and pinned against the wall. Gong suddenly asks about Xiaoyu's identity, as he starts squeezing his face, making him confused. And we learn that Gong is actually blind, and recognizes people by touch. After confirming his identity, Gong decides to just leave, but he hopes to meet Xiaoyu again. Later that night, Xiaoyu gets interrogated by Lin Fei about how he knows Gong. And we see that many years ago, Gong was lost and alone. He is approached by a shady guy, but Xiaoyu appears and beats up the man. He offers to help him get home, but since he is blind, Xiaoyu carries him home, and Gong is grateful to him. But Xiaoyu was actually just completing a quest. We meet Uncle Chen, the acting leader of the sect. Their master went into seclusion for 10 years, so he is managing the sect in the meantime, but he has a very short temper. Chen receives a report that the sect is in debt, which makes him angry, and Xiaoyu tries to sneak away, but he gets caught, and Chen orders for him to be kicked out. But 2 days later, he wonders where Xiaoyu is, and the others remind him he kicked him out, but he says he doesn't remember, so he orders everyone to call him back. Chen is revealed to be the father of Mei, but he pretends to be her brother while around the other disciples. She asks him for a new magic weapon, but he knows that their budget is tight, so he is careful about what they spend money on, but he has a soft spot for his daughter. The disciples train for a tournament, but Xiaoyu slacks off, and Lin Fei gets mad at him, thinking he will embarrass their group. But Xiaoyu is not bothered, saying it's fine to lose as an NPC. Chen tells them that the winner of the tournament will win a rare scroll, and Xiaoyu thinks if he can help Lin Fei to win it, he may protect him in the future. They get matched up to fight, and Xiaoyu wants to give up, but Lin Fei insists on fighting. Xiaoyu tries to fight seriously, but he is easily defeated. Chen reprimands him, asking how a level 9 cultivator lost to someone who is only at level 7. But Xiaoyu explains that Lin Fei's heavenly roots are the strongest, so his progress is equivalent to a level 9 cultivator. Mei is worried about his injuries, but he gets nervous as he sees Lin Fei getting angry. Chen congratulates Lin Fei for winning, and reminds him not to follow in Xiaoyu's footsteps. Later that evening, Xiaoyu wonders why he isn't the protagonist of the story, even though he was reincarnated. He recalls his first encounter with Lin Fei, thinking he made a good first impression, but now their relationship has deteriorated, so he is going to become cannon fodder. Xiaoyu cries, as he imagines himself suffering an early death, but he is still determined to survive no matter what. One day, Chen summons the disciples, telling them that Mei left for the outside world, but still hasn't returned after 2 days, so he orders them to find her. Xiaoyu imagines that if he is the one that rescues Mei, Lin Fei would resent him, and train to become so strong, until he eventually comes back to destroy him. But if he lets Lin Fei save her, they will get together, and his life would be spared, so he decides to follow this plan. They start looking for Mei, and they eventually find her screaming for help. A mysterious creature appears, and Xiaoyu tells Lin Fei to go ahead and save Mei. Lin Fei thinks he has a plan, but Xiaoyu is ready to cheer for him from behind. Lin Fei attacks the creature, but it manages to evade all of his attacks. The creature attacks using its energy, but Zhao uses an ability that makes the attack disappear. The creature tries to attack Zhao, but Lin Fei deflects the attack. Xiaoyu cheers him on, thinking that his chance of surviving will increase if Lin Fei saves Mei. Lin Fei enchants his sword, and launches a thrust that allows him to defeat the creature, but as the creature disappears, Mei suddenly falls. Lin Fei tries to catch her, but he misses, and Xiaoyu panics, thinking he is going to die. Mei gets up, and she starts thanking him for saving her, causing Lin Fei to get upset. As Lin Fei walks away, Xiaoyu knows that he is screwed. During training, Xiaoyu gets chased around by Lin Fei, but Zhao tells them there is a package they need to pick up. They go to the post office, and find a very suspicious-looking package. They argue over who should hold it, but Xiaoyu ends up being forced to take it. As they make their way back, he becomes paranoid that he is going to get hunted down by assassins. He gets scared by everything, and wants to give the box to Lin Fei, thinking the box is a death flag, and only the protagonist can hold onto it, but Lin Fei refuses, saying that there are no assassins around. But at that moment, some men appear, demanding that they hand over the package. While Lin Fei is holding onto the box, Xiaoyu uses a talisman, which instantly sends him flying away. The men chase after him, and Zhao worries for Lin Fei, but Xiaoyu tells him not to worry, since he is the protagonist. Lin Fei gets chased around, while the two just enjoy themselves. After 3 days, Lin Fei still hasn't returned, and Zhao becomes worried again, but Xiaoyu assures him that he will be okay. Lin Fei suddenly returns, and he is furious, so he chases after Xiaoyu, trying to end him, but Xiaoyu hides behind Zhao, who tells them that Chen is looking for them. They go to Chen, and he informs them that the box they brought back was empty. He thinks someone stole the contents, and wonders who carried the box. As Lin Fei is about to tell him the truth, Xiaoyu stops him, and takes the blame. As a result, he gets expelled from the sect, but he is surprisingly happy. As he leaves, the others see him off, and he tells Lin Fei to look after their juniors, because they'll be counting on him. He is the most upset about leaving Zhao, worrying for his safety, because he is the only NPC left, who will likely be used to awaken the protagonist's potential. Although he is sad to leave the sect, Xiaoyu reveals that he took the blame to leave his role as an NPC, and also stay on Lin Fei's good side. He's now happy, because he no longer has to worry about suffering an early death. Suddenly, 3 men appear before him, informing him that Chen wants to destroy his spiritual root so that he will not be a threat to the sect in the future. Xiaoyu is glad they are not after his life, and casually destroys his spiritual root himself. The men are shocked to see this, and Xiaoyu asks if he can leave. But their leader says that his family is powerful, so he is still a threat to them. Xiaoyu instantly writes a letter that severs his ties with his family, and the men cry thinking he has amazing resolve, so they just let him go. He starts working as a waiter in a small restaurant, and he enjoys his new role. After work, his boss compliments him on his performance, and Xiaoyu celebrates finally escaping his role as a cannon fodder NPC. However, Lin Fei suddenly appears before him. Xiaoyu is shocked to see him, and Lin Fei chases him around. But he tells him that the people at the sect want him back. Xiaoyu doesn't want to go back, saying that he is a bad disciple, but Lin Fei throws his sword and knocks him out. When he wakes up, he panics because they are flying in mid-air. Lin Fei asks him about his relationship with Mei, but Xiaoyu says there is nothing going on. He orders Lin Fei to let him down, so Lin Fei drops him to the ground. Xiaoyu finds himself in a strange place, and Lin Fei asks him if he knows where they are, but Xiaoyu doesn't recognize it. Lin Fei starts walking towards a cliff edge, and Xiaoyu thinks he wants to jump, so he tries to stop him, promising he has no relationship with Mei. Lin Fei reveals he was also reincarnated, but he is reliving his life, and Xiaoyu was the one who killed him. In a flashback, we see Xiaoyu, as he has just defeated Lin Fei. Lin Fei promises to get his revenge on Xiaoyu in the afterlife, revealing that he was the leader of the 3 demonic realms. Back in the present, Lin Fei states that instead of the afterlife, he was given a second chance, and he doesn't blame Xiaoyu since he doesn't remember anything. Lin Fei calls Xiaoyu the protagonist as he pushes him off the cliff. As Xiaoyu falls, he realizes that Lin Fei is actually the final boss, but he becomes excited learning that he is actually the protagonist. Xiaoyu somehow survives without any injuries, so he starts to think that maybe he is the protagonist, but he wonders why he still hasn't met his female counterpart. At that moment, he is greeted by a girl who runs off to show him something. He thinks that if he was the protagonist he would find a secret cultivation manual, but he has no luck, so he thinks he couldn't be the protagonist. However, the girl suddenly returns with a bunch of cultivation books, telling him to pick one because he has great potential for cultivation, introducing herself as Yuna, the second daughter of the Devil King, and invites him to learn the devil cultivation with her, but Xiaoyu refuses to do it. Back at the sect, Lin Fei reports that Xiaoyu isn't coming back, but Chen decides to keep Xiaoyu's position open. Lin Fei recalls meeting Yuna during his past life, and it is revealed that he accepted her invitation to learn the devil cultivation. Mei hears about his report, and she wants to meet Xiaoyu again, but Lin Fei tells her that Xiaoyu wanted to be alone for a while, so he promises to take her to see him in the future. Xiaoyu tries to escape, but he can't, so he is stuck with Yuna. She reveals that she is 82 years old, and that she's been trapped there since she was 7 because there is a wind barrier that stops her from leaving. Because of this, she still has the mental capacity of a 7-year-old. She explains that the cultivation manuals were left behind by the other people that also fell down into the canyon, calling them her masters. Xiaoyu wants to know about her cultivation stage, and she reveals she is stuck in the heavenly stage. Xiaoyu is shocked at how strong she is, and she thinks she can level up with a dual cultivation technique, now that Xiaoyu arrived. She has her way with Xiaoyu, but thankfully she thinks like a 7-year-old, so she doesn't know what dual cultivation actually means. The next day, Xiaoyu threatens to end his own life if Yuna pushes him to learn the devil cultivation, but Yuna claims that if he learns it, they will be able to break the wind barrier together and escape. However, Xiaoyu still refuses, saying they can just stay there, as he starts eating one of the fruits. Yuna tells him that the fruit is highly nutritious, and for a guy like him, he will die from too much energy, so Xiaoyu begs her to save him, but devil cultivation seems to be the only way. Yuna finds it strange that he has no spiritual root, but he mentions how he had to destroy it. However, Yuna is able to give him a heavenly spirit root, calling forth a phoenix spirit that forcefully enters his body. Xiaoyu complains that he almost died, but Yuna assures him that the root is from an ancient fire essence and is extremely powerful. His clothes are all burnt, so Yuna gives him some fireproof clothing, because his powers are still unstable. He wonders if she has any clothes for men, but she has no reason to have any. They proceed with their training, and after a year, Yuna thinks that they are ready to break the barrier. Lin Fei and Mei wait for him at the cliff, and Mei doubt Xiaoyu will actually appear. But Lin Fei knows that in his past life, this was the day he emerged from the canyon with Yuna. But after a month, Xiaoyu still hasn't appeared, and Mei suggests going back to the sect, but Lin Fei refuses to return. We see that Yuna was ready to break the barrier, but Xiaoyu insisted on waiting an extra month, hoping to avoid Lin Fei. But when they finally escape, Xiaoyu sees Lin Fei, and he wonders why he's still there. He thinks he's going to die, so he tries to talk his way out, but he suddenly slips, and Lin Fei remembers their encounter in the past, and he thinks about how different Xiaoyu was back then. Lin Fei warns Mei that Xiaoyu is doing devil cultivation, but she goes to him anyways, and she starts chasing him around. Lin Fei prepares to finish him off, but he just runs away, and Lin Fei chases after him. Yuna wonders why Xiaoyu is running, offering to take care of his pursuers, but Xiaoyu tells her to leave Lin Fei alone, because he's the protagonist, so he's invincible. The sky suddenly darkens, and Yuna recognizes it as the cloud of suffering, seeing it as an opportunity to break through to the next level. She thanks Xiaoyu, saying that the dual cultivation must have helped a lot. But Mei and Lin Fei hear this, so they think that Xiaoyu did it with Yuna. Lin Fei charges at Xiaoyu, but he gets interrupted by a lightning strike. The lightning threatens everyone in the area, so Xiaoyu asks Yuna to help save Mei. Lin Fei closes in on Xiaoyu, but lightning is about to hit him, so Xiaoyu pushes him out of the way, and gets hit by the lightning. Lin Fei tries to wake him up, not wanting to see his end like this, but he doesn't respond. Xiaoyu suddenly regains consciousness, and he seems to have regained the memories from his past life, asking Lin Fei why he is still alive, but lightning strikes him again, and he's back to his usual self. He explains that he didn't do it with Yuna, and that they misinterpreted her statement. Lin Fei doesn't appear to care, as he starts looking for Mei. Xiaoyu tells him that Mei is safe with Yuna, but Lin Fei explains that Yuna is the center of the lightning storm, so Mei is in danger. They go after her, and Lin Fei asks Xiaoyu if he has a plan. Xiaoyu has no plan, but he just wants to help Mei because he's worried. Lin Fei thinks he will die without a plan, so he decides to kill Xiaoyu himself, summoning 3 swords and launching them at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu falls off his board and plummets down, crashing into a building. When the dust clears, he seems to have run into Gong. Gong is glad to see him again, but Lin Fei follows Xiaoyu into the building, ordering Xiaoyu to go with him. Gong doesn't like his tone, so he wants to teach him a lesson. As they prepare to fight, Xiaoyu is confused about which of them is the real protagonist. He sees innocent bystanders, so he stops the fight, saying that they might hurt other people. They go to find another place to fight, and Lin Fei thinks about taking Gong out. At that moment, Xiaoyu checks up on him, and he calls him annoying, because every time he is trying to kill him, Xiaoyu becomes so caring. Lin Fei gets fed up with him, and decides to go back to the sect, saying that Mei is going to be fine with Yuna. Gong reveals that when the first devil cultivator appeared, he brought suffering to everyone, so the other sects had to unite to take down the Devil King, restoring peace to the land. Xiaoyu wonders why Gong is telling him about this, when Gong suddenly asks him if he is hiding something from him. He reveals that he can move freely despite being blind, because he has trained to sense the chi of everyone around him, stating that the chi in Xiaoyu's body is being reversed, so he knows that Xiaoyu has become a devil cultivator. Xiaoyu panics, and Gong tells him that devil cultivators are supposed to be taken into custody, but decides not to take him in, because he knows that Xiaoyu is still a good person. Xiaoyu complains about his outfit, saying that it is too revealing, but he can't change it because he needs fireproof clothing, so Gong gives him a fireproof cloak to cover up. Yuna suddenly arrives, and Xiaoyu introduces her as his master, but Gong tells him that he doesn't trust other devil cultivators, even claiming that he is no match for Yuna if they fought, so he walks away. Yuna reveals she was able to break through to the celestial stage, but as she starts celebrating, Xiaoyu notices that Mei is not with her. He asks about her, and Yuna says that she passed out along the way, so she put her in the storage world. Xiaoyu panics hearing this, but Yuna says that's where she put all her dead masters. She releases Mei, but she still hasn't recovered from her trip. We meet Han, Gong's senior brother. He talks to a woman named Lulu, and we learn that she has a peculiar condition where the opposite of anything she says will come true. Lulu says that Gong has been out for over a year, and Han thinks he went out to look for Xiaoyu. Lulu thinks it's not so easy to find a single person, saying he wouldn't just fall out of the sky, but that's exactly what happened. She predicts that it will take a while for Gong to come back. But Gong suddenly returns, and Han leaves with him, thanking Lulu for her prediction. The next day, Gong tells Han he is headed off again, because he failed to find a certain box. As he leaves, Han thinks the box should already be open, and it is revealed to be the suspicious box that was delivered to Chen. Lin Fei goes to Chen, and he reports that Mei has been taken away because they came across a heavenly stage devil and that Xiaoyu had become a devil cultivator. He suggests uniting the other sects for a devil elimination assembly, but Chen just tells him off as he reprimands him for not protecting Mei. He orders Lin Fei to bring Mei back, shutting his door without saying anything about the devil. Meanwhile, in the demonic sect, we meet the Master Molly, who is close to reaching the heavenly stage, and she wants to go to war with the other sects. Yuna suddenly appears, and the disciples become confused, because she looks almost identical to their master. We learn that they are sisters, and Molly wonders if she's back for revenge, as she reveals that she pushed her off the cliff, because only one of them is allowed to survive. Yuna was always more talented than her, but she boasts about being close to the heavenly stage, thinking that she is now superior to her sister. Molly charges at Yuna, but she fails to land any attacks, so she charges up her ultimate skill, but Yuna continues to dodge her attacks. Molly thinks that she has the upper hand, but Yuna sends her flying with just a flick of her finger, surprising everyone. They realize that Yuna is extremely powerful, so they start following her, and she announces that Xiaoyu is their new senior brother, and declares that they will start living in harmony with the other sects. That evening, Lin Fei thinks about why Chen ignored his warning about Yuna, when suddenly, Chen comes to his senses, ordering him to inform all the other clans to form a devil elimination assembly. We meet Mumu, the newest disciple of the devil sect, and Xiaoyu shows him around. He actually helps people, which confuses Mumu, because he was expecting devils to be evil, but Xiaoyu insists on not causing trouble to stay alive. Lin Fei gets upset, because the other clans don't seem to care about hunting Yuna, and he wonders why things are going differently to the past, and he hears a voice that blames Xiaoyu for everything. Xiaoyu seems quite popular with all the other disciples, and Mei has finally recovered. Xiaoyu reminds them of their new philosophy of doing good, and the disciples are happy to be good people, but Mumu thinks it's odd behavior for the devil sect. As he thinks about doing evil, he encounters a shady figure that offers to teach him how to become a real devil. Xiaoyu is happy that things are going well, and he sees Mumu sneaking around. He orders him to go back to his room because it's getting late, but as he opens the door to his room, he sees Lin Fei, who pulls him inside. He nervously sits with Lin Fei, as they discuss how Lin Fei's current storyline is different from that of his past life, so he's trying to set things straight. Lin Fei reveals that it's his birthday, so Xiaoyu must drink with him like he did during his past life, threatening to end him if he doesn't. Xiaoyu starts drinking, but after a few hours, he still doesn't get drunk, and Lin Fei thinks something is wrong. Xiaoyu points out that he still hasn't taken a sip, and he might need to drink to follow the storyline. Lin Fei agrees, thinking that he should take a sip, but after consuming one cup, he immediately passes out. In a flashback, we see Xiaoyu drinking with Lin Fei. Lin Fei wonders how Xiaoyu was able to enter, since the sect was protected by barriers, and Xiaoyu reveals that he broke through just to celebrate his birthday with him. Xiaoyu tells him that he will find the person who destroyed Lin Fei's spiritual root, promising not to kill him as long as he remains to be a good person. But after some time, when Lin Fei took down some villains and claims to be good, he gets attacked by the other sects, thinking he is evil. When Xiaoyu sees him, even he isn't convinced that Lin Fei is still a good person, so he walks away. Yuna arrives to save him, and Lin Fei realizes that she is the only one who saw him as his family during his past life. When Lin Fei wakes up, he suddenly starts crying as he blames Xiaoyu for everything that happened to him in the past. He notices Xiaoyu's cloak, and Xiaoyu mentions it was a gift from Gong, but Lin Fei demands he take it off, because he didn't get it during his past life. At that moment, Yuna enters his room, where she sees the two of them in bed. She has no idea what's happening, and Xiaoyu wants to help Lin Fei return to his sect because he's already drunk, but Yuna also gets drunk instead of helping. Lin Fei suddenly grabs onto Yuna, calling her his master, and she takes a liking to him. The next day, Lin Fei wakes up wearing Xiaoyu's clothes, and he learns that they have exchanged outfits. Gong suddenly arrives, hugging Lin Fei as he calls him Xiaoyu, but he immediately realizes that he isn't Xiaoyu. Lin Fei wonders how Gong was able to get into the sect, and recalls his past life, that it was Gong that pushed Xiaoyu to kill him in the past. Xiaoyu suddenly catches on fire because of his unstable spirit root. Gong tells Lin Fei to return Xiaoyu's clothes, but he refuses since Xiaoyu burnt up his outfit. Gong insists, and Lin Fei ends up wearing Gong's extra suit as he leaves. Xiaoyu wonders why Gong is there, and he happens to have gotten lost again, but he sensed Xiaoyu's chi and followed it there. Xiao Yu tells him it's dangerous for him to stay, but Gong wants to stay with him a little longer. He wants Xiao Yu to go back to the Carefree sect, but Xiao Yu says he doesn't want to leave Yuna, saying that she is good and still just a kid, so he doesn't want to leave her. Gong warns him that the other sects will want to destroy the Devil sect no matter what, even if they are good, so he worries for Xiao Yu. But Yuna suddenly wakes up, charging at Gong and stabbing him. She had misheard him talking about eliminating her sect, and she remembered the words of her sister about how the other clans want to destroy them. Xiao Yu explains that Gong is his friend, and Yuna starts crying, but Gong tells her that it's not her fault. Gong starts losing his breath, so Xiao Yu looks for a doctor, but Yuna doesn't even know what a doctor is. Xiao Yu sees a talisman on Gong, and he comes up with an idea. Meanwhile, we see Lulu with Han as they discuss the Devil Elimination Assembly. Han reveals that he refused the invitation because he thinks it's a waste of time. Suddenly, a bright light grabs their attention, and they see Gong lying on the ground. Han thinks that he was attacked by a high-level devil, so he wants to form the Devil Elimination Assembly. When Shen learns about this, he gets upset, because their invitation was refused just a few days ago, so he thinks that Han just wants to be in the limelight himself. He sees Lin Fei wearing Gong's uniform, and Shen gets mad at him, calling him a traitor. As Han is taking care of Gong, a disciple informs him that they have guests, so he leaves to take care of them. Gong is worried about the demonic sect, because he knows that Han is preparing the Devil Elimination Assembly. He notices that someone is leaving sesame cakes at his window, and he sees Yuna, who tells him that she's sorry. Xiao Yu ponders about the two protagonists, Lin Fei and Gong, thinking he is doomed because he doesn't have a good relationship with either of them. At that moment, a strange lady named Sutian appears, and she introduces herself as the emissary of heaven, so she has the powers to go anywhere she is needed. Xiao Yu thinks she could be another protagonist, but Sutian suddenly clings to him, calling him the protagonist and begging for his help. Xiao Yu wonders how she knows the word protagonist. He tests her by singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and she also knows all the words, so he knows she was reincarnated just like him, and they instantly become friends. At the demonic sect, Yuna receives a mysterious letter, telling her to go to the Hall of the Devil King, promising her some sesame cakes, but we see Mumu, who watches her from behind. When she gets to the hall, she sees a number of bodies on the floor. They suddenly start moving, and they try to attack her, but she instantly blows them away. A shady figure calls out to her, thinking she is stronger than expected, but Yuna only cares about getting some sesame cakes. The shady figure claims that he was just testing her, as he snaps his finger, causing sesame cakes to appear. Yuna is overjoyed to see them, but thinks he must be up to something. But he tells her that she can have all of them, but she needs to take on a certain title. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu wonders why Sutian called him the protagonist, and she reveals that she has a system that allows her to see the protagonist and the storyline that they're in. Sutian informs him that Xiao Yu is the protagonist in 2 novels, but one of them is not popular among readers, because the plot is too boring. But Sutian says that both novels are very similar, so it's unclear which novel he is the protagonist of, so he still has a chance to appeal to the audience. Xiao Yu wonders how he can use the system to help himself, but Sutian claims that she is just the messenger, and the system is used by heaven to command her to do their bidding. She reveals that her role is just to guide worlds to the right endings, so she can earn points to eventually return to her own world. Sutian tells Xiao Yu he can only return to his world after the ending of the story, and this makes Xiao Yu depressed, because things don't end well for him. Sutian states that he can't tell anyone that he is from another world, because if he does, heaven will find a way to stop him. Xiao Yu doesn't believe her, so he tries to tell everyone that he isn't from that world, but before he can finish his statement, he gets struck by lightning. She tells him not to do it again, telling Xiao Yu to get up, but Xiao Yu starts acting weird, addressing her as his lover, and he has no idea what's going on. He grabs onto her, and Sutian becomes flustered. She reminds him that they are from another world, and they both get struck by lightning. Xiao Yu returns to his usual self, and Sutian warns him that he is not following the story that was set by heaven, since he was supposed to be the one to set up the Devil Elimination Assembly. Xiao Yu learns that Gong's injuries led to the assembly, and the target is the new Devil King. He thinks about who could be the new Devil King, when Yuna suddenly appears telling him that she has now assumed that title, causing Xiao Yu to worry for her and want to find a way to save her. We see Han on a flying ship, headed to the assembly. He checks up on Gong, who still hasn't fully recovered, but he joined them because he was worried for the other disciples. There is a commotion outside. and the disciples reveal there is an intruder on their ship. As Han leaves to find the intruder, Gong finds Xiaoyu hiding under his blanket. Xiaoyu claims that he used a magic weapon that made him move fast, but this was the only place he could find to hide. Gong locks the door, and he asks Xiaoyu what he's doing there. Meanwhile, the disciples are still searching for him, but they can't find him, and Han calls them trash. He uses his inner vision, allowing him to sense the chi of everyone on the ship, and after looking around, he realizes that there is someone in the room with Gong. Xiaoyu asks Gong if he can help stop the Devil Elimination Assembly, but suddenly, Han knocks at the door, asking Gong if he is okay. He tries to hide Xiaoyu, but Han knows that he is there, so he warns Xiaoyu to stay away from Gong. Gong explains that Xiaoyu is not a bad person, and that he is his friend, but Han is convinced that all devils are evil, even calling him a coward for hiding. Gong tells him to stop, saying that he should not say anything bad about his friend. So Han decides to let him go, warning Xiaoyu that he will go after him if he hurts Gong. As Han leaves, Gong's body gets weaker, because he was protecting Xiaoyu from Han's aura. They continue their discussion, and Gong tells him that Han is the only person who can stop the assembly, so Xiaoyu wants to talk to him, but it's too dangerous since Han really wants to destroy the devil that injured Gong. Xiaoyu informs him that Yuna is now the Devil King, so he is worried about her. He thinks that Han would listen to Gong since he really cares about him, so Xiaoyu asks Gong to bring him to the assembly, where he can act as a hostage. Gong thinks that he could die, but Xiaoyu trusts Gong with his life, and is convinced that he will not die so easily because he is the protagonist. At the assembly, we see Lin Fei and Zhao walking through the crowd. They come across some disciples that mock them, because the Carefree sect used to be the strongest, but now Xiaoyu left the sect to become a devil, and laughing at their sect for only sending 2 disciples. Lin Fei throws water on them, threatening to end them, so the disciples charge at him, but they are stopped by a girl, who introduces herself as Quen, the second disciple of the Cloud sect. The disciples have never heard of her, which makes her annoyed, and the disciples charge at her, but she easily dodges their attacks, before using her robe to throw them away. The people gather to watch their fight, and the disciples try to attack her again, but they are suddenly restrained, and Han makes his entrance, telling the disciples that Quen could easily destroy them. Everyone recognizes Han, and we learn that he is actually a genius who is already in the heavenly stage, but he's known as a playboy. He intends on personally handling the demonic sect, and all the other disciples agree to follow his plan. Lin Fei wonders why Han is the leader of the assembly, because in his past life, Xiaoyu was the leader, so he should have been the replacement. Han suddenly approaches him, thinking he is a girl, and inviting him for dinner. Lin Fei gets furious, saying he is not a girl, and tries to attack Han, but he misses. Han tells him that if he can touch him, he can become the leader of the assembly, but Lin Fei can't seem to land a hit on him. Lin Fei wonders if Xiaoyu beat Han to become the leader in his past life, while Han wonders if he is even serious, telling him to try his best with his next move. Lin Fei activates his Aqua Sword skill, impressing everyone because he is only at the fortification stage. He charges at Han as he launches water projectiles, but Han easily evades them, and he wonders if that's all Lin Fei can do. But Lin Fei transforms his projectiles, preventing Han from escaping as he attacks him with a combo of slashes, causing an explosion. Everyone is shocked that Lin Fei was able to land a hit when Han is at the heavenly stage. But Han suddenly appears behind Lin Fei, calling him slow, as he summons his vines that push Lin Fei back. Lin Fei thinks he could die if the skill hits him, so he wonders if Han is trying to kill him. He ends up getting hit, and Han uses his vines to restrain him. Han can tell that Lin Fei is hiding his true power, so he attempts to force him to reveal it, but lightning strikes, and Lin Fei is saved by Gong. Han wonders why he's there, because he's supposed to be resting, but Gong claims that he's just out getting some fresh air, and he asks Han to leave Lin Fei to him, and Gong carries him away to his room, where Xiaoyu is waiting. Lin Fei gets upset, because Xiaoyu isn't following the storyline, but Gong suddenly throws him to the ground as he loses strength. Gong reveals that Xiaoyu asked him to save Lin Fei, and Xiaoyu claims that he wants to make peace among all sects, but Lin Fei thinks that devils won't be able to make peace. Gong promises to protect Xiaoyu, but Lin Fei points out that he is in no condition to do so. He challenges Gong to a fight, wanting to see if he can protect Xiaoyu, because given his current condition, he won't be able to stop the assembly, and Xiaoyu is going to die. But Xiaoyu tells him that he wants to save Yuna, and that he is no longer afraid of dying, because he says he is the protagonist, and Lin Fei is surprised, seeing how much Xiaoyu has changed. He tells Xiaoyu not to leave the room, thinking about how things went in his previous life, but Xiaoyu refuses, saying that he needs to save Yuna. But Lin Fei stabs him from behind. Xiaoyu falls to the ground, but Lin Fei knows it's not enough to kill him. He claims that he only did it to force Xiaoyu to listen, and he tells Gong to give Xiaoyu an elixir of vigor. Xiaoyu refuses it, saying that it is a precious item, but Lin Fei insists that he take it, revealing that it can bring people back to life, so he might need it later on. Xiaoyu worries about Yuna and Mei, but Lin Fei assures him that he'll take care of them. Meanwhile, Zhao is surrounded by disciples from the largest sect, who are treating him like a kid. But Lin Fei returns, and he sees the disciples, remembering how those disciples harmed him in his past life, so he tells Zhao to stay away from them. At that moment, Su Tian arrives, telling everyone that destiny is unstoppable, and this grabs Lin Fei's attention. Xiaoyu is still in the room, as he refuses to use the elixir, when suddenly, he sees Mumu running outside with 2 cloaked men, so he decides to chase after them. Han gives Su Tian some flowers, asking her to spend the night with him. Everyone is shocked by his behavior, but Lin Fei decides to leave, as he finds Han's behavior shameful. Lin Fei looks for Xiaoyu in the room, but he isn't there. He thinks about how Xiaoyu never listens to him no matter what, and a voice tells him to destroy Xiaoyu. Mumu arrives at his destination, thinking that he will finally become a real devil. We learn that he is after Su Tian, but the 2 cloaked men suddenly launch an attack, causing a huge explosion that grabs everyone's attention. Mumu asks his companions about the plan to take Su Tian, but they disappear, and Xiaoyu catches up to him, reprimanding him for attacking the assembly. Mumu tells Xiaoyu that he did it to become a real devil, but they get attacked by the other disciples, so Xiaoyu uses his artifact, allowing them to escape with haste. The disciples lose sight of them, but they eventually run into Han and Quen. Quen wants to stop him, but Han points out that Xiaoyu is using a magic artifact, so she won't be able to stop him even if she tries. Xiaoyu promises to explain the situation, as he disappears before their eyes. Han states that they have crossed the line, so he is now determined to attack the Devil Sect. They set up camp, and Quen finds the situation weird, because they discovered the location of the Devil Sect, around the same time they were attacked. Han visits the nearby town, and he notices that everyone looks so happy, despite being surrounded by devils, so he thinks that it must be a trap. Back at the Devil Sect, Xiaoyu locks Mumu in a room, telling him to think about what he's done. Xiaoyu knows that the location of their sect has been exposed, so he decides to look for his master. He sees Yuna with Mei, and he suggests hiding the disciples as he tells them about the situation. Meanwhile, Gong persistently follows Lin Fei around, which makes him annoyed, telling Gong that he won't run. But Gong promised Han to keep an eye on him, since Han finds him suspicious since he is connected to Xiaoyu. That evening, Han walks around the town, and Xiaoyu appears before him. He notices that Xiaoyu is still at the fortification stage, so he wonders how he became the eldest brother of his sect. Xiaoyu claims that he is just there to talk about the situation, but Han doesn't appear to be interested. He uses his skill to form a throne made of vines, and he proceeds to attack Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Yuna and the other disciples are hiding in a cave. The ground starts shaking, and they realize a fight is going on, but Xiaoyu gave them the order to just wait it out. Back in the camp, Gong reveals that he has an agreement with Xiaoyu, but he refuses to tell Lin Fei about it, so he gets upset thinking that Xiaoyu is up to something. At that moment, the ground shakes, and they see an explosion in the town, so Lin Fei and Gong rush there, thinking that something happened to Xiaoyu. But Qing uses her blinding speed to stop them, saying that they can't leave the camp without her permission. Lin Fei tries to fight her with his aqua sword skill, but she just kicks him away. A disciple suddenly attacks her from behind, challenging Quen to a fight, but she immediately gets knocked down by a combo. The other disciples refuse to listen to her, but she shows them Han's token, and Lin Fei realizes that Xiaoyu must have used that token to lead the assembly in his past life. Quen tells everyone that Han doesn't want people to leave the camp, because they have a traitor who is leaking information about the assembly. So she orders everyone to report any suspicious people who are connected to devils, and everyone starts pointing their fingers at Lin Fei. He hears a voice in his head, telling him that the people in the camp don't deserve to live, and he becomes filled with killing intent. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu remains unharmed, and he claims that the Devil King is not in the town. But Han thinks he is lying, so he attacks again, but Xiaoyu manages to evade all of his attacks. Han suddenly stops attacking, saying that he remembers Xiaoyu as the child who failed over 10 years ago. Xiaoyu is confused by what he is saying, but Han reveals they are actually part of the same family. Since Xiaoyu was reincarnated at the Carefree sect, he knew nothing about his family. He points out how he already severed all ties with his family, but Han says that only the head of the family can decide that, revealing that he is the head of the family, and Xiaoyu is terrified. He knows he is at a disadvantage, since Han is already at the heavenly stage. He relies on the magical artifact to dodge the attacks, but eventually gets caught and restrained by Han's vines. Han asks him how he led Gong astray, claiming that the devils have long coveted him, since he possesses the lightning spirit root, so he attacks, wanting to kill Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu somehow manages to escape. Han wonders why Xiaoyu is not fighting back, asking him what kind of weapon he uses to fight. He continues to attack Xiaoyu with his vines, causing Xiaoyu to fall to the ground and lose consciousness. Han approaches him, telling Xiaoyu not to disappoint him, because he was expecting the fight to last longer. Xiaoyu regains consciousness, and he pulls out a talisman, telling Han that he doesn't use swords. In a flashback, we see Xiaoyu writing on a talisman, as Chen orders him to practice. But Xiaoyu claims that he just thought of a new trick, so he writes it down. Chen realizes that Xiaoyu has a talent for it, but tells him that the Carefree sect can't help him with spell cultivation. Xiaoyu claims that he just makes talismans for fun, wanting to learn more about spell cultivation, but Chen thinks that Xiaoyu is trying to come up with an excuse to stop training. Back in the present, Han attacks with his vines, but Xiaoyu creates a shield to protect himself. Han realizes that Xiaoyu uses spell cultivation, but he wonders how Xiaoyu will be able to survive without fighting back. Xiaoyu claims that he just wants to talk, because there has been a misunderstanding between them. However, Han doesn't appear to be interested, saying that he wants to know what kind of person Xiaoyu is, since he used to be one of them, but now he joined the devil sect. So he thinks that Xiaoyu must be up to something, but Xiaoyu says that he only wants peace. Han starts walking towards Xiaoyu, exuding his aura, which pushes Xiaoyu back. In the cave, the disciples begin to struggle, and Yuna realizes that Xiaoyu is in danger, so she runs off to find him. Xiaoyu continues to struggle against Han, who thinks Xiaoyu's shield is too weak. He admits that his shield is nothing to Han, making Han think that Xiaoyu has given up, but he still has one move up his sleeves. The surrounding area suddenly starts glowing, as Xiaoyu sets up a powerful barrier around them. The disciples in the camp see the barrier, and they immediately recognize it as a devil's skill, thinking that the devils are up to no good. Lin Fei thinks Xiaoyu set up the barrier because he's in danger, so he wants to go and save him. But Gong wants to go instead, so they begin to argue. Quinn suddenly attacks them, telling them that they can't leave, but Gong tells her to back off. Han is brought to his knees, and he asks Xiaoyu if he killed the people in the surrounding area, because he needs to either control or kill them in order to use this technique. Xiaoyu tries to explain, but Han calls him a liar. Han wonders why he's still alive, since the technique should be strong enough to kill him, but Xiaoyu reiterates that he just wants to talk. He thinks he is getting through to him, but Han calls him naive, as a vine appears behind him. The vine attacks, and Xiaoyu manages to block it just in time, but he wonders how Han was able to attack inside the barrier. Han moves, as Xiaoyu's control over him has weakened. Han calls him a genius, but says he lost because he didn't fight seriously. His friends make their way towards him, but Xiaoyu is impaled and killed by the vines. Xiaoyu falls to the ground, and Han thinks it's all over, but the villagers suddenly appear and mourn for Xiaoyu because he was always good to them. They get angry at Han for killing Xiaoyu, and they throw things at him to drive him away. Back in the camp, Quinn receives a message that Xiaoyu is dead, so Quinn thinks that they now have the advantage, because Xiaoyu was the only one who could use the devil barrier technique. Quinn sends a messenger bird to Han, and she uses it to communicate with him. She informs him that Gong and Lin Fei are on their way to the town, saying that she couldn't stop them. She had ordered all the disciples to stop them, but they combined their powers, as Gong used his lightning to strengthen Lin Fei's aqua sword skill, and they used it to force their way out of the camp. Quinn notices the villagers behind Han, wanting to know what's happening, but Han tells her it's none of her business. Lin Fei and Gong fly to the village, while Han wants to take Xiaoyu's body, but it has been covered by the crowd. He starts to think that the crowd is being controlled by the devil sect, so he thinks about how to pacify them. Gong suddenly arrives, and Han asks him how he came from the sky, and we see Lin Fei who dropped him down. Lin Fei leaves to look for Xiaoyu, and Gong apologizes for letting Lin Fei escape from the camp. He asks what happened at the town, and Han tells him that he killed Xiaoyu, which is a shock for him to hear. In the cave, Mei is worried about Xiaoyu, so she decides to go after him as well. We see Xiaoyu in a strange place, and he seems to have found his way into the system. A message appears stating that the hero is dead, and the system starts looking for another hero as his replacement. Xiaoyu thinks it's all over for him, but there is suddenly an error message that appears before him, and he wakes up in his room, where he sees Su Tian. He asks Su Tian if he's dead, but she just slaps him, telling him that he just did something dangerous, and that she'd lose a lot of points if he died. Su Tian reveals that she used her power to take his body, thinking that he has died, but he somehow started breathing again after the system error appeared. Gong reminds Han that Xiaoyu is his friend, but Han thinks that Gong could have been under Xiaoyu's spell, but Gong gets angry, almost hitting him with lightning and destroying the house behind him. Han notes that Gong purposely missed, and Gong apologizes for his outburst. He leaves to find Xiaoyu, because he is not convinced that he is already dead, and says that if he is dead, he will take care of Yuna in Xiaoyu's place. Han warns him that he will be branded as a traitor, but Gong claims it is the right thing to do, reminding Han that was a lesson he taught him. A disciple informs Han that the location of the Devil Sect has been confirmed, and that their forces should be able to take them out. The villagers continue to yell at him, so Han traps them with his skill, telling the disciple to keep watch while he goes to the Devil Sect on his own. While flying, Lin Fei hears the people in the camp shouting about Xiaoyu's death, but he refuses to believe it. He thinks about where Xiaoyu could be, so he remembers where he went during his past life. In a flashback, we see Lin Fei in the Devil Sect headquarters as Xiaoyu approaches him. He wants to have another drink with Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu refuses, saying he has killed people and injured Gong, pulling out his sword. Back in the present, Lin Fei flies to the headquarters, hoping to see Xiaoyu there. Xiaoyu tells Su Tian what happened, and Su Tian reminds him that he almost died, but Xiaoyu claims that the protagonist should never die. Su Tian becomes furious, because instead of following the plot, he chose to fight Han, who is revealed to be the only person capable of killing him. Xiaoyu wants to know the purpose of being a protagonist, and Su Tian reveals that it is to keep more people alive, so Xiaoyu thinks that his role is the anti-hero that may need to sacrifice some people to save the many. Su Tian tells him that changes have occurred in the world, so the story can now go in different directions, but he has to be the hero to make it happen. They suddenly notice a commotion, and Su Tian leaves to check it out, warning Xiaoyu to avoid confronting Han. Xiaoyu thinks about how powerful Han is, knowing he has no chance, but he is happy because hiding from him shouldn't be too difficult. But at that moment, vines suddenly appear, and Han enters the room. Xiaoyu immediately runs away, but Han uses his vines to restrain him. Xiaoyu thinks he's going to die, and he cries for help. Lin Fei arrives at the main hall, and he finds it odd because it is still so peaceful, while in his past life, this place was the center of the battle. Su Tian reveals herself, telling him to wait there, as the person he wants to see will soon meet him. She returns to Xiaoyu's room, but sees the vines. She uses the system to see what's going on, and we see Xiaoyu struggling to break out of the vines. Han wonders why he's still alive, so he starts searching him, wanting to know what secrets he is hiding. Su Tian uses the system to speak to Xiaoyu, telling him that she'll find a way to rescue him, so he should try not to provoke Han into killing him, but he accidentally stabs him with his ornament. Xiaoyu thinks he's going to die, but Han just returns the ornament to him. He continues to search Xiaoyu, and he finds the magic artifact he used to enhance his speed. Han thinks that Xiaoyu could have used it to revive himself, so he decides to keep it. Han unleashes his aura, and Xiaoyu falls to his knees. Xiaoyu wonders why he's being tortured, and Han says he doesn't deserve a quick death, asking Xiaoyu why he didn't use his demonic skills while he was being searched. Xiaoyu is powerless, but Su Tian informs him that Lin Fei is waiting for him at the main hall, and she will grant him power to help him escape. Xiaoyu suddenly recalls the artifact, and uses the power given to him by Su Tian. Han attempts to restrain Xiaoyu once again, claiming that ordinary fire can't destroy his vines, but Xiaoyu burns through them. Xiaoyu is able to defend himself against Han, burning the vines as they come, and he manages to escape from his room. Han wants to pursue him, but Su Tian gets in his way, telling him that he will have to kill her first. Yuna walks around the town looking for Xiaoyu, but she encounters Quen and the other disciples. They ask her who she is, and she introduces herself as the Devil King, so they start to attack her, but she easily evades them. Yuna remembers how Xiaoyu told her not to hurt others, so she leaves them alone, but they continue to pursue her, relentlessly attacking her with their skills. Xiaoyu reaches Lin Fei, who is happy to see him because he is still alive, but Lin Fei suddenly attacks him, wanting to kill him with his own hands. And we learn that Lin Fei's inner demon has taken control of his body. Xiaoyu evades his attacks, telling Lin Fei to come to his senses, but Lin Fei continues to attack him. Xiaoyu struggles since he already spent his energy running away from Han, and Lin Fei destroys a huge rock, obscuring Xiaoyu's vision while he charges at him. At that moment, Mei arrives, seeing Lin Fei as he charges at Xiaoyu, so she tries to stop him, but she ends up getting stabbed in the process. Lin Fei realizes what he has done, thinking that nothing has changed from his past life. Meanwhile, Quinn continues to chase Yuna, while a disciple asks her about her elder named Ren, claiming that Yuna would have been caught by now if he was with them. Quinn tells him that Ren was part of the assembly, but he left after telling her that they need to defend their rear. Back in the Carefree sect, we see Ren with Chen, as Ren suggests focusing on defense, but Chen tells him to go away, saying that they don't need his help. At that moment, he senses that something happened to Mei, so he wants to go to her, but Ren stops him, saying that someone needs to guard the sect. A disciple runs to them, informing them that demons have appeared, and the barrier is about to be destroyed. Chen can't stop thinking about his daughter, but Zhao appears, telling Chen that he can look for Mei while he guards the sect. In a flashback, we see a young Chen, as his parents leave the sect for a devil elimination mission. But while they were gone, the devils attack the sect, setting it on fire, as the disciples panic. Back in the present, Chen doesn't want to see it happen again, so he decides to stay at the sect, and Ren sends a bird to look for Mei. Lin Fei falls to his knees, and Xiaoyu pulls out the elixir of vigor. They give it to Mei, as Xiaoyu thinks that Lin Fei still hates him, because his inner demon is still clinging to the past. However, the elixir appears to have no effect on Mei, and Lin Fei starts to fear the worst, begging her to wake up. He is afraid that nothing can stop his destiny, where Mei and Yuna die, just like they did in his past life. He cries as he starts blaming Xiaoyu, claiming that things will only change if he dies. Xiaoyu tells him to go ahead. But Lin Fei realizes that Xiaoyu is not the same person that he was during his past life, so he resists his inner demon. He tells his inner demon to shut up, making it disappear, and he reveals that he wants to kill Xiaoyu, because it is the only way to escape the tragedies of the past. He prepares to strike down Xiaoyu, but he gets interrupted as the ceiling breaks, causing rocks to fall. Xiaoyu realizes that he can't die at the hands of Lin Fei, and he sees Gong, who is overjoyed to see him. Meanwhile, we see that Han's sect is under attack, and we see the shady figure as he prepares to invade the sect, removing his cloak, revealing that he is Zeke, the head of the sky-breaking sect. Gong reprimands Lin Fei for attacking Xiaoyu, but Lin Fei just tells him to save Mei, so he uses his heavenly eye to check her condition. At that moment, Yuna arrives, and she goes straight to Mei to check up on her. She learns that Lin Fei injured Mei, so she slaps him, and he starts crying as he apologizes. Mei's body suddenly gets wrapped in ice, and Gong states that Mei is different from most people, so the elixir doesn't work on her, and that he froze her body to stabilize her condition while they look for a doctor. Lin Fei notices that Yuna is injured, and Xiaoyu finds it strange that they could hurt her, even though she is in the celestial stage. They suddenly get attacked, as Quinn orders the disciples to destroy the Devil King. Meanwhile, we see Lulu having tea with a disciple, and they talk about the Carefree sect, talking about how it used to be strong, but they became weaker after it was attacked by the devils during the last devil elimination mission. Lulu says that they were targeted in the last mission because they were leading it, so she thinks that their sect could also be attacked, because they are now leading the mission, but she is confident they are safe because of their barrier, and we see Zeke who tries to break through with his magic, claiming that they stole his treasure. Yuna shields the group, saying that she will protect them, but Lin Fei despairs as he thinks that Yuna and Mei are destined to die. But Gong decides to go against destiny, saying that he doesn't believe in it. Meanwhile, Sutian and Han also talk about destiny. Han also doesn't believe in destiny, saying that he can get what he wants by going against it. He asks Sutian about the Chosen One, because during every important event, she is meant to choose a person, but he wonders why she never mentioned anything during this devil elimination assembly. He knows that Xiaoyu is the Chosen One, because she keeps appearing whenever something happens to him, and she realizes that she made a mistake, since Han isn't supposed to know that Xiaoyu is the Chosen One. Han uses his vines to restrain Sutian, but he decides not to kill her, because the world still needs a messenger. But he hopes to change destiny by holding her. Gong steps forward to confront Quinn, but Xiaoyu stops him, trying to explain that Yuna is not evil, but the disciples refuse to listen, thinking he's up to no good, so they attack him with their skills. However, Gong defends him, and he asks them why they won't hear Xiaoyu out. Yuna pulls out Gong's sword, thinking they are after her because she was the one who heard Gong, so she decides to suffer the same way, hoping to end the grudge. But Quinn orders the disciples to attack. Gong and Xiaoyu defend themselves, calling the disciples hypocrites for taking advantage of Yuna's injury. Quinn attacks Gong, reminding him how many people the Devil Sect killed in the past, and she manages to push him back. Gong retaliates, using his lightning, and he decides to fight seriously since Quinn won't listen to him. Quinn gets serious, and the other disciples help her fight against Gong. Gong tries to convince her that Xiaoyu and Yuna are not evil, but she refuses to believe him. Yuna asks Xiaoyu if they're fighting because of her, and she reminds Xiaoyu that he taught her not to fight unless she is attacked. But she tells Xiaoyu not to worry, as a bright light shines from her hand. She releases a ball of light, and it multiplies in midair, shocking everyone. The orbs radiate with energy, pushing Quinn and the other disciples away, as the orbs break, revealing some mysterious treasures. The disciples set up a barrier to defend themselves, while Quinn charges, exchanging blows with Gong and jumping toward Yuna. Xiaoyu defends her with a barrier, while Yuna attacks Quinn with flying swords, which she narrowly dodges. Quinn recognizes the swords as legendary weapons, and she feels a tremendous power that manages to break the other disciples' barrier, bringing them to their knees. Han can sense Yuna's aura, knowing that his allies are having a hard time against her, but he decides to let Quinn handle her, so she has to earn the fame that she's after. In a flashback, we see Quinn training with her father. She struggles to meet her family's expectations, because she is the heiress of the god of war. We learn that her parents were killed when their sect was attacked by demons, causing people to think that her sect was finished. So her whole life was about trying to prove to the world that she is a worthy successor to her sect. Back in the present, Quinn musters her willpower to get back up, impressing the other disciples who think that Yuna is about to kill her. But Yuna approaches her, promising not to kill anyone and wanting to make peace. Meanwhile, Zeke manages to destroy the barrier of Han's sect, making the disciples panic as they attempt to inform Han. Zeke is about to enter the sect, but Lulu appears before him, and she notices that Zeke is already at the celestial stage. However, she appears to be confident that she can defend the sect against him, since she is above him at the immortal stage. Zeke summons a cloud, preparing to fight her, as Sutian senses their battle, saying that it is destiny. Back in the Devil Sect, Quinn agrees to make peace, under the conditions that Yuna steps down as the Devil King, and that they hand over Xiaoyu, because she doesn't want to return empty-handed. Xiaoyu thinks that the real Devil King could harm Yuna if she steps down, so he suggests going against the first condition, but Yuna casually steps down as the Devil King, saying that she doesn't need the title. However, she refuses to hand Xiaoyu over, because he is her disciple. Quinn doesn't want to return empty-handed, so she strikes the ground with her fist, and the impact scatters Yuna's treasures. Seeing an opening, the disciples combine their powers, and use a technique that chains Yuna to the ground. They try to restrain Xiaoyu, but Gong protects him, saying that Xiaoyu isn't a demon. In a flashback, we see Xiaoyu when he first started learning devil cultivation. He tells Yuna that he can't become a demon, and Yuna doesn't want to force him. She wonders if he will go back to his sect when they escape, but he says he will stay with her since he has already accepted her as his master, which makes her happy. We learn that he was just pretending to be a demon to avoid trouble at the Devil Sect, and to play a trick on Lin Fei, but Gong and Han already know the truth, because of their heavenly eye technique. Sutian wonders why Han wants to kill Xiaoyu, even though he isn't a demon, but Han says that he doesn't trust Xiaoyu, even seeing him as a threat. Lin Fei is surprised to learn that Xiaoyu is not a demon, wondering how he escaped from the canyon, and we learn that Xiaoyu actually has more talent than Lin Fei, although he is always slacking off. Lin Fei gets angry, as his inner demon takes over, revealing that he wanted Xiaoyu to become a demon, so he can take him out. He thinks that Xiaoyu has taken everything from him, and we learn from Han that if it wasn't for Xiaoyu, Lin Fei would have been adopted into his family, and he would have been the senior brother of the Carefree sect. Han suddenly receives news that his sect is being attacked by Zeke, and he suddenly feels a disturbance, as Sutian tells him that he can't escape destiny. She breaks free from his vines, and a gate appears behind her. Han tries to follow her, but he is stopped by two mysterious girls. As she walks away, she tells Han to stop fighting Destiny and attend to his emergency, warning him that he will be crushed if he goes against Destiny again. Han decides to return to his sect, sending a messenger bird to Quinn to tell her that she can do as she sees fit. Zeke attacks one of Lulu's disciples, but she uses a shield to protect him. Zeke realizes that she uses spells, and that the barrier he destroyed was her work, making him think that she isn't that strong. Lulu starts flying, facing Zeke, as she calls forth 5 magical flags that are each surrounded by talismans. Zeke attacks with lightning, but Lulu blocks it with her barriers. He complements her defense, but he summons his dark puppets, ordering them to join his forces as they attack the sect. As the disciples fight down below, Lulu says that she won't fight back, but pulls out a token that can summon other immortals, claiming that Zeke won't be able to withstand a single attack from them. Zeke thinks she is bluffing, so he attacks with his lightning, but it has no effect on her, and she starts shining brightly as a pillar of light pierces the sky. Lin Fei's inner demon has completely taken control of his body, but he suddenly stops exuding his aura, and he wraps himself in ice. Xiaoyu breaks through the ice, telling Lin Fei not to give up, but he says that it's too late, because his demon core has already been formed. He thanks Xiaoyu, as a dark cloud appears, and their enemies recognize it as a conquering cloud. Lin Fei is about to get hit by its lightning, but Xiaoyu blocks it with his barrier. The disciples notice that Lin Fei now has a demonic core, so they want to capture him along with Xiaoyu. Quinn receives Han's message, and she is free to do whatever she wants, so she orders the disciples to capture Xiaoyu and Lin Fei, but Gong gets in their way, saying that Xiaoyu is innocent. Quinn calls him stubborn as she charges at him. They start fighting, while Quinn calls him ridiculous for protecting demons while his sect is under attack. Xiaoyu comes up with a plan, and he orders Gong to save Yuna. Gong uses his speed to move past Quinn and save Yuna, but the other disciples charge at Xiaoyu, who uses a talisman to blow them away, while columns of light appear around them. The disciples know that they are about to teleport away, and they want to stop him, but suddenly, they sense another demon in the celestial stage. They see huge demon arms, so Quinn orders the disciples to prepare for battle, and we learn that the arms actually belong to Molly. Molly notices that her sister has become weak, so she starts laughing. One of the disciples tries to hit her with an arrow, but it gets blocked, and Molly tries to crush him. Quinn defends him, trying to lift the arm away, but she quickly gets pushed back. Molly ferociously attacks the other disciples, and they start running away, but Quinn stands her ground and saves her allies. One disciple suggests retreating, but Quinn says she will deal with Molly. She charges at Molly, evading her attacks and trying to punch her face. But Molly blocks her attack, launching a counterattack, which Quinn manages to evade. She is able to keep up with Molly for a while, but she eventually gets blown away. Quinn struggles to get up, and Molly continues to attack her. She orders the disciples to retreat, but eventually, her barrier breaks, and she gets injured. Molly is about to finish her off, but Gong and Xiaoyu save her, saying that they want to clear their names. Meanwhile, at Han's sect, light falls from the sky, illuminating the area, and causing an immortal named Pai to appear. The disciples celebrate, knowing that he is the god of war, but Zeke's forces continue to attack. Zeke appears to be intimidated, but he knows that immortals will disappear if they interfere with the mortal world. Zeke summons thousands of dark puppets to attack Pai, claiming that they are indestructible, but Pai destroys all of them with a single attack. Zeke summons even more puppets as he insists on entering the sect. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu claims that he doesn't want Quinn to die, but she still thinks that he's up to no good. Molly charges at them, but they manage to evade her attacks, and we see Lin Fei holding onto Yuna, as the barrier protects them from the lightning. Yuna uses an artifact to strengthen the barrier, but Lin Fei tells her to just let him die because his soul has changed. Yuna slaps him, telling him that it's okay, so he starts crying as he apologizes for failing to control himself, afraid things will end up like they did in the past. However, Yuna helps him realize that the events in his past life are different from the ones happening in the present, and she gives him an outfit to protect him from his new ice core. Meanwhile, the duo struggles against Molly as she continues to attack them. Xiaoyu wonders how Molly became so powerful, and Gong points out the treasure on her waist, the spider ribbon. Quinn thinks that they should destroy it. Gong attacks with his lightning, but it has no effect on her. Molly fires a powerful beam from her mouth, destroying their surroundings and causing rocks to fall. However, she notices some talismans flying past her, and she realizes that she is surrounded. Xiaoyu uses a powerful binding spell that chains her to the ground. Molly struggles to break the chains, and she is completely immobilized. Seeing an opportunity, Quinn and Gong attack her, causing an explosion, but when the dust clears, she is still alive, and she decides to get serious. Molly absorbs energy from the disciples, giving her the power to break the chains. Gong strikes her with his lightning, but it gets absorbed as well, and she takes on a more menacing appearance. Quinn knows that they can't hurt her, so Xiaoyu tries to protect them with a powerful barrier, but Molly attacks, and it begins to crack. But just as the barrier is about to break, she gets hit by lightning from the conquering cloud, causing her to scream in pain. Lin Fei joins the fight, saying that they should make the cloud hit her. Meanwhile, Pai continues to destroy Zeke's dark puppets, but he just keeps summoning more of them, and Pai notices that Zeke has disappeared. As he continues to destroy the puppets, Lulu thinks that something is wrong, and Pai ends up hitting Zeke, who is hiding inside a puppet. But he suddenly starts laughing, saying that Pai has touched him, which causes Pai to get recalled by destiny, because he just interfered in the mortal world. Pai disappears, as Zeke summons more puppets, overwhelming the sect. Lulu feels like she needs to do something, but since she is in the immortal phase, all she's supposed to do is watch. However, lightning starts to appear from the sky, and Zeke wonders if she is going to fight, but at that moment, vines start appearing from the ground, impaling the puppets as Han joins the battle. The disciples are relieved to see Han, and he tells Lulu to leave things to him. He uses his vines to approach Zeke, and Han seems to know about Zeke's plan, since he knows that Yuna was dragged into the conflict as a distraction. Zeke attacks him, but Han dodges, and counters with his vines, calling Zeke the real Devil King. Back in the Devil Sect, the cloud continues to strike Molly since she is the biggest target. Lin Fei runs around Molly, freezing her legs, but after struggling for a moment, she is able to break free. Quinn lands a kick on her, and Molly immediately counters, but Xiaoyu shields Quinn with his skill. The group is having a hard time, but Gong thinks that he can use the cloud's lightning, so he uses his sword to absorb it and redirects it against Molly. Molly screams, while Gong strikes one of her legs, causing it to crumble. They see the spider ribbon, and Gong aims his lightning at the item, but it causes Molly to become enraged. Molly starts swinging wildly, causing damage to their surrounding, and Lin Fei notices Yuna trying to use one of her magical artifacts. Molly charges at Yuna, while Lin Fei chases after her, using an aqua skill that freezes one of her legs, causing her to stumble. But Molly breaks her frozen leg, and continues forward, but Gong attacks her, stopping her movements. Molly perseveres, going straight for her sister, trying to break her barrier, as she opens up about her insecurities, since she is the older sister, but Yuna has always been more talented. Yuna's barrier is broken, and Molly is about to finish her off, but Lin Fei pushes her away, as lightning hits both of them. They fall to the ground, and Molly's spider body crumbles, but she starts giving off a dark aura. Gong thinks that she is absorbing energy, but Yuna walks to her, and hugs her, telling her that she wants to stop fighting. Yuna is willing to step down as the head of the sect, and let her take over. Molly remembers how close they were back when they were kids. As she holds onto Yuna, she says it's too late, but she wants Yuna to stay with her. However, it is revealed that Molly is planning to self-destruct. Back at Han's sect, the two are still fighting, and Zeke is able to hit Han with his lightning, causing him to crash into a building. While he's down, Zeke continues to attack him, but Quinn suddenly arrives to save him. Meanwhile, at the Carefree sect, Chen struggles against the Devil Disciples, and they mock him because he isn't as strong as the leaders of the other sects. They try to finish him off, but he uses his aqua technique to fight back. He stabs one of them, but they hold him in place, so he uses one hand to defend himself from the other attackers. The man refuses to let go, ordering his companions to finish him off, but Ren interferes, instantly pushing them back. After a while, they manage to take out all the Devil Disciples, but Ren receives news that his sect is also under attack. Back at Han's sect, he wonders if Quinn's business with the Devil sect is over, and Quinn claims that it has already been taken care of. Quinn charges at Zeke with great speed, but he manages to block her attack. At that moment, Xiaoyu arrives in chains, and we learn that, 15 minutes ago, Yuna refused to die with Molly, because she didn't want to abandon her disciples. So Molly tried to imprison her in a black sphere, but Xiaoyu manages to throw a talisman at her. And he uses a technique to trap Molly, while Gong and Lin Fei pull Yuna out. Molly explodes inside of Xiaoyu's trap, but it is not strong enough to contain Molly's powers. As it is about to explode, Quinn runs forward, as she suddenly starts to glow, and she blows it away. Quinn explains that she only saved them, so they could be held accountable for their actions. But Xiaoyu tries to negotiate, saying they are allies after fighting together against Molly. Quinn plans to assist Han's sect, and Xiaoyu offers to teleport them there using his skill. Han learns about the situation, as Xiaoyu explains that he is there to act as a hostage, while Gong is still at the Devil's Sect to keep Yuna safe, but he will join them soon. Quinn is able to fight with Zeke on equal footing, but neither of them are able to hurt the other. Han decides to help her out, ordering Xiaoyu's guards to take him somewhere else. Xiaoyu is terrified, thinking that Han could still kill him in the middle of the fight, but he decides to hide somewhere safe so he doesn't cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Gong treats Yuna's wounds, while Lin Fei realizes that his inner demon takes the form of whatever he fears most. He used to fear being a demon, but now he realizes that he fears Xiaoyu. Yuna calls out to him, as she appears to be fine now, telling him that he looks great in her uniform. But he still remembers how he suffered in his past life while wearing that outfit. Yuna notices that the outfit is bothering him, so she helps him change it, and tells him to go back to the Carefree sect where he can get some rest. Han and Quinn are still fighting against Zeke, but not even their combined strength can hurt Zeke. Zeke tries to attack them with his skill, but they set up a barrier, and they consume an elixir that enhances their powers. Lulu watches their battle from a distance, but she receives a report that their treasure house has been attacked, so she goes to check it out. We see the demons attacking the treasure house, but they can't seem to break through the barrier. Lulu sees Xiaoyu helping the disciples by setting up the barrier, and this catches her attention, because she thought that nobody had the talent for practicing spells anymore. Quinn charges at Zeke, punching through his skill, but he counters with his dark puppets, managing to knock her back. Zeke claims that they are no match for him, so they should just surrender. But they choose to fight on, as Xiaoyu watches them from a distance. Lulu approaches Xiaoyu, asking him why he's helping their sect, and he claims that he's just doing it to survive. Lulu puts a talisman behind Xiaoyu, as she wonders why he isn't running away, and he reveals that he just wants to save everyone. She thinks that he's a hypocrite, but Xiaoyu states that being good or evil is subjective, so he just wants to save whoever he can. Lulu takes a liking to him, so she removes her talisman, and she orders the disciples to unchain him. Lulu tells the disciples to retreat if they can't hold the barrier, because she's going to take Xiaoyu with her to fortify their defenses. She grabs onto Xiaoyu and flies with him. While in midair, Lulu reveals that she is also bound by destiny, so she'll be punished if she joins the fight. She wants Xiaoyu to take her place if that happens, offering to teach him everything she knows. Xiaoyu wonders if destiny is the plot of the story, and if she's going to die. At that moment, he sees threads around his body, realizing that everyone is connected, while the threads connected to those who have died burn away. Xiaoyu realizes that it's destiny, and he suddenly starts crying, seeing that his friends are dead. He thinks that maybe this is the ending, but Lulu calls out to him, bringing him back to the real world. Xiaoyu thinks that destiny doesn't have the right to punish anyone, and thinks that he just might have a way to avoid destiny. But he tells Lulu that she will need to trust him. Han struggles against Zeke, who is about to finish him off with a powerful skill, but a talisman gets in the way, blocking the attack, and reflecting it at Zeke. We see that it was Xiaoyu who stopped that attack, as he grows brightly after absorbing the energy of the disciples in the sect. Xiaoyu uses another spell, opening a large portal to the Devil Sect, and lifting the platform that his allies are standing on. The spell succeeds, but Yuna suddenly collapses after using all of her energy for the spell, and the disciples that were in the Devil Sect join the fight. Zeke is unfazed by the reinforcements, as he sends his puppets to attack. He sets his eyes on Xiaoyu, wanting to see what he can do, as Xiaoyu uses the platform he teleported from the Devil Sect, and it unleashes chains that bind all of their enemies. Zeke is unaffected by the chains, and he tries to attack Xiaoyu, but his allies defend him. Zeke questions how long he can stop his puppets for, but Xiaoyu summons a fire dragon that burns all of the dark puppets. Xiaoyu activates another skill, causing the stone from the platform to surround Zeke. Zeke tries to break free, but chains emerge and try to bind him. Zeke realizes that Xiaoyu is trying to trap him, so he uses his lightning to protect himself, and Xiaoyu starts coughing up blood. He is having a hard time, but he still has a trick up his sleeve. Xiaoyu takes his blood, as he starts drawing signs that strengthen his skills. Zeke's barrier breaks, and he gets restrained by Xiaoyu. However, Zeke suddenly breaks free, trying to attack Xiaoyu, but his staff is restrained. Quinn suddenly appears behind him, landing a powerful punch that causes a massive explosion, and he falls to the ground. Zeke struggles to get up, while Quinn and Han taunt him. He charges at them, but he gets caught by Xiaoyu's chains. The demons try to save their master, as Quinn tries to stop them, but one of them manages to break the chain. Zeke is informed that they have obtained the treasure that he's after, so it is time for them to retreat, and Zeke attacks to cover his retreat, and they lose sight of him. Xiaoyu coughs up blood, and his body loses strength, but Gong catches him. Sutian sees a system error as she realizes that Han and Xiaoyu have changed their destiny. The demon elimination mission ends, where Quinn receives recognition as the biggest contributor, while Han and Gong's contributions were also recognized, and we learn that Xiaoyu was allowed to return to the Carefree sect, also receiving recognition for his actions. Lin Fei and Yuna are now considered as good demons, so they are no longer being hunted, but they'll be staying under Xiaoyu's watch. We see Chen and Ren carrying Mei to a place where she can be treated, while Xiaoyu watches them from a distance, thinking that Chen will be mad at him. He sees Sutian, who warns him that he is not following the plot, but Xiaoyu thinks that he was sent to this world for a reason that was more than to just follow a story. Sutian insists he needs to stick to the story, but Xiaoyu distracts her with some fruit and just runs away. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins as we see a band of red ogres attacking a town. The people cower in fear, and as the monsters approach, a dragon can be seen flying overhead. A man on the dragon's back chants, and hundreds of paper talismans descend onto the ogres. A talisman stops in front of each ogre, and there is a devastating chain of explosions that destroys even a part of the town. One of the ogres survive, but it gets eaten by the dragon with a single bite. We learn that this is the world's strongest exorcist, who sought to be the greatest, but his search for power led the imperial court to fear him, and in the end, they betrayed him, even sending his favorite disciple to oppose him. In his final moments, he wishes he was more cunning, casting a secret reincarnation spell and swearing to do things better in his next life. We then meet a boy named Seika in the middle of a magic circle. His father performs a ritual to examine his power, but none of the elemental stones light up, meaning he has no magical power, and his brother Glai mocks him for being an embarrassment. We learn that he was reborn into a new world, where magic is completely different from his past spiritual arts. Despite not having any mana, he senses great spiritual energy from his body. We see Seika as he gathers some leaves. Paper is too expensive, so he creates shikigami from the leaves instead. The leaves transform, with some turning into mice, and the others into crows. His brother Glai suddenly approaches, asking what he is up to. His brother looks down at him, threatening to hit him, but Seika's crows defend him. Their older brother, Luft, rushes over and chases off the crows. Noticing that Seika is unarmed, he is a little suspicious, but takes Glai to get treated. We see that Seika is learning about his new world on his own. He is the son of a mistress, which gives him lower status, so he is generally ignored at home. We see him working hard, as he makes his own paper, and is finally able to make his paper talisman. He gets a knock at the door, and we meet a young maid named Aoife, who returns his coat, which his brother had thrown out. Glai saunters in to taunt them, telling Aoife to get back to work, and bragging that he'll be going to the Imperial Magic Academy. As he is bragging, their father shows up, saying they need to get back to their training. Before they leave, Seika asks to join them. We see Luft as he casts his spell, creating a wind blade, and blasting through a large stone. Glai also shows off his magic, shooting a fireball at the target. Glai is proud of himself, and dares Seika to give it a try, believing that Seika has no power. Seika reluctantly takes the wand. On one hand, he doesn't want to reveal his power too soon, but on the other hand, he decides that a show of force might deter his brother from continuing to harass him. Using his spiritual arts, he fires a blue fireball, which completely destroys the target. The family is stunned at his power, and the fact he cast his spell without an incantation. Glai tries to take credit, saying it was his leftover power in the wand, but their father acknowledges Seika's abilities for the first time. Seika asks if he can also study magic, but his father refuses, saying it would be pointless, because there has never been a person born without magic that has become successful. However, he does give Seika a tutor, which gives him access to books, and Seika spends all his time trying to learn more about magic, even spying on his brother's lessons to keep up. As the years pass, Seika finally finishes his talisman. We learn that in his past, he would defeat demons and capture them, sealing them in another dimension to call upon later. He believes that even in this world, he would be able to summon his servants. As a test, he attempts to call on his most well-behaved demon. A door appears, and a young girl emerges. Seika doesn't quite recognize her, but the girl jumps on him, overjoyed to be reunited with him. The girl is introduced as Yuki, and she suggests that her appearance is different because his spiritual energy is lower than in the past. Seika is glad this was a success, and Yuki wonders how she can help him. Seika tells her it was just a test, and that she can't be seen by anyone else. Yuki transforms into a tiny wolf, saying she is sick of the other dimension, and insists on staying with him. The next day, we see Glai as he yells at Aoife for spilling water on him. But his tone changes, and he suggests that she can find a way to make it up to him. Seika comes to her rescue, saying he has business with Aoife. His brother gets annoyed with him, trying to punch him, but Seika easily stops him, and his brother storms away. Aoife thanks him, and ends up leading him outside, showing him an injured bunny. She wonders if they could save it, and Seika tells her to turn away so he can focus. He takes a hair from the creature, and using his talisman, he successfully heals it. Aoife praises his talents, and Seika can see that she is also special. Aoife gets nervous, but Seika can tell that she can see the spirits of animals. Hearing that he can also see the spirits, Aoife reveals she can actually see the elemental spirits. But she finds it strange that those spirits seem to actively avoid him. He asks Aoife if she can command these spirits, and she remembers one time when the wind spirits were taking her laundry, but she yelled at them, and they seemed to go away. Having studied this ability in his past, Seika can see Aoife's potential and offers to teach her about magic. Aoife says she doesn't have the mana to use magic, but Seika tries to teach her by summoning a soul flame and telling her to banish it. She tries asking it nicely and has no luck, but she eventually loses her temper, insisting it disappear, and the flame vanishes. Although she is weak, Seika can see she will be a great ally in the future. They become friends, and secretly train together from time to time. They continue to train over the next year, throughout all the seasons. On Seika's 12th birthday, there is no celebration as usual, and his father isn't even around. He tries not to let it bother him, and surprisingly his brothers approach him with wooden swords. Glai, as usual, reminds him of his unworthiness, and tells him his only option in life is to join the army. Luff clarifies, and says that they want to help him learn how to fight with a sword. Suddenly, the maids warn them that a monster is headed toward the house and their father is away. Seika can sense that it's coming, as we see in the forest, the head of a giant elder newt emerging. Dial runs off terrified, and Luff tells everyone to find safety, but Seika heads outside, and we see that the beast is locked onto Aoife. Seika rushes to help, but as the monster attacks, it gets repelled by a flame. Seika is impressed Aoife managed to command the flame, and he proceeds to lure the beast away from the house. It lunges at him, as everyone looks on in terror, but using his spiritual arts, he shoots a poison blast into its face. The beast falls, rendered completely disabled by the poison, and Seika prepares to tame it. Everyone is amazed at the feat, defeating the elder newt with a single attack, and they applaud his victory. He turns and waves, glad that his family finally seems to appreciate him, and he hopes that this will be the start of the life he had dreamed of. He has a feast thrown for him for the first time, and his father congratulates him on his accomplishment, saying that even veteran adventurers would have found the beast challenging to face. His father offers to reward him, so Seika asks him to allow him to study magic at the Royal Academy. His father thinks to how he always diligently studied magic on his own, and agrees with the request. However, his father warns him that even though they are nobles, he will still need to pass the entrance exam on his own merits. Seika goes on to request for Aoife to attend the academy as well as his attendant, wanting to keep her unique ability around. Aoife panics hearing this, but his father tells him it would be pointless because Aoife has no magic. So Seika decides to show off their training. He hands Aoife his wand, instructing her to command as many spirit flames as she can and pretend to cast Flame Note. She commands the flames, and follows his instruction, shooting an impressive blast. Glai is shocked she could use intermediate magic, and their father accepts Aoife going as well. Glai objects to his father's decision, saying it would be breaking tradition to send two brothers on the same path to the academy. His father agrees with this, and tells him he will be joining the Imperial Army instead, because he had always played with his sword instead of improving his magic over the years. Glai can't accept this, and challenges Seika to a duel, to see who gets to go to the academy. Their mother tries to stop them, but Seika accepts the duel, and their father decides their duel will take place in the morning. Back in his room, Yuki appears, commenting on the drama. There is a knock at the door, and he gets a visit from Luft. His brother wishes him a late birthday, and even gives him a gift. Because he always studied diligently, the gift is a glass pen. His brother goes on to apologize for being distant to him, but is glad he turned out into a fine young man. He asks him to take it easy on Glai during their duel, and wishes him luck at the academy. Later that night, Seika's window gets blown open, and Glai demands for their duel. He couldn't wait for the morning, and didn't want to follow their father's rules. He says that Seika just got lucky that a monster appeared, and he lucked into defeating it. Glai attacks with his flame note, engulfing Seika in flames, showing he can also use intermediate magic, but it has no effect on him. Glai follows up with his wind lance, but it's stopped by a barrier. Seika takes out a paper talisman, and Glai continues to attack to no avail. Seika commands Glai not to move, and he becomes completely frozen. Seika scrunches the talisman's arm, causing Glai to feel the same pain. Glai is confused about his powers, and is ultimately forced to concede. He passes out, and Yuki wonders if it was wise to let him see his power and live, but Seika says he promised Luft he would go easy. Seika thinks back to Glai calling him lucky, but it turns out this was all a part of his plan. We see that 6 months earlier, Seika summoned a gigantic cyclops named Muto. Despite its appearance, it is glad to be able to serve him once again, and Yuki boasts that she was the first one that was summoned. Having researched the monsters in the area, Seika tasked the Cyclops to drive the Elder Newt out of the mountain. As he goes to pick up his brother, Yuki wonders why he doesn't show off his true powers, calling the people of this world weak. But he reminds her that it was the schemes of the weak that ended up getting him killed in his previous life, so he will not make the same mistake again. Sometime after, Seika and Aoife prepare to leave for the academy. Luft passes on their father's words, telling Seika to study hard, and Aoife to take care of him. The two leave, and along the way, Seika gives Aoife a necklace. She is overjoyed to receive it, and he tells her that they are mana stones which will help her draw in the elemental spirits. They are excited about their new adventure, but Seika starts to feel sick, getting struck with motion sickness, having trouble with carriages even in his past life. He starts to feel better as they approach the Academy City, a fortress dedicated to pursuing magical excellence. Back at their home, his father sees that Seika should be arriving at the Academy soon. He thinks back to 12 years ago, when Seika first arrived. A woman showed up at his door and disappeared after handing over her child. We learn that Seika is actually the son of his brother Gilbert, who became an adventurer after graduating from the academy, but they lost contact when his brother entered the Infernal Lands. Seika's black hair and eyes are rare in this country, and he started using magic when he was only 1, causing Luft to distance himself from him and Glai to become hostile. After finding out he has no mana, he has always known that there was something strange about Seika. Knowing there is something within him that could either let him become a hero or become a lord of evil, he feels bad for sending Glai to the army, but he felt it would be too risky to send Seika there. Instead, he decided to send Seika to the academy, in hopes it would be a better place to nurture him. Seika and Aoife arrive, and they get to their room. Aoife is surprised he actually has a weakness. Seika tells her that her room is next door, and she seems disappointed, suggesting that she should stay with him for the night, since he is her master now. Seika misinterprets this as staying for dinner, and says he has lost his appetite from the ride. Although disappointed, Aoife leaves to find him some food. Yuki bursts out annoyed, saying he has no clue about girls, and points out that Aoife is in love with him, even using her position as his slave to her advantage, and Seika is left in disbelief. Later, the two explore the city, but Seika senses a strange energy. They continue on to register for the entrance exam, and when Seika reveals he is from a noble family, everyone around takes notice. Aoife introduces herself as his slave, surprising the others. There is a magic tool that measures mana, and Aoife is shown to have an affinity with wind and fire. When it's Seika's turn, nothing happens, and the woman is confused. Seika reveals he has no mana, and the woman tells him he can still register. The other students start to gossip, saying he will get in because of his family. Aoife gets mad hearing this, accidentally leaking her flames. The gossip stops as a girl confidently walks past. Seika notices something about her, and she introduces herself as Amu. As she places her hand on the device, it radiates with a blinding white light, meaning she has a strong affinity with all 4 elements. Everyone is amazed seeing this, and Seika calls to her. He thanks her for stopping the gossip, but she says she wasn't trying to help him, saying that she is actually annoyed by him, thinking he can get in without any magic, and says he would just get in her way. But Seika recognizes her as his prized disciple from the other world. Although her appearance is a little different, he can tell that it's her. They take the entrance exam, and Aoife worries about how she did, but Seika tells her she can make it up during the practical exam. During the practical, the examiner explains that there are targets set up for each of the different elements, and their score is the total of all the targets that they hit. The students proceed to chant their spells and fire at the targets, but Seika is not impressed by their attempts. It comes to Aoife's turn, and she uses her Flame Note spell, creating an enormous flame, and even causing the flame-resistant target to burn. Everyone is shocked she used intermediate magic without an incantation. Aoife continues on to the next target, using her Wind Lance spell, which completely destroys the target. She apologizes for the damage, and she is still nervous about passing, but Seika is amazed that she used wind magic, and she tells him she has been practicing on her own so she could surprise him. Seeing her growth, Seika starts to tear up. Seika gets called up for his turn, and the others gossip about him having no mana. But Seika shoots his fireball, and they are shocked by his blue flame. Seika moves on to the earth target. Using his knowledge in spiritual arts, he destroys the granite target by turning it into a crystal. The examiner panics, wondering what spell he just used, but Seika quickly moves on to the water target. Using one of his talismans, he uses his frozen arts, producing water, which he turns into a glacier. Everyone is left shocked, and Seika wonders if he overdid it. After the exam, the examiners are left in disbelief, especially since Aoife was measured to have weak magic and Seika was meant to have no mana at all. They talk about all the exceptional students, and we see that Amu performed even better, completely destroying all 6 of the targets. They think that she could even be the hero that the legends say will appear when the Demon King is revived. A few days later, the results of the exam are posted, and Aoife worries about failing. Seika finds himself in 3rd place, and he wonders who could have beaten him. It turns out Aoife is in 2nd place, and Seika can't believe that she beat him. They see that Alma came first, and Aoife is impressed by her. A few days later, they get their acceptance letters, and they head to the academy for the welcome ceremony. Aoife worries they won't be together because they are going to be in separate dorms, but Seika tells her not to worry. He suddenly gets a strange feeling, and he asks Aoife if she can see any spirits. Aoife reveals that there are a number of dark spirits, and Seika goes to investigate. They find a huge magic circle and feel something is off, but since it could be the academy's, they decide to leave it alone, but Seika leaves behind some of his talismans. Inside the academy hall, there is a feast for the students, and Seika can't help but grab some food. Amu starts to give a commencement speech as the student representative, but as she speaks, Seika has a feeling as the magic circle is activated. He feels something approaching, and the doors are suddenly blown open, and there are some lesser demons that appear. The students panic and run. Seika sees that the demons seem to be looking for something. There are some that stay behind and fight, but Seika sees how weak they are. One of the demons approach, and Seika prepares to step in, but the demon gets cut, and Amu steps in. She uses her wind lance on the demon, and engages it in battle, but Seika notices something is off. He looks around the grounds using his talismans, and finds the caster by the circle. He warns Aoife to stay safe, and disappears, leaving only a talisman. Seika approaches the demon in the forest, trying to talk with it, but the demon calls him a fool for challenging him. He summons some more lesser demons, sending them to attack, but Seika instantly crushes 2 of them, and even traps and captures the 3rd one. The demon is impressed, introducing himself as Gallius, the metal demon. Seika attacks using his talisman, but the demon destroys it. Seika is surprised it could see his invisible talismans, and tries it again with more talismans, but they also get blocked. The demon shoots out a blade, which Seika easily dodges, but it suddenly reappears, and he realizes the demon can teleport the blades. The demon can also shoot fire, and as Seika jumps to dodge, the demon appears behind him, cutting him, and he ends up losing one of his arms. Remembering that the demons were searching for something, Seika asks what he is after, and the demon reveals that he is looking for the hero. Seika says that the hero is just a legend, but the demon insists that it's real, saying that the years of peace have caused people to forget and just think of it as a legend. He reveals he received an oracle 12 years ago, and believes Amu to be the hero. The demon continues to attack with his blades, and Seika gets impaled, and the demon finishes him off. As the demon turns to head for the hall, Seika is revealed to be completely fine. The demon is confused how he is alive, and Seika gets stabbed in the head, but says he can just revive. The demon is determined to kill him, and then stop the hero before she becomes the strongest, but Seika laughs at what it means to be the strongest. The demon attacks, but Seika dodges, and floods the area, creating a whirlpool, but the demon gets away using his teleportation. He reappears, and Seika opens a gate, summoning a thunder beast that strikes him with lightning. Having drenched the demon beforehand, Seika thinks the fight is over, but as the smoke clears, the demon is missing, and he suddenly gets stabbed from behind. But Seika says he is the one that caught him, and there is a huge explosion. Despite this, the demon survives, and starts to get back up, powering up, and says that Seika must be out of his talismans soon. But Seika reveals he has plenty to spare, saying he has been diligently making them for years. Deciding to bring things to an end, Seika opens the gate to one of his strongest servants, bringing out his dragon serpent. The demon is shocked to see such a beast, saying that even the demon king wouldn't have a dragon, as it rushes at him, and crushing him with a single bite. As Seika tries to call back the dragon goes wild, and it tries to get away. Seika gets his talismans after it, and manages to herd it back into its gate. Seika is surprised it rebelled against him, thinking it must be because of his weaker state in this body. Yuki suddenly appears, wondering if it was okay for him to use so many body double talismans, but he says it was necessary to work out the demon's attack patterns. Seika returns to the hall, and Aoife is worried about him. Aoife tells him that Amu ended up taking out all 3 of the lesser demons by herself, and the other students look at her shocked, but also concerned. Seeing their looks, Seika can tell that she will end up just like him in the past. He is determined to help her become the strongest, so he can sit back and enjoy his life instead. 1 month after the demon attack, the academy has calmed back down. Seika tries being friendly with Amu, but she acts cold toward him, and completely ignores him. As Seika and Aoife are walking to class, there is a pot above them that suddenly spills, but Seika manages to teleport out of the way. Professor Cordell apologizes for spilling the pot, explaining that it is a special mixture of monster blood and minerals that he is using for his research. He was trying to move it with his magic, but ended up spilling it. He apologizes once again, and heads on his way. Seika and Aoife get to their next class. Their professor tells them that the founding anniversary is coming up, so she needs the top 2 students, Amu and Aoife, to help out with a ritual. The professor explains that they need to take the new student roster to a temple in the forest and have it blessed. Seika thinks it could be dangerous, having fought the demon there. He asks what would happen if one of the students declined, and the professor tells him he would be next in line. Hearing this, he orders Aoife to give up her spot. The other students are shocked, but Seika says that such an important ritual shouldn't be carried out by a slave. After class, he apologizes to Aoife, and she realizes that he was trying to take the attention off of Amu, who people had started to resent after her performance against the demons. She wonders if Amu is his type, but Seika says he just wants to be her friend since she is the strongest. Aoife gets jealous hearing this, saying that she can also become strong. But Seika tells her to imagine being so strong that she is both praised and feared by everyone, saying that is what will happen to Amu. A few days later, Seika is handed the roster, and he heads off into the forest with Amu. Amu is suspicious of him, thinking he is trying to hit on her, even when he already has Aoife. Seika tells her it's all a misunderstanding, and he has nothing going on with Aoife. Amu's head suddenly hurts, and Seika notices a magic circle. They think it's strange, and it suddenly activates, transporting them into a dungeon. They are engaged by 3 lizard men, but Amu rushes at them, using her fireball, and taking them out in an instant. An ogre appears behind her, but Seika summons a wood pillar, and crushes its head. Amu finds his spell to be strange, but Seika plays it off as a spell he learned being a noble. They start exploring the dungeon, and Seika lights the way using his talismans. He leaves a trail, sticking talismans to the ceiling, and Yuki wonders what he is doing. He explains that he is leaving a trail so that his Shikigami on the surface can hopefully find him and help them get out of the dungeon. Yuki suddenly notices more monsters approaching. Amu charges at them once again, but as she fights, her head hurts, and she gets knocked out. Seika rushes to help her, using his wooden stakes to impale all the monsters, but there are just too many. Seeing that Amu is passed out, he summons a giant centipede, which is able to take out the rest of the monsters. When Amu wakes up, she is surprised all the monsters are dead. Her head hurts again, but feels better when Seika puts up a barrier. He tells her his barrier can block curses, and he wonders when she started getting the headaches. She says that it was ever since she enrolled at the academy, but doesn't think it's a curse because she hasn't noticed any marks. Seika says there are some places she can't see, which concerns her, but she ends up stripping down so he can check her body. They don't find any marks, but Seika says it could be hidden in other ways. Seeing as the barrier stops the effect, they can assume she is cursed. Amu wonders if she will have to stay in the barrier forever, but using a strand of her hair, Seika is able to create a substitute for her. The two get to know each other better, and Amu wonders about his relationship with Aoife, saying that she is in love with him. But Seika says they are just family, which Amu finds amusing, for a noble to call his slave his family. But Seika tells her how he was always treated like an outsider, and Aoife was the only one who treated him normally. Amu talks about her own family, but it seems to be a sensitive topic, so Seika asks her what she likes to do. She says that she likes to fight. She's loved fighting ever since she was young, but her parents found this weird, because most people would be scared of getting hurt or dying. She was even a part of a party that got wiped out, but she wanted more, and everyone thought there was something wrong with her. She came to the academy so that she could get stronger, hoping that if she became the strongest, fighting would get boring, and she could be more normal. But after fighting with the demons, she had too much fun, so she thinks there is something wrong with her. But Seika tells her she isn't weird, and she thanks him for letting her vent. Seika finds the exit to the dungeon, and the two continue on through the dungeon. They come to the boss room, and find a gigantic Naga monster. It spits acid out at Seika, but Amu distracts it with her wind lance, and Seika summons a metal spear to pin it down. Amu uses her fireball, causing a chain reaction and explosion. Amu takes the opening, and stabs it in the head, finishing it off. After the battle, Amu hugs Seika. Overjoyed they manage to take out a dungeon boss. They head to the treasure room, where they find a mithril sword, which Seika gives to Amu, and Seika gets a magical ring. The two finally manage to escape, and they report everything back to the professor. She didn't know there was a dungeon under the temple, and because the magic circle is gone, they aren't able to find the culprit. However, Seika pays a visit to Professor Cordell. After the demon attack, and getting sent to the dungeon, Seika realized there must have been an inside man. The professor is surprised, thinking he had gotten rid of any evidence. Seika tells him to reveal his true form, but he is actually just a human working for the demons. Looking at his ritual, Seika calls him a genius. Cordell is proud of himself, revealing it's a curse that uses light magic to kill its target from a distance under the guise of an illness. He starts gloating about how he will kill Amu with it, but Seika points out how he is protecting her. The curse is targeting those who were covered in demon blood, because Amu had killed all the demons, but Seika summons the demon that he captured, and covers himself with its blood. He becomes a target of the curse, but using a counter-curse technique from his past life, he is able to send the curse back to the professor. The professor feels the effects, and starts bleeding out. Seika is actually impressed he developed a curse from scratch in this world, but as an exorcist, curses are his specialty. After the encounter, Yuki wonders how he knew the professor was the culprit, and it turns out that his Shikigami found pollen on him, which was only from flowers near the magic circle. Having solved this problem, he hopes he can finally get back to being a normal student. He gives Aoife the magic ring, which helps her with attracting the elemental spirits. He tries being friendly with Amu, but to his surprise, she still acts coldly towards him, but has somehow warmed up toward Aoife, and he is left confused about when they became friends. 1 year has passed, and things have been peaceful. The students are having another feast. Amu thanks Aoife for helping her with her studies over the year, and she is glad she gets to enjoy the food, since the demons interrupted last time. Seika watches over the school using his talismans just in case, but he suddenly gets approached by the vice principal. He gets told that he and Aoife need to see the principal. Amu jokes about him getting expelled, and Seika feels something is off. Aoife wonders what the principal is like, because the vice principal was the one running the school. As they enter the office, they find a small dwarf woman. She comments on how she thought he would be more cocky, and Seika is surprised a demi-human is the one running the academy. The principal is surprised by such a comment, causing her to remember a certain person. Seika wonders if she knows her father, but she was thinking about his uncle, who we found out was Seika's real father. The principal gets to the point and tells him that she wants him to enter the capital's sword fighting tournament. She calls in another student named Mabel and tells them that their academy has been given 2 entries for the tournament. One will be for Mabel, and the other will either be for him or Aoife. Amu is shocked to hear the news, wondering why she wasn't asked. She wonders why they are participating in a sword fighting tournament, but Aoife tells her they changed the rules to allow magic this year. Amu still can't believe that she wasn't chosen, despite her skill with both magic and swordsmanship. Apparently, the principal just felt Seika was the right one for the job. Seika suggests that didn't want to put up anyone too strong, worrying about people trying to poach their students. In that case, Amu wonders why he was chosen, but Seika just calls himself average, although Amu can hear his BS. The 3 start talking about Mabel, and Amu suggests that she must be a noble, which got her spot thanks to her connections. As she is trash-talking, Mabel suddenly appears, suggesting that the reason why she wasn't chosen was simply because she is too weak. This gets Amu fired up. She borrows some practice swords from some students nearby, and challenges Mabel to a fight. As they prepare, Seika can see that Mabel is confident with the sword, and Aoife wonders if they should stop them. But Seika is interested to see how good Mabel is. The fight starts, as Amu rushes at Mabel. Her attack gets blocked, and Mabel goes on the offensive. Amu gets overpowered in an instant, and the fight is over. Mabel makes fun of her, calling her the hero, but Amu calls her out for using magic. Mabel tells her she is weak because she expects second chances, and she also warns Seika to withdraw from the tournament if he doesn't want to get hurt, saying it will be brutal. Seika thanks her for the warning, and she leaves. Aoife checks up on Amu, who seems to have suddenly made up her mind. Soon after, they're on a carriage headed to the capital, but Seika is confused about why Aoife and Amu are tagging along. Aoife says that she is coming as his servant, leaving Amu, who seems to have just snuck along. She says she has always wanted to visit the capital, but Seika can tell she just wants to see the tournament and see how Mabel fights. He wonders where she plans on staying, and she says she will be crashing with Aoife. Seika starts feeling sick from the carriage ride, and Mabel calls him weak. Amu tells her to respect her elders, but Mabel reveals she is actually the same age as them, even though she enrolled a year later. Aoife also reveals that she enrolled 1 year late, so she is actually a year older, and Amu makes sense of why she is so much more developed. Mabel is disappointed at the academy, saying that everyone acts like children, including Seika, but Seika points out that's because they are still children. They finally arrive in the capital, and Seika is sick from the ride. Mabel has already left, and Aoife suggests that he should go to the inn to rest, but Seika insists on going to the arena to check out the tournament bracket. He finds that if they both win, he will face Mabel in the semifinals. After checking out the bracket, Seika decides to go and rest at the inn. Aoife wants to accompany him, but he tells her to go explore the city. Amu suggests that he needs his special alone time, but he tells her not to be weird. After they leave, Seika prepares to find out why the principal insisted on choosing him for the tournament. The day of the tournament arrives, and the announcer talks about how the rules were changed to allow magic, and around half the participants are mages. The participants have a special amulet that absorbs damage for the fighters, but if it breaks, the match is over. Seika sees this as a way the tournament is trying to prevent casualties. Seika is introduced in the first match, and his opponent is an ex-noble mercenary nicknamed the Godspeed Bulldog. He is a pure swordsman, known for his impressive speed. He was expelled from his family for his bad behavior, so he considers himself lucky to have Seika as his opponent, since he has a grudge against nobles. The crowd gets excited to see how a fight between a mage and a swordsman will go, but the man looks down on mages, saying their spell take too long to cast. Seika mentions how he is still feeling unwell. The man thinks he is trying to make excuses, but Seika just means he plans to end things quickly. This angers the man, and the fight begins. And he instantly stabs Seika, but using his talisman, Seika gets behind him. He uses another spell, and instantly blows the man out of the ring. The fight is over, and Seika is declared the winner. The girls cheer for him, and the crowd is left wondering how things ended in a blink of an eye, while Seika thinks he might need to hold back a bit more in the future. When he is alone, Yuki appears, wondering how far he intends to go in the tournament, and warning against standing out too much. She also worries that he is using up a lot of his talismans, but he says it's a necessity as he keeps watch over the two girls. As he joins the other two in the stands, the next round begins. We meet Burin, the prime disciple of a sage that is famous with using water magic, and his opponent Kyle, a guard for the Legrock merchants. Looking at his appearance, the crowd wonders how he will fight. When the match begins, as Burin prepares himself, he suddenly notices Kyle's glare. Seika realizes something is off and tries to get a better view. Kyle slowly approaches, as Burin stands completely frozen. Seika sees the fear in Burin's face, and Kyle just walks up and stabs him. Blood goes everywhere, and the crowd is shocked and confused. But despite the casualty, they all cheer for the spectacle, except for the trio. Seika gets a closer look at Kyle, and sees that he wields an evil eye, which gives him the ability to hex people with a single glance. Seika comes out for his second round, and his opponent is an enormous golem. It's enchanted with magical defenses, and its master gloats that it was specifically designed to fight against mages. She tells Seika he has no chance, and should just concede, but as the fight begins, Seika quickly summons one of his demons, which slashes right through the golem and disappears. For the spectators, it looked like Seika just used wind magic, and the woman is confused at what happened. Seika returns the favor, telling her she should concede, and he is declared the winner. After the match, Seika says it was a close one, but this is confusing to Yuki. Seika explains that summoners are banned, so if they noticed he summoned a demon, he would have been disqualified. As Seika returns to the stands, Aoife is worried for him. After seeing Kyle kill his opponent, she thinks Seika should just withdraw from the tournament. Seika assures her that he will be fine, and Alma comments on how quickly his fight ended, saying it's no fun to watch his fights. She wonders if he will join the Imperial Guard if he wins the tournament, but Seika says he intends to turn it down. Amu is relieved to hear this, although she tries not to show it. Seika says he isn't guaranteed to win, but Alma can't imagine him losing, while Aoife is still worried. The next match of round 2 begins, and it's Mabel's turn to fight. Her opponent is Horo, a highly skilled earth mage. When the fight begins, Horo attacks using his rock blast, but Mabel slices right through it. Horo is surprised, and continuously fires his rock blast, but Mabel is able to stop them all. Horo backs away and starts chanting to use his advanced magic. He summons a wall to protect himself, but Mabel throws knives and destroys the wall. Horo creates multiple walls, but Mabel knocks them down using her daggers. Alma wonders how she is doing it, and Seika thinks she must be using gravity magic to make her weapons heavier than the stones. She keeps destroying the walls, and Horo tries to counterattack, but Mabel charges at him and destroys his staff. Horo admits his defeat, and Mabel is declared the winner. The announcer calls Mabel the unstoppable hero, and Seika wonders why she is being called the hero. Amu tells him that Mabel was the name of the second hero, and she even uses the same weapon. But Seika comes to a realization. That night, we see a man sending off a carrier pigeon, but it gets intercepted, and Seika appears. He accuses the man of working for the devils, but the man pretends not to know what he is talking about. As he walks past, he tries to attack Seika, but he gets restrained by Seika's vines. Seika reveals he saw him talking with an information dealer, using one of his shikigami. Seika asks him about the message he was sending, but the man refuses, saying he will never talk, even if he was tortured. Seika summons one of his demons, Satori, and as the man looks at it, Satori is able to read the man's mind. Seika asks him questions, and we find out he is working for the devils. Seika guesses he is after the hero, and the man is surprised, because it should be a secret. Seika asks for the name of the hero he is after, and it turns out to be Mabel. Seika wonders why he thinks she is the hero, and it's because she matches the description given by their spy. But since Seika took out Cordell, they can no longer confirm. After learning all of this, he releases the man from his vines, but tells Satori he can eat him as a reward. The man is horrified, and gets devoured by the monster. Satori remarks that it had to be done, saying it's too dangerous to let him go, but he was actually reading Seika's mind, and Seika threatens him for doing so. Satori gets scared, and Seika opens his gate to send him back. Yuki appears, and Seika apologizes for scaring her. He calls over his raven, and checks the message from the pigeon, but it turns out to be encrypted, and he wishes he kept the guy alive. Seika works out the Academy's plan. It was to send Mabel to win and draw all the attention as the false hero, so the devils can stop targeting Amu. Yuki is curious about Mabel's identity, and Seika suggests she must be using a fake name, although he doesn't care to investigate her further, since she is there to protect Amu. The next day, Kyle took out his opponent in the same way, thanks to his evil eye, and a boy named Reynas, who can use all 4 elements, also advances. Seika runs into Reynas, and he tells him he will see him in the finals. Everyone has been talking about him since he can use all 4 elements, and his opponent in the next round has already withdrawn. Seika goes up against a necromancer in the 3rd round, but defeats him with ease, and Mabel easily wins as well. After her fight, Mabel confronts Seika, telling him he should withdraw before their fight in the semifinals, but Seika refuses. She acknowledges his strength, and warns him that she will have to go all out against him, but she doesn't want to end up killing him, but Seika still refuses to withdraw. There is a sudden announcement that Kyle's next opponent has withdrawn, so they decide to move up the semi-final match between Reynas and Kyle. As the fight begins, Reynas buffs himself with light magic to protect against the evil eye. Amu is surprised he can use light magic on top of the 4 elements. Reynas starts to gloat since he is immune to the evil eye, but Kyle slowly advances. Reynas shoots his fireball, but it seems to have no effect. He keeps attacking, using all his different elements, but Kyle is unfazed by the attacks, and continues to move forward. Seika thinks he must be using gravity magic, just like Mabel. Reynas starts to get desperate, and summons an army of golems to defend himself. But Kyle uses shadow magic, and destroys all of the golems in an instant. Reynas charges at him, but he is stopped as Kyle binds him with his shadow. As Kyle goes to finish him off, the refs call the fight, and Kyle is declared the winner, advancing to the finals. At night, Seika thinks about going back to the academy after the finals, and Yuki reminds him not to win. As he tries to sleep, Yuki suddenly transforms, saying she wants to sleep with him. Seika says they sleep together all the time, but Yuki says it has been ages since she took her human form. Seika gets a feeling, and notices Mabel on the roof, thanks to his Shikigami. He jumps on Yuki, making her happy, but there is an explosion, and Mabel makes her entrance. Seika prepares for a fight, and Mabel throws her knives at him. She tackles him out of the window, but he manages to back away from her. He tries to bind her with his vine spell, but Mabel is able to defend herself. She charges at him, but Seika gets away using his body double talisman. Seika manages to hold her off, and he tries to talk to her. Mabel finds it strange he wants to talk after she just attacked him, but Seika can tell that she wasn't trying to kill him. She reveals she was just trying to break some of his bones so he would have to drop out of their fight. She is determined to get to the finals, and asks him to withdraw once again. Seika reveals that he knows she is a stand-in for Amu, suggesting that her mission is to win the tournament posing as the hero to draw the attention of the devils. Mabel is surprised at how much he knows, but reveals that his information is off, revealing that her mission isn't to win the tournament, but it's to be killed by Kyle, so that the devils will think that the hero died. She reveals that both she and Kyle were trained by the Legrock merchants. The Legrock merchants take talented slave children and train them to become soldiers. She mentions that the merchants are testing Kyle to see if he has become a real soldier. Seika is curious about what she means, and Mabel reveals that when the merchants make a soldier, they do an operation where they open up the skull and engrave magic on the brain, causing the soldier to no longer feel any fear or doubt, making them perfectly obedient. The merchants train children in groups of 4, living and training together. They are taught to rely and encourage each other. But eventually, only one is chosen to undergo the operation, and they are then tasked with killing their 3 friends as a final test to becoming a soldier. Since she was disposable, they decided to use her in this mission to deceive the devils, and she reveals that she is the final person that Kyle needs to kill. Although her mission is to die, Mabel plans to make it to the finals so that she can kill Kyle. She says that Kyle killed her brother, so she wants to get revenge. However, Seika sees through her lie, guessing that Kyle is actually her brother. He can tell that her hair is dyed, and that she has the same eyes as him. Seeing that he figured it out, Mabel says that before her brother's operation, he told her that if he became a different person after his surgery, then he wanted her to put him to rest. She can no longer recognize him as her brother, because her brother would never just kill without reason, so she plans to follow his instruction and put him to rest. Seika wonders if she can even beat him, but Mabel is determined to try no matter what, since she is probably going to end up dead regardless of the result, because the merchants would dispose of her. After hearing all of this, Seika decides that he will be the one to get to the finals and defeat Kyle. Mabel is surprised to hear this, and Seika says that she doesn't need to be the one to beat Kyle. Mabel says that it's already too late for her, suggesting that he doesn't understand because they are from different worlds. She has no idea what she would do, but Seika tells her she can just go back to the academy. She knows that the merchants would never allow that, but Seika promises that he can protect her. Mabel doesn't believe him, but Seika claims that he is the strongest there is. He suggests that if her brother had a final request, he would want his sister to be able to be free. Mabel thanks him, but swears to go all out to win against him. The next day, it's time for their semi-final match. Mabel wields a gigantic battle axe in this round, saying that she is done pretending to be the hero. Seika is excited to see her real power, but Mabel calls him a noble brat, saying he has no chance. The fight begins, and Mabel goes on the offensive. She slashes through the rubble, attacking Seika, but Seika avoids it thanks to his talisman. Seika is impressed at her speed, thinking she must use gravity magic to lighten her axe. He blasts her with some stones, but she swings out of the way. She throws daggers, infused with her gravity magic, but Seika easily blocks it. He counterattacks using his vines, but Mabel breaks free. However, her axe becomes too heavy, as Seika mentions he made it 1,000 times heavier. He attacks with vines once again, but this time they are infused with mercury, making them much stronger. He grabs her axe, but Mabel tells him he won't be able to even lift it. But using one of his talismans, he makes it lighter and holds it up to her. The match is called, and Seika is declared the winner. Seika reassures her and tells her to leave Kyle to him. The finals are up next, and the fighters take their positions. Seika apologizes for disrupting their plans, but Kyle is just glad Mabel is alive so he can kill her later. Seika tries reasoning with him, but Kyle tells him to mind his own business. Their fight begins, but before Kyle can activate his eye, Seika summons a red mist that completely covers the field. Seika attacks with his flames, but it has no effect thanks to Kyle's gravity magic. Seika switches his tactic, summoning his mercury vines to restrain Kyle, but he is able to break free using his shadow magic. Kyle continues to approach, but Seika summons a gate, bringing forth a minotaur. Kyle attacks with his shadow, but it has no effect on the beast. The minotaur bats him away, and Seika suggests that if he could feel fear, he probably wouldn't have picked such a reckless fight. Seika plans to let him live, but he is suddenly afflicted by a curse. Seika sets up his barrier to block the curse, and the markings fade. However, he already took too much damage, and he coughs out blood. Kyle grabs onto him, and passes on his final message for Mabel. Annoyed that he lost to a curse, he refuses to lose. He activates his technique, and prepares to bring Kyle back from the dead. Yuki begs him to stop, saying the technique will draw too much attention, reminding him how things ended for him in his previous life, and Seika ends up canceling his technique. After the match was over, Kyle is gone, but Seika explains that he completely vaporized him, and the officials believe him. He is declared the winner of the tournament, and he gets to keep the prize money. He had hid Kyle's body in his void, so he could let Mabel give him a proper burial. Mabel thanks him for his help, and Seika passes on Kyle's final message. He apologizes for breaking her clover, and we see that as kids, she had a hairpin that she loved, but he accidentally broke it. Mabel cries at the memory, and she says goodbye to her brother. Mabel wonders what will happen to her now, but Seika assures her she can just go back to the academy, and he will handle the rest. They explain everything to Amu and Aoife, although Seika leaves out the part about Mabel posing as the hero. Amu stops Mabel, and demands a rematch, but Mabel isn't in the mood. However, Amu insists. They start their duel, but this time Amu uses magic, cutting right through Mabel's sword. She reveals that she can also use gravity magic now, and tells her not to underestimate her. She says they are now even, and she is glad to have another sparring partner. Mabel is a bit confused, but they end up deciding to get along. They head back to the academy, and Seika meets with the principal. He reveals that he figured out their plan of using Mabel, but the principal reveals that she sent him to the tournament in order to save her. She pitied her, seeing how talented she was, so she came up with a way to make her lose without dying. She calls Seika her trump card, but Seika wonders what she would have done if he had lost. She says she has been around for a long time, and has a way of telling how strong someone is. Seika wonders just how old she is, but she calls him rude. However, she says that she stopped counting after she turned 300. The principal guarantees Mabel's safety at the academy, but tells him to show her the ropes, since this is a completely different life for her. Later on, Seika meets up with the crew, and Mabel has changed her hair back to its original color. Mabel tries to sneak away, but Seika calls her out. Mabel finds him too strict as a tutor, but Seika tells her she needs to study because she hasn't been able to pass the entrance exam. Mabel is in tears, and she begs Aoife for help, but Aoife says that Seika is actually going easy on her, and this leaves her stunned. Summer break approaches, and Alma wonders how the others will be spending it. Seika says that he has been requested to investigate dragons in the country of Astelia. His father had been requested, but he is too busy, so Seika is being sent instead. Alma asks to tag along, but Seika reminds her that her parents are expecting her. Mabel says she has no plans, and also asks to join, but Seika tells her she needs to catch up on her studies. He asks Aoife to join him, and she quickly agrees. There are suddenly two people that enter the hall. They come up to Seika and introduce themselves as Cecilio, the first prince of Astelia, and his elven attendant Liz. Seika exchanges greetings, but Cecilio is soon drawn to Aoife. He immediately asks her to join his harem and become one of his wives. They are all shocked, and Aoife explains that she is Seika's servant. The prince asks to buy Aoife at a high price, and Seika is left stunned. Liz tells Cecilio he is making a scene, so they move to a private room to discuss. They start talking about the dragon investigation. According to the legends, the dragon was originally hatched from an egg by the royal family. Cecilio explains that the dragon is said to have lived alongside humans for over a century, but recently, it started to act strange, attacking fields and even livestock, so Cecilio tells Seika to look into what is going on. He then turns his attention to Aoife, but Liz reminds him to behave. After the meeting, Seika gets ambushed by Amu and Mabel, who want to know what is going on. They are worried about Aoife being handed over to the prince, but Seika thinks it could be a good opportunity for her if she is interested. They tell him that there is no way she would want that, and that he shouldn't even bring it up to her. But Seika is confused about this, not wanting to deny her this opportunity. 2 days later, he and Aoife join the prince's caravan to Astelia, and Seika struggles on the ride. They talk about how they will get to see a real dragon, and Aoife mentions how the prince asked her to ride with him. She thinks he was just joking about her joining his harem, but seems a little flattered by it. 9 days later, they reach the capital of Astelia. They find the surrounding quite beautiful, but Cecilio mentions that the dragon has caused the people to live in fear, and trade has become difficult. The dragon flies overhead, and Seika notes the size of it. The dragon suddenly dives down at them, swooping right past them. We hear a spell being chanted, and an impressive lava tiger is summoned. It lunges at the dragon, narrowly missing it, and the dragon flies away. The tiger turns its attention to Aoife and charges at her, but Seika manages to stop it just in time, although the tiger starts to melt the surroundings. Seika rushes over, and he prepares to destroy the tiger, but it is suddenly restrained, and we meet Zek the summoner. He reprimands the tiger for running wild, and returns it back to his book. The prince comes running, and warns Zek that he almost harmed his guests, but Zek says he was just trying to chase off the dragon, saying that it's been getting even closer lately, and has started attacking people. Seika wonders what's his deal, and the prince explains that Zek is the head of some mercenaries that he hired. Zek wonders how a kid like him can help with their problem, and Seika wonders why he hired mercenaries. The prince admits he is trying to hunt the dragon as a way to solve their problem. Seika tells him to reconsider, saying it would be impossible for the lava tiger to actually kill the dragon. Zek says he doesn't know what he is talking about, claiming to have killed a number of dragons in the past. The two start to get heated, but the prince breaks them up. He sends Zek away, and reprimands Seika for provoking him. Seika apologizes, saying he lost his temper because Aoife was put in danger. He goes on to ask if hunting the dragon has been approved by the queen, since the dragon is the symbol of the country, but Cecilio claims that everything has been left up to his judgment, and he reminds Seika of his place. Seika turns to Aoife, and asks why she didn't defend herself with magic, but Aoife says she was scared and froze up. He reprimands her, saying he will not always be around, so she needs to be able to defend herself. He wonders if it was a mistake to bring her, and she starts to tear up. The prince tries to calm him down, saying it's natural to become scared in front of such a creature. Seika says that this is a matter between the two of them, and tells her that if she is not able to fight, then she must at least run, or ask for help. As they return to their carriage, Seika feels bad for reprimanding her, but remembers back to a time when one of his friends froze up and ended up eaten by a dragon, so he doesn't want that to happen to Aoife. The next day, they head to the library to find out more on the dragons. Seika finds that something similar happened in the past. A few hundred years ago, the queen hatched the dragon from an egg, and it lived alongside the people. Eventually another dragon arrived in Astelia, and they started living together in the mountains. But after 50 years, the dragons became more hostile, and it was because they had a baby. Aoife wonders what happened to the babies, and they were said to have left the nest after they became adults. After another 50 years, the female dragon died of old age, and this was all 100 years ago. Aoife thinks the situation is different, since it should just be one male dragon, so it can't be about protecting their young. Seika decides it would be best to just go up the mountain to see for himself. Aoife thinks it's too risky, but Seika is confident he can get away if he needs. Later that night, Aoife comes to his room. She tells him that the prince was asking for her, and she doesn't know what to do. Seika tells her she doesn't have to go, and invites her to stay in his room for the night. He offers the bed to her, but she says it's plenty for the both of them. They get to bed, and Seika wonders what she thinks about the prince. He wonders if she has considered his offer, saying she doesn't need to worry about him. Aoife thinks he is trying to get rid of her, apologizing for the previous day once again. Seika says that's not what he meant, and Aoife wonders why he is bringing this up. He says it could be a good opportunity for her, and Aoife wonders how he would feel if she left him. He says he would feel lonely, but he would be able to accept it. Aoife says she will consider it, although we see her in tears. In the morning, Aoife is already gone, and Yuki suddenly appears. She feels bad for Aoife, reminding him of how Aoife is in love with him. Seika thinks they are just childhood friends, but Yuki can tell she has always loved him. Seika confronts the prince about his advancements toward Aoife. He wonders why the prince is so drawn to her, and the prince says that he finds both her looks and her intelligence to be attractive. He asks to buy Aoife once again, but Seika refuses. However, he says if Aoife is willing, he will not stand in their way. Seika goes on to tell the prince he is headed up the mountain to see the dragon. The prince knows that will take a few days, so he thinks it could be the perfect time to make a move. Seika says goodbye to Aoife, and he heads up to the mountain. As Aoife returns to her room, she is approached by Liz. Liz tells her about the land, and how it is abundant with mana. She reveals that she can see the spirits around Aoife, and suggests that Aoife must be the descendant of the elves. She tries to convince Aoife to join the harem, but she can only think about Seika. Liz wonders if she is content with being a slave, and knows that Aoife must be aware that Seika is a monster. Aoife is confused at what she means, and Liz mentions how the spirits around Seika seem to actively avoid him, much like how they would avoid demons. Aoife believes Seika is human, since they grew up together, but Liz points out that she doesn't know his mother, who could have been a demon. Aoife insists on believing in Seika, and Liz decides to show her around the harem. As Liz shows her around, the harem is not what you would expect. It's actually more like a school, training young women up to be the future leaders and officials of the kingdom. Liz mentions that the prince's mother is the current monarch, and she is beloved by all the people. The prince is worried about living up to her, so he is trying to prove himself, rushing to resolve their dragon problems, and finding himself a bride. Liz says that she has known him since he was born, and vouches that he is a good person, so she hopes that Aoife will stay by his side. Meanwhile, Seika makes it up the mountain and finds the dragon. The dragon immediately breathes fire at him, but Seika blocks it with his barrier. The dragon takes flight, and dives at him, but Seika is able to teleport out of the way with his talisman. He opens a gate, and summons one of his demons, which lets off an intense scream that brings the dragon to its knees. Seika proceeds to create a fireproof net, and binds the dragon. Yuki wonders why he didn't start with the net, but Seika says he didn't want to hurt the dragon by binding it mid-flight. Seika heads over to the nest, and finds that there is an egg. Yuki finds it strange, since the dragon should be a male, but Seika mentions that some creatures are able to change their gender, and even reproduce on their own. He starts caring for the egg, and realizes that the legends about the royal family hatching a dragon were probably true. He starts heating the egg up, and thinks that the dragon was struggling to keep the egg warm. Since they know why the dragon became aggressive, Seika thinks it's time to head back, but the dragon insists on keeping him around. Meanwhile, Aoife is brought over to see the prince. He talks to a man named Gruid, who examines Aoife as a specimen. Factoring in her education and magic ability, he comes up with a price of what she is worth. The prince agrees with the price, and confirms with his subordinate. Aoife is confused at what they are talking about, and the prince takes out a huge bag of gold, telling her she is going to be freed. Aoife mentions that they would need Seika's permission, but the prince insists he is paying so much that Seika would not be able to refuse. He even suggests that he would abolish slavery to force Seika to sell her to him. Aoife tries to refuse, and the prince wonders why she would choose to be a slave. But Aoife says that even as a slave, she is able to choose what she does. The prince's subordinate comes back with the paperwork, saying they need Aoife's fingerprint. The prince becomes hesitant, but the man tells him that Aoife will eventually realize that this was for her own good. The prince has his guards restrain Aoife, and she prepares to defend herself. But Liz creates a barrier that blocks her magic. Using her magic, she cuts Aoife's finger and prepares to get her fingerprint. But at that moment, the dragon arrives, and the barrier is destroyed. Seika appears and apologizes for arriving in such a manner. He explains the situation with the dragon and says that he needs a fire user to help warm the egg. He sees Aoife and calls out for her help. Liz warns her not to go, but Aoife admits that she loves him, and the two fly away. When they reach the nest, they are suddenly attacked by the lava tiger. Seika stops it with his magic and calls out for Zekt to come out of hiding. Zekt and his men appear, and Seika realizes that they were using the prince to get to the dragon's egg. Seeing that Seika has seen through his plans, Zekt decides to get rid of him. He commands his tiger to attack, but it gets blown up by a geyser of water. Seika is surprised, and Aoife refuses to be scared like last time. The tiger attacks again, and Zekt sends his men to attack, but Seika uses his white inferno attack, unleashing an enormous blast of white flame that completely vaporizes the tiger. Zekt wonders who Seika is, and he just calls himself the world's strongest mage. The dragon approaches, and all of Zekt's men make a run for it, but Seika captures them all with his vines, and Aoife reduces his book to ashes. Seika praises Aoife, and is impressed that she has even learnt water magic, giving her a head pat. Seika reports to the prince, revealing that Zekt was deceiving him, and the prince has them all locked up. Seika continues to report about the reason that caused the dragon to become aggressive, and suggests that if the prince helps to hatch the egg, the dragon will once again see the people as its family, and protect the lands. But the prince is not happy with the solution, thinking that it will be seen as indecisive, and will fail to satisfy the imperial court. He asks Seika to slay the dragon, suggesting that since he is alone in the nest, he could poison the dragon. Seika can't believe what he is asking, and the prince says that he must do it to prove himself worthy to be the next king. Seika refuses, and the prince calls for his guards, saying that Seika is suspected of magically influencing the dragon. The prince goes on to tell Aoife that she is now free, and that Seika is dangerous, but Seika gets in the way, and starts to lose his temper, reprimanding the prince, and calling him a child, saying that he will never hand over Aoife to him. Seika worries that he might have gone too far, but Liz starts laughing, and tells the guards to stand down. She asks what Aoife thinks about everything, and Aoife once again refuses the prince's offer, saying she just wants to go back to the academy with Seika. Liz tells the prince that he should give up, and she offers her apologies to Seika, who also apologizes for losing his temper. She has a private chat with Aoife, and can see she is insistent on being with Seika. She takes her hand, and gives her some light spirits, which are quite rare, and can be used for healing. Aoife reminds her of an elven princess from the fairy tales, and she wishes her the best of luck. As they head back to the academy, Seika wonders what kind of guy she is into, and she describes him, saying someone that is smart, strong, kind, and a bit of a loner. Seika thinks she is too picky, thinking she may not be able to find such a guy, but Aoife thinks it won't be too hard. Elsewhere, we see a group of devils fighting against a bunch of monsters. The devils have impressive abilities, and easily destroy the monsters. The devils surround a man, who is shocked they defeated his monster traps so easily. The boss asks the man to show the way, but the man doesn't trust him. Suddenly, the man's trump card appears, and using his eyes, the boss can see it's an elder cyclops. The boss decides to handle it himself. When the cyclops attacks him, he easily destroys the weapon. He charges at the cyclops, who fires a laser from its eye, but the boss blocks it, and takes the cyclops out. The other demons are impressed. They end up finishing off the man, and it seems they are on a mission to find and kill the hero. Back at the academy, Seika tells Amu he wants her to meet his family. She is shocked, and Aoife accepts that he wants to be with Amu, but Seika clears things up, saying he is going back home during their break, and his father wanted to meet the mage that can use every element. Amu agrees, and Seika invites Mabel to come along as well. When he's alone with Yuki, we learn that he isn't keen on going home, but it seems there is someone else that wants to meet them. When they arrive, they are greeted by his older brother Luft. Seika introduces his friends, and Aoife's father Adis is glad to see his daughter. They are suddenly interrupted when Glai appears. Seika worries he is still angry taking his spot at the academy, but Glai almost thanks him and is glad that he joined the army instead. He still remembers being humiliated, so he demands to duel with Seika. Amu steps in to take him on, and Seika says he will duel him if he wins. Their fight begins, and Amu goes on the offensive. Glai slips, and Amu goes for the killing blow, but Glai chants a spell which surprises her, and he disarms her in that instant. Amu complains he cheated with magic, but Glai says he didn't actually cast a spell. Glai demands to fight with Seika, but before they can, Princess Fiona suddenly appears. Glai is her knight, and she tells him he would lose the fight against Seika, so he calls off their fight. Seika is surprised to see him listening to someone, and Glai introduces Fiona as the Holy Princess, which is a shock to everyone. As they head inside, Yuki wonders what a Holy Princess is, and we learn that it's not an official title, but she was born from the Emperor and a priestess, so she has the blood of both. Alma wonders why the Holy Princess is here, but she tells them that she wanted to meet her. Seeing that she looks just like the hero from the legends, Fiona remembers a vision that her mother had. She tells them she is staying for a few days, and asks them to accompany her when she goes back to the capital. After she leaves, Alma gets sussed out at how Seika knew she would be here. We see Seika's father in his study, and he tells Adis to speak freely, asking if he is mad that he sent Aoife to the academy, but Adis is more upset that she is serving Seika, because he finds him creepy, but Seika's father says he has been doing well at the academy. They all have dinner together, and the princess strangely talks about being reincarnated, but Seika changes the topic. His father compliments him on his dragon investigation, and his mother tells him to write to them more often. Seika is surprised to hear this, because he has always been ignored by her his whole life. Back in his room, Alma comes to visit. She just wants to hang out, and she asks if he plans on continuing with further studies after he graduates, saying she is probably going to go back to being an adventurer. But Seika remembers the time they were stuck in the dungeon together, and he promised he would go adventuring with her, so he plans on becoming an adventurer as well. Amu is surprised he is taking his promise so seriously, but is glad they can stick together. The next day, Seika shows the princess around the town. Glai reminds him they left the other knights behind, so they need to keep the princess safe. The princess holds onto Seika's hand so she doesn't get lost, and they explore the market. They try out some of the food, but they start to stand out. As they pass by a construction site, there are logs that suddenly fall, but Glai uses his wind magic to destroy it, and Amu creates a golem to shield them. Seika thanks them for their help, but the princess gets mad at him for not doing anything. Seika ends up getting her a gift, and helps her put it on. The princess isn't sure how she looks, but Seika uses magic to create a mirror for her. Glai thinks his magic is weird, but the princess is happy with the gift. Later that day, Seika finds Glai training hard, and he can see why the princess chose him to be her knight. But Glai says he wasn't chosen for his skills, but for a different reason, revealing that the princess has the ability to see the future. Seika wonders if it's true, but Glai says her mother was an oracle, who saw the prophecy of the hero and the demon king. Seika wonders why he is telling him all of this, but Glai warns him not to get in her way. The next day, the princess looks around for Seika, but using his talismans, he is able to avoid her. Yuki wonders how her ability to see the future works, saying it sounds like his divination skill, but Seika explains divination is limited, using information and tools to gain some insight, but her ability is completely different. As Alma walks by, Seika surprises her from the bush. She just lost to Glai again, and Seika finds this strange, since she should be stronger than him. She mentions that the princess looks lonely playing chess by herself, so Seika joins her. It seems there is no one willing to challenge her, so she asks if he knows how to play. Seika says he is just a beginner, so the princess gives him a handicap, leaving only her pawns. Seika thinks it will be one-sided, but the princess offers him a wager, saying that the winner can request the loser to do anything. Seika is hesitant, so she tells him if the request is too much, he can refuse. Seika agrees, and they start playing. As they play, the princess asks him what he thinks the strongest piece is, and he says that they themselves are the strongest, because they don't fight directly, and they control all the other pieces from the shadows. The princess says that most people would call the king or the dragon knights the strongest, but she thinks that strongest piece are those not on the board. Besides the king and soldiers, there are the masses of people living in the country. She never had the king or knights on her side, so she gained the support of the masses instead, and is confident she will win. Seika wonders if that is what she saw with her future sight, and she is surprised he knows about it. Seika resigns from their match, and the princess wants to gain his support, so he asks her about her true intentions. She says she wants to save people, describing a large hole that children are playing next to. They don't notice it, so they will eventually fall in, so she wants to save them, but she can't give any specific details, worrying that it could change the future. Hearing this, Seika agrees to help her how he can. It's time to head back to the capital, and Luft sees them off. Mabel wishes she could stay longer, because she just got to relax, but Seika reminds her she needs to get back to her studies. They head off, and Seika rides with Glai and the princess, because it's the most stable carriage. Glai is surprised Seika has such a weakness, and Seika watches over their caravan. There is suddenly an explosion, but only a decoy carriage was destroyed. Seika goes outside, and sees that they are being attacked by bandits. The bandit leader orders his men to search the carriages, and to fire their bows at Seika. But Seika prepares for their attack, creating a magnetic cloud that blocks all the arrows. The bandits try attacking using magic, but Seika easily blocks it with his barrier. Glai and his men start fighting back, and the princess requests that the bandits be taken alive, so Seika uses his vines, which instantly restrains all the bandits. Seika meets up with the gang, and they wonder why the bandits tried to attack when they had an army, and what they are going to do with them. Seika gets called by the princess, who thanks him for his help. He asks if she knows who is after her, but she has too many enemies to know who it was. Seika wonders what she will be doing with the bandits, but she already predicted this, so she already prepared a bunch of spare carriages to take them back to the capital for interrogation. Seika thinks it could be dangerous if they got loose, but the princess says the bandits will behave because they are waiting for their reinforcements. Seika thinks that makes them even more dangerous, but she says their reinforcements won't be coming, so there is no need to worry. They get back to the capital, and they part ways. The princess thanks them for their company, and she reminds Seika that she will always be on his side. We see the other group of bandits, but it seems they came across the group of demons, and were completely destroyed. They continue towards the capital, determined to succeed in their mission of killing the hero. Seika gets asked by the principal to give a welcome speech to the new students, saying it's usually an honor to be chosen, although she knows he doesn't care about it. Seika accepts the request, and Yuki wonders if it's really okay, because it will make him stand out. But Seika says it's not a big deal, and he wonders if he has been playing things too safe after the way he died in his previous life. Although he doesn't regret becoming friends with the girls, he thinks it would be okay even if he stood out. Yuki wonders if he will be facing the coming threat, but Seika tells her it will be easy for him, and no one will even know it was him. We see the group of demons outside the city. The leader Zor notes that there are no Imperial guards or high-level adventurers to be worried about, although he senses something that makes him uneasy. He explains the plan to the others, saying they will split up and drive all the students toward the center building, at which point they will slaughter everyone and cause chaos until the hero appears. Zor assures them they will succeed, and all return together. The demons are confident they will win, and begin to teleport into the city. However, when they get inside, they find a red mist covering the area. The demon Gannis notices some students approaching, and he launches an attack with his flames, but as he gets closer, he finds something strange. As the witch Presaria and Lonnie the beast tamer explore the area, they talk about how they've both gotten stronger since following Zor. They suddenly notice a student running by, and Lonnie sends his wolves after him. They chase him into the mist, but after a while, Lonnie thinks something is wrong, and he calls his wolves back, and they end up bringing him something strange. As the Ogre King Mutarev explores, he wonders why he doesn't see any people. He suddenly gets attacked, and Mabel appears before him. She thinks he is working for the Merchants Association, but he has no idea what she is talking about. They start to fight, exchanging blows, and Mutarev is impressed with how Mabel can wield her axe so easily, considering her a worthy opponent. He blows her away, but Mabel throws her daggers which Mutarev blocks with his arm. However, Mabel activates her magic, which binds him with darkness, but Mutarev easily breaks free because he has resistance to all magic. He charges at her, slamming down his club, but finds that she has strangely disappeared. Zor finds himself in a strange location, and Gannis arrives, pointing out that this was not their designated meeting point, but it seems they were strangely guided there, and their other members also arrive. They discuss their strange encounters they had, showing the talismans that they each found. Zor thinks there is something wrong, so he orders for their retreat. However, Seika suddenly appears, revealing that every person they saw was just one of his Shikigami, although he tells Mutarev that Mabel was real. Mutarev can see that Seika is strong, so he becomes excited to fight with him, but he instantly loses his head, as Seika cuts one of his talismans, saying that his resistance to curses was just too low. Zor becomes terrified, but Presaria charges at Seika, activating her third eye, trying to turn him to stone, but it doesn't work on him, and Seika summons one of his monsters, bringing out a gigantic snake. It has an inner third eye that causes her heart to stop, and she drops to the ground. Loni's snake bursts out of the ground, but it's no match against Seika's. Loni tries to use his taming ability to befriend the snake. He calls out to it, but Zor tells him to run, but it's too late and the snake eats him. Seika finds it amusing he tried to tame it, but says it didn't work because it has a deep hatred for humans. Zor is in disbelief, regretting that they ever challenged Seika. Using his special eyes, he can see all of his abilities, and that Seika is the true Demon King. He tells Ganis to escape with his teleportation while he holds Seika off. But Seika mentions how he is protecting Amu, and Zor is devastated to learn that the Demon King has joined the side of the humans. Zor tells Ganis to spread the word to their allies, and he tries to stall for time. He charges up his attack, but Seika uses his magic and completely overwhelms him. When the dust clears, it seems Ganis managed to get away. Outside the city, Ganis stumbles away, and he can't believe Seika is the Demon King. He gets startled by a rabbit in a bush, but suddenly he gets stabbed in the chest, and he wonders how he got attacked. But we see it was another one of Seika's curses, and even Yuki is a little scared of his power. Mabel comes rushing over, asking about Mutarev, as she worries he could be attacking someone else, but Seika tells her not to worry, saying he has already handled it, and tells her to keep it a secret. Sometime later, the students are having another feast, and Seika wonders what he should say during his speech. He asks Amu how she felt when she had to give the speech, but she reminds him that her speech was interrupted by demons, but she would have talked about getting stronger together and becoming comrades with everyone. Seika gets ready for his speech, but there are suddenly knights that interrupt, looking for Amu. She identifies herself, and the knights tell her she is being charged with crimes against the Empire, saying that she slayed a demon emissary, but Amu is confused at what he is talking about, and the knights arrest her. Mabel prepares to fight back, but Seika tells her to stand down, saying that Amu is innocent, so they have nothing to worry about, and Amu is taken away. Seika meets with the principal, and they know that the Empire is trying to frame Amu. Seika finds it strange that the Empire is trying to get rid of the hero, and the principal says she is doing everything she can to help Amu, warning Seika not to do anything too rash, but Seika seems to have other plans, doubting her ability to save Amu. As Seika leaves the office, he tells Aoife and Mabel not to worry, because the principal is working to save her, and they should trust her. However, at night, Seika summons his dragon, who is still disobedient toward his new body. He forces it to recognize him, and Yuki appears, warning him not to go, and suggesting that he should give up on saving Amu. She thinks that if he uses his full power to solve the problem, the country may act against him, and he will end up dying just like he did in his previous life. But Seika doesn't care, saying he will destroy anyone in his way. Yuki notices he is enraged, thinking about his past, and she tells him to reconsider, but he tells her to know her place as his familiar, and he orders his dragon to head to the capital. Meanwhile, we see Alma locked up, thinking about her friends worrying for her, and hoping she will see Seika again, but she suddenly gets a visitor. Seika flies toward the capital, unleashing his talismans which transform, and help him look around to find Amu. He descends into the castle, and is not impressed with their security. However, he is noticed by a guard, who blows a whistle, and a number of archers take their position. They shoot at Seika, but he summons his magnetic cloud, which protects him from all the arrows. They keep shooting at him, so Seika drops 2 enormous boulders on them. As he continues forward, he comes across even more guards. They ask him what he wants, but he tells them to get out of the way, saying he will spare those who obey him. The guards shoot him with flaming arrows, and Seika is forced to dodge. He retaliates with his white inferno, which instantly devastates the guards. However, the guards keep shooting, and Seika summons one of his demons, which cuts up the guards in an instant. The guards all charge at him, but Seika burns them all with his flames. He eventually reaches Amu, destroying her cell, and telling her he is there to save her. Amu worries he will get in trouble for breaking her out, but Seika tells her life is at stake. Alma thinks they will clear her name and she will be fine, telling him to go home, but Seika reveals to her she is the hero, so things aren't so simple. Alma is confused, and Seika explains that every few hundred years, the hero and Devil King are reincarnated, and she is the current cycle's reincarnation of the hero, and the Empire is intentionally trying to get rid of her. Seika suddenly notices someone approaching, and it turns out to be Glai. Seika suggests that he still owes Glai a duel, but Princess Fiona suddenly appears saying she just wants to talk. Seika can tell she has men outside, but she knows they would be no match for him. Seika asks why she is trying to kill Amu when the devil should be her enemy. The princess explains that although the hero once saved the country against the devils, but in the current age, the Empire and the devils both have armies, and neither sides want a war. So the concept of the hero and Devil King are just relics of the past. Seika thinks if that is the case, there is still no need to kill Amu, but the princess explains that the hero's existence could be the ember that sparks a war, suggesting that even the demons were trying to take her out, not to gain an advantage, but to prevent the sparks of war. Seika wonders if he should just let Amu be sacrificed to preserve peace, but the princess swears she is trying to save Amu. She tells Seika to withdraw, saying he won't be held accountable for his actions, and promises to do everything within her power to save Amu. But Seika realizes that she manipulated them since they first met, so he doesn't trust her. The princess reminds him of his promise to obey her order for losing at chess, but Seika refuses to trust her. With no other choice, the princess guides them out of the palace, where she has a carriage prepared for them, recommending they head to the free city of Lakana. As they prepare to leave, Alma thanks the princess for her cloak, because she had visited when Alma was locked up. As they say farewell, Seika feels bad for not keeping his promise, so he decides to make up for it. He summons a number of doors, which unleash a tremendous number of talismans, creating a field that brings back everyone that he killed. The princess is shocked, saying this ruins her plans, because she had prepared a cover story about a monster attack, and Seika apologizes, saying he had good intentions. Seika and Alma leave the capital, and Seika thinks that Mabel and Aoife must be worried about them. Alma feels bad about having to drop out of the academy when they were so close to graduating, but they look forward to becoming adventurers. We see the princess sending a letter, which explains the situation to Mabel and Aoife. Seika and Alma eventually reach the free city. They see a commotion, and are surprised to find that Mabel and Aoife are already there, and they are overjoyed to be reunited. But that's where this video ends. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.